A stone's throw from the floating city herself. We're in Jesolo, the pit stop to Venezia, as this weekend we're trading gondolas for go-karts at the legendary Pista Azzurra. Now, Venice may be famous for romance, canals, and overpriced espresso, but down the road here in Jesolo, love is measured in lap times, and the only water feature you'll care about is the sweat underneath the driver's helmet this weekend for the Champions of the Future Academy program, round 3 here in Jesolo. Year of opening 1960, event record set yesterday. Well, actually, no, that's today's time from time qualifying. Wojciech Woda went even faster than yesterday with a 45.833 in time qualifying. So, yes, we could go faster with a good night's sleep. The track itself, though, that hasn't changed one bit overnight. It is still 1,045 metres, 71 metres in between turns 12 and 13, 193 metres down the entirety of the start-finish straight, with the track being around 8 metres wide with an elevation of 1 metre or so. It's a pretty flat circuit here in Jesolo for the drivers to race on this weekend. Turns in total, well, there are many of them, as there are 14, 8 to the right, 6 to the left, including 4 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those corners is a challenge in their own right, but many of those provide a different challenge of overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 2, 3, 4, 6, and 10 a couple of times as well over the course of this weekend. It is a fast-flowing, demanding circuit for the drivers, but those overtaking zones are tricky, with the track being just that little bit narrow for the drivers. Top speed, though, that doesn't slow the drivers down at all. They still reach a dizzyingly high speed in towards the braking zone of turn number 1, reaching around 118 kilometers an hour into that braking zone. It is the only high-speed section of the circuit, indicating the rest of the track is a constant fight for the drivers to get around. They have an average speed of around 80 kilometers an hour. That does slow them down in that first tight, twisty, technical sector of the lap before it opens up on the outer parts of it through Sector 2 and Sector 3. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box. We are ready to go racing once more this weekend. It was a busy day yesterday. Today is a new day, but crucially, Guillaume, the first thing you will notice is the clouds in the sky from the word go today.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Anthony, and good morning, Pista Azzurra of Jesolo. As you can see with the rain radar, there's clouds indeed above our heads, and seem to us that there's a bit of rain coming in the next few hours. Hopefully before or after the finals will get underway, certainly where the drivers will be certainly looking forward, but we can never be too sure in Italy, in the northern part of the country we find ourselves in, on certainly one of the most mythical karting tracks in the world. Has been here for 65 years, since 1960, the Pista Azzurra of Jesolo. History has been written for many decades here in the world of karting. And this young man with the number 24, Benjamin Westwood, will be willing certainly to write his own chapter here this weekend again, as we have 1 minute left before the start of the first of the 9 races we have on schedule today, Sunday. 6 qualifying heats, 3 finals. The qualifying practice sessions are done and dusted. We have the grids with us. We are now ready to go racing, as the junior class will get started for 10 laps. 8 laps for the mini, 13 laps for the seniors, and then a little bit more coming to the last part of the day from 3 o'clock local time. The schedule is the same as it was on Saturday. Why, you might be asking? Well, because this is the format of the championship in the Academy program of Champions of the Future. 2 rounds in each of the 6 weekends. 1 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday, with the same drivers, the same format, and the same chances for everybody in all 3 classes, with the partners for the engine and chassis, Car Republic, Pauline, Ayame, and TM Card as part of this adventure that has been taking place since the end of 2023 with the full season last year. The competition is up and running. This has been close. This has been really hectic at times and sometimes a little bit dramatic in the junior class yesterday, but we are ready for another turn.
Yes, we certainly are indeed. Engines fire up then for the first race of the day. It was a hectic one for the juniors, but let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup because the lap is short here. It is Julie Anglard and Benjamin Westwood on row number 1. They will have Angelina Simmons and Connor Clancy on row 2. No Eustaciones and Didier Krief go from row 3. They'll have Manny Nuvolini and Leonidas Peruzzi on row 4. Casper Reipold and Nathan Cappin go from row 5. They have Amani Kayua and Samuel Del Gaudio on row number 6. Vanessa Chilcaneta having a much better qualifying today. Will be starting alongside Severe Pavaz Nair on row number 7. Aaron Mason and Mitaj Jain go from row 8, with Veer Chopra and Victoria Farfus rounding out the first half of the field on row 9.
On row number 10, we have Sanjana Dandu as well as Kwasari Didzowski. Row number 11, we'll see Jan Michalescu and Axel Nocom alongside each other. Row number 12, Albert Tam, he wasn't here yesterday, but now he's joining the party with alongside him Kayo Serra. Row number 13, Clelia Sodou and Sanjana Dandu. Row number 14, Kardik. Then we have Saveli Kogai and Neil Nekmush on row number 15. And at the back end of the grid, here we go already. Green flag and the green light is out already. And a couple of drivers out into first turn. Drama as number 1.
We're green and racing
yes,
here,
indeed.
Guillaume. Yeah, so my timing showcasing that we are green and racing. But yes, like you say, some drivers are really suffering in that first sector. Most of those drivers, Harry Dudkowski, I think, was one of them. Shriven Karthik was another. There was a couple more as well that had spills off at turn number 1. But crucially, though, everyone still circulating in this race. Crucially, though, at the front, Julie Anglard has held on to her lead, and she is showcasing some strong pace in this early stage of the race, as she has already opened a commanding lead from the rest of the field. It's Angelina Simmons up into second place. Manny Nuvolini is holding on to third from No Eustaciones. Casper Rolpold from Amani Cunha, who is there in P6. Then it's Vanessa Chilcaneta from Didier Krief, Connor Clancy from Bazzuto, but crucially, it's Anglard and Simmons who lead the way. Simmons, who was on the podium yesterday, is vying for another one today as we watch this Nuvolini, Staciones and Cunha battling away, but at the moment, we are not seeing any fighting between the three of them.
And we're green and racing indeed, as it was a cracking start from Julia Anglard. She was one of the forces to be reckoned with yesterday already, with Simmons in second place. She stepped on the podium, Angelina Simmons, as she's certainly more than willing to do the same today. Manny Nuvolini, the championship leader, in third place. Another lap completed. Here we go. Lap number 3. 1.5 seconds already built by the leader. Has run inside into turn number 2. The 54 goes for the move. Kinua on Staszianis for the position number 4. He keep on resisting and is going to try again. But it's not going through for Staszianis again, who has to back down a little bit and concede for the moment the defeat. As the first part of the track here in Jesolo is certainly the most technical, with the different hairpins as well, providing different opportunities as well for maneuvers. We've seen that as well between Kinua and Staszianis. And the number 46, unfortunately, is nowhere near to be seen. Savile Kogai, unfortunately, the driver representing the UAE, is having to step down, and that means retirement indeed on lap number 3. That's pretty much on the last kick before the start finish straight. The car will be removed quickly. The yellow flag is being waved, but the race is still going.
Down the inside, big send there for Connor Clancy. Stepping up in front now of Didier Krief, who will retaliate, I am sure, very soon. But No Eustaciones is just ahead. Quite tricky to make those two apart, as they've both got, well, the same livery, the same suit, and the same coloured helmet as well. But they are sorting themselves out as they make their way now line astern. Connor Clancy's got through past Staciones and has gained another 2 places now and is back into P5. Anglard still leads the way then by 1.6 seconds from Angelina Simmons, who also has a commanding lead over Manny Nuvolini, who is holding on to third place. But at the moment, you have got Amani Cunha, who is there trying to push forward. He's there in 4th place. Well, now he's closing in on Manny Nuvolini because Manny Nuvolini is there in 3rd and is now under pressure because Nuvolini gets squeezed out wide and he tumbles down 2 places. So Cunha and Clancy both go through into 3rd and 4th place and are stepping up nicely. But with half the race already done, are they going to be able to close up what is already over a second gap between themselves and Angelina Simmons, who is further up the road? But we'll keep a close eye on this fight as Clancy will try and squeeze past and get up into that top 3. He won't be able to do so at this part of the lap. He may have to wait until towards turn number 2. Round turn 13 they go, through the kink of 14, back onto the start-finish straight. He will get the slipstream, he won't look into 1, it's too tight, it's too narrow. Into turn 2 is where he'll do it, and he does do it. Down the inside, gets past Kinua and puts him down into P4.
Yeah, beautifully made indeed. In turn number 2 up to P4 for Conor Clancy.
Oh, and there's driver off at turn number 2.
Let's see who that is.
Pandemonium is happening, and who is that? Who has gone off the track? I think it might be it's Didier Krief, who is off the circuit. Didier Krief will go no further in this race as more drama has ensued out on track, but that is an absolute disaster for yesterday's pole sitter in qualifying. He won't go any further in this one, but eyes on the front once more. It's still very, very close for all the drivers, but there you can see Clancy has broken away and he is pushing forward. There is the 50 machine of Clelia Sodu as well, is out of the race. That is a little further around the lap. That is on the exit of turn number 7 at Marshall Post 5. She is also out of this race, and that is a disaster for 2 very well-known drivers in this paddock.
Yeah, first big drama of the day for DJ Krief. It was so stellar, pretty much on the move, on the pace at every turn, at every race yesterday. But DJ Krief, this time around, certainly the scenario didn't go according to plan. The 22 on your screen, a little bit further back, Kappen with the pressure of Peruzzi and Chopra. This battle for P8. With further back, Mason as well down in P12.
And we've had another moment out there as well, and slow procedure has come out. Now this is Neil Nekmush and I think Mitaj Jain, who have had a coming together at the same turn that we lost Clelia Sodu, and I think the medical crews are with them right now, but we will see if they're okay. So at this moment then, we are under slow procedure. And actually the red flag, I think, has come out. I am seeing some red flags showing, and I think that is because the field, I don't think we're paying attention there to the slow procedures. And right there, drivers just being seen to by the medical teams. So those 2 drivers that went off were the 53 and the 55. That is Neil Nekmush and Mitaj Jain, who are from Morocco and India. Hopefully they are okay. I can see one driver who is out of the kart, but marshals and medical crews on the scene to try and assist there. But yes, let's see what happens then for these drivers. So a stoppage then in the first race. 2 drivers involved in that incident there at turn number 7. Now, because this has happened on lap number 7 here, am I thinking that is a conclusion of the race, or is it a moment for these drivers where it will be a restart? I think it's 75% of the race has to be completed, 7 laps out of 10.
That would make the cut, I guess.
I think that might make the cut. Not too sure. Yeah. It might be just on that cusp. I don't know if it has to go on to lap number 8, because, of course, it goes back a lap, doesn't it, in these sort of situations. Now, it's understandable that they have not gone to the pit lane and have been stopped there. You would be thinking, right, well, why aren't they returning to Parc Fermé? Why aren't they doing that? The accident has happened on the entrance to Parc Fermé, and so I don't think they want the drivers to go anywhere near that just yet with cycling through. So they've stopped them here. So, again, this is why the confusion is coming out. Are we stopping, or is this going to be a regrid and we're going for 2 laps? I'm thinking it's the first of those 2, but we have to wait and see what the officials say. But right now, we are just a little bit unclear. The only thing that we do know is we have got a stoppage with the likes of the 53 and the 55, Neil Nekmush and Mitaj Jain, who have been involved in that incident at turn number 7, which has unfortunately brought out the red flag. And hopefully those drivers are okay. But like we say, officials, marshals and medical crews are on the scene. They are all assisting, and hopefully we can find out the best from those drivers. For the rest of the field now, it's a case of waiting to see effectively what happens here, Guillaume.
Yeah, certainly. We're going to have to wait just a little bit. But as for now, after 7 laps completed almost, Julia Angeler was doing a great job pulling out a 2-second gap on Angelina Simmons in second place. Conor Clancy classified as for now in third from Amane Kenya, Stazionis, Kasper Aspol, Mani Nuvolini, Nathan Kappen, Leonidas Peruzzi, and Veer Chopra. That's for your top 10 at the moment. As you get some strong climbers into the field, 7 laps gained by Veer Chopra at the moment up to P10. We had a 13 position recovery for Nikolaos Kardianis. 7 places gain as well for Albert Tam, who was not competing here yesterday, as well as other drivers who were busy with other races in the country. But thanks for them for joining us here for the conclusion of that round number 3. Julia Montlo as well, after difficult qualifying, was able to climb 12 places, and she was running up in 21st position before the stoppage of the race. These are for the results for now. It remains to be seen indeed if we're going to get going again for the last 2.5 laps, or if Martin Bean, the race director of the series, will decide to call it a day for that opening race, as the competitors of the junior class will have one more qualifying heat after 2 races per class before the final. And as you know, the classification of those races establish the starting order for the final this afternoon, with for the leader of the classification at the end of those qualifying races, well, the amount of points for the championship, 25 points for the qualifying heat leader, and the rest of the field as well earning points for the series. Now, this is the time that we have to wait a little bit. As you can see, the drivers have taken the helmet off. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back in no time. Stay with us here live from Jesolo, as we have a lot more racing coming up.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts, for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues, from the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovation, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the Champions of the Future Academy program from Italy at the Pista Azzurra in the town of Jesolo. As you are seeing right there on your screen, we are under a red flag situation. We were on lap 7 of a 10-lap race, and of course, with red flags and this sort of stage of a race, you would be looking at the 75% rule. Now, a 75% rule would put us to 7.5 laps completed. We were at that. However, bar FIA regulations, it does round up to 8 laps. So if 8 laps were not completed, that means that it is a restart. Now, there are some scenarios that can be put in this sort of situation. Now, of course, if it is 6 laps, it is a restart. It was like that. It's well below the 75%. If it's on a 7-lap race, which is what we were on, 7 laps, or we were at the 7.5 range, we're right on that cusp. There may be a situation where they award half points. Now, this is only speculation from me. They might still call the race there and award half points. They might do a full a restart, but in the position of what would be a lap backwards from the original red flag. So that would put us back onto lap number 6 of the race. And as you can see there, the officials are all now working together to try and work that out for the drivers. And then they will, of course, depending on their decision, will re-grid the drivers in that order. Now, with that, of course, because this is not a full race restart like we saw yesterday. If you were watching with the juniors, there was a red flag at the start of the race where we saw the drivers all go off the circuit. They called a red flag. It happened on the opening lap, though. So that meant that it was a full restart, effectively like it didn't even happen that first half a lap. So this situation is very different. Drivers who have got nose cones, they will get those nose cones applied now. They will be put back into that order of where they would be with that penalty applied. So the grid at this moment will shuffle quite significantly if there is nose cones penalties. So there is still chatter happening over the radio. There you can see, unfortunately, drivers who were out of the race, I believe, are still out of the race. They cannot restart at this point, depending on anything. So I think they are out of the race. They will not continue in this race. So their chance of going forward is over still. But there you can see the drivers are just huddling up now. They're going to be having a chat with race director Martin Bean here. But again, this sort of situation is going to be an interesting one, whether or not we're going for that restart with effectively giving us like a 2-lap shootout for the drivers, or if it's called there and half points are awarded. Not too sure. We'll have to kind of wait and see what happens over on the radios.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. As always, here on the YouTube channel of the Champions of the Future Academy program, brought to you as well on Motorsport TV and all over the world through different partners and channels. As if you're joining us right now, this is day number 2 of racing here live from the Pista Azzurra. So we are in a little bit of a waiting period, as you can see the drivers having a chat with themselves, with Martin Beanie as well, as we're waiting to know the decisions of the race director about the proceedings to come for the rest of the session. We have 2 laps remaining on the clock. Here's Martin Bean on the left with the cap is the one taking all the decisions that count for the good procedure of the racing here. And thanks ever so much once again for joining us here on location. As you can see, the grandstand has been filled up since yesterday by karting fans, by parents, family members, mechanics, and friends joining us from all over the place around. We're not far from the Adriatic coast, and I have to say, the lovely town of Jesolo as well. Very much nice-looking area in the northern of Italy that hasn't seen the international competition for quite a while. Created back in 1960, so it has been a long time coming since we've had the Academy program performing here for the first time, but the Pista Azzurra Jesolo has been certainly one of the tracks where history has been written in great chapters, host of a couple of World Championship events and the Champions Cup back in the day from 72 up to 85. In those years, we had the greats of karting and the greats in the history of motorsport coming here to perform and to win. And among those great names that we had here on the track, and maybe future great names of motorsport among those youngsters that you can see on screen. But we had the likes of the 1973 World Karting Champion Terry Fullerton, a living legend still to this day in the history of karting. We had the young Ayrton Senna competing here with Terry Fullerton under the DAP colors. And as we're waiting for the race to restart soon, as we're still under red flag conditions, but we had the likes of Nico Rosberg, Lewis Hamilton, Alex Zanardi, as well as Riccardo Patrese, Giancarlo Fisichella as well. Some of the Italian legends in the history of karting back in the 90s and early 2000s competed here as well as part of FIA events, as well as part of the Champions Cup as well. Champions Cup that used to be outside of the European World Championship, the most coveted event in the world of karting, and has been won by many of the greats of that time. Now, as the karts are being lined up onto the starting grid, we're going to have to wait for the drivers to get behind the wheel and to get us started again. We had some red flag conditions yesterday already in the junior class. If you wonder with us, we had a little bit of a dramatic incident at the start of the first qualifying here, at the start of the final as well. It opened in the turn number one, and in the hairpin of turn number 4. But thankfully, everybody got out of that incident uninjured and was able to get back on track to have a second shot at the racing. That's what we like to see, but those kind of situations can sometimes happen, and we do wish the best recovery to the driver involved. As you can see, the officials of the RGMMC group being at work, trying to displace the drivers and put them in order as they were just before the stoppage of the race.
Indeed, right. Still some chatter happening in the background. So let's see what will happen for these drivers. So still under red flag conditions right now, but they are being pushed back into position. This is the moment that we're talking about. These are those checks that are happening. So you've got Darren Clark, who's down there, who's one of the chief technical guys who are here this weekend. He's looking at the scrutineering side of things. He's out there checking nose cones. If anything has dropped, he'll push them back. He's also checking for any other damage to any karts that he might think are unsafe to continue, which of course would, if it was in the race and they spotted that from the side, a technical flag would go out and they'd be pulled out of the race. Now that's what he's checking right now, and you can see him, he is at the back of the grid. He is just looking down at one of the karts. It was called over, so he is checking one of those karts at the back of the field right now. But we'll have to wait and see. There you can see he's looking at the driver of the number 28 machine. Now that is Sanjana Dandu's machine that I think is currently under scrutiny. And as you can see, yes, it is being looked over there by the officials to make sure it is safe to go out and race. But we'll have to wait and see. And you can see there a check of the old nose cone to see if it has dropped. And yeah, that's quite a concerned look on the look of Darren Clark's face, indicating that maybe something might be a little bit up with that kart. But yeah, as we say, right now, it is purely the grid up phase that what's happening here. It will be, I'm guessing, a one-lap single file restart, and then we go racing. Right, we've had a mechanic run over to the kart now as well from Kart Republic. We're going to check it over on the number 28, and I'm curious to know what it is actually that is up with the car. A lot of finger pointing, checking the wheels. Is it a track rod that is maybe a problem here? Now, obviously, if a bent track rod is happening, then yes, it would cause drama for it. And they're checking, I think, the tracking here, and maybe if it's going forward or if it's still straight, if there's any wobbliness. Oh, I can see there is a wobble. Yeah. I think there is a bent axle there on the back of the number 28 machine, and that for Sanjana Dandu, I think, might spell a retirement from this race. But, of course, they will check it over. There's no real repair window for them right now. That's an international kart signal of, well, I think it's all right. I mean, it's not going to fall off, but it's clearly got a bit of a twist in it somewhere. Yeah, and the decision goes down to Martin Miner, the director, and the officials as well to decide to allow the number 28 to go on track as well. So it remains to be seen if Sanjana Dandu will be taking part in this race or not. I mean, for what's left of this race, one-lap shootout, that's for sure. But yeah, safety is the prime concern, as you might imagine, in those conditions. So even though, as you've seen, the right axle didn't seem, entirely bent, it was usable. You could do something with it. It was practical, but to a point where safety could be a concern, then it's down to the decision of the race director to allow the driver to take part in.
But as for now, drivers are getting ready with the suit on, the helmet on as well. It's about the time to get back into the focus mode, try to get the concentration back into their heads, and we may get ourselves in the head as well, knowing that it's not maybe the easiest of situations after a long stoppage like that. You know, you're into the heat of the moment. You really much focusing on what you're doing, and then for a reason unknown to you at first, well, the racing has to stop for a length that is not known at first as well. But in the time being, you just need to cool off a little bit to keep your head down and get back in the zone very quickly, because those young drivers won't have much time before the checkered flag. As now you can see still Ross Epton giving a little bit of a hand to the mechanic and the one of the media representative, I think.
Well, that's quite a funny moment there. Now they are trying to push some of these carts back into position, and you saw that it took two of them there to try and lift the cart up at the back. That's not because they're heavy. They're not heavy. You know, two people do need to lift the cart onto a trolley, of course, one at the back, one at the front. To obviously do it easily. But they were both on the back of the cart there trying to lift it. That is because the tyres are so sticky and the track is so hot, they had somewhat superglued themselves to the track. So I've been told they've been given the green light to get the mechanics over to the carts then. So we are ready to get a restart on board. To obviously these carts need a bump start. They need to be pushed over the line. There they are. What do you call a grouping of mechanics? Like a flock, a gathering, or anything like this? I think flock is a good way of describing them. A flock of mechanics. Yeah, flock. I think that one works the most. Right, they're heading back then. Right, so you are seeing on the grid some of those drivers you can see getting squeezed around. There are those penalties that we're talking about. One of those was the number 54 machine. Now, that is Amani Kinyua, unfortunately, who has found himself going backwards in the order. I suspect that is a nose cone penalty that has now been applied to him, and he has been squeezed back into the order. He was running up in that top section, but now he's had that 5-second penalty applied, and actually a lot of them have had those 5 seconds applied. Yeah, so Amani Kinyua has gone backwards to P7. Other drivers who have got it, Albert Tam has received a 5 second. Severe Paznaya has received a 5 second. Sujana Dandu got a 5 second, as well as Mohan Karthik has also got that as well. So a lot of drivers who have gone backwards in this order. But that does mean now that we are going for a restart. Drivers will be seated once again, and we will be going for what is effectively a 2 or 3 lap shootout here.
Yeah, that's going to be a short one to the checkered flag, that's for sure. But this will be a short distance that will count double for some of the protagonists of that junior category. Julia Angola will be leading the way in front of Angelina Simmons and Conor Clancy just on the tail. The big story of that first qualifying heat of the day before the stoppage of the race was the retirement of Didier Kreeft, the young Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman of yesterday, as he took pole position yesterday and went on to win one of the qualifying heats and the final as well. Didier Kreeft really found his space here around the track of Jesolo. The man to beat yesterday, and a disappointment to get Sunday started already for Didier Kreeft. We'll have one more race before the final to try to recover from the disappointment. You can see here Martin Bean, the race director of the Champions of the Future Academy program, trying to get things moving with the mechanics, trying to get the grid in order for the relaunch, the restart of the race. That will be a short one on the way to the checkered flag. A couple of drivers that had to retire previously to the stoppage. One driver missing, Che Jefei, who was not here yesterday, and from the drivers that went missing yesterday, some of them are here with us. They were busy with other racing somewhere else in the country as well, but they're joining us for this last day of racing, and that's all for the better. One of them is Albert Tam, who is currently P20 in the classification as for now, but as you said, picking up a 5-second penalty for misplaced front fairing. Now, this is a busy pre-grid, if we can call it that, as the mechanics are waiting for the signal and the green flag to be waved as it will be good to go for that short race to the line. But stay with us, because after this we have 5 more qualifying heats, and in between we'll try to find a bit of time to interview the protagonists of each of those races. So it's nice to get to chat with the young drivers of the Mini, the Junior and the Senior class. And all those interviews will be, as always, broadcasted live on the streaming, brought to you by RGMMC. But stay with us, as a lot more racing coming up. And don't forget, 3 o'clock local time, the finals and the podium ceremonies that will be taking place after the last races are concluded.
Indeed, right. Like you were saying, moments away from getting this one restarted. Now, because of the delay, this is going to... not change the timetable. Well, it will in a slight motor, but usually after the first 3 races, we would go into a short break, and then we would come back, and then we'd do another 3 races, then it goes to the lunch break, and then we're back for the finals. We are eating into that middle gap in between the first 3 and the second 3 quite significantly. So that does mean that I think we'll be straight into those next races. Now, that is someone walking away from the grid. Now, who is that? I can't tell from the racesuit or the helmet just as of yet, unless they turned around a little bit faster. No, I do know who that is. That, I believe, is Savali Kagai, who was unfortunately, we did see him retire earlier on in the race. And I don't think he's going to be able to rejoin this race. I think if he's had a retirement, he's not allowed to go back on the start of this one. And it is the driver, Savali Kagai, who is unfortunately not going to be able to take part in this one. You can understand why he thinks he would have been. His kart was on the grid where it went off at the track initially, and it was probably there. And they thought, hey, can we get this going again? And I think they've just been spotted. Hey, no, hold on. You retired on lap 4 of the race. No, you're not able to restart this one, which is a shame. But it's the same story for other drivers who unfortunately did retire from the start of this one. Right, engines have fired up once again. I suspect this will be a 1-lap warm-up. It may be 2, actually, because they're still cut stationary on the grid. And there's still a sea of mechanics out on track, and the karts are already heading in towards turn number 6 and 7, which is halfway through the lap. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Mechanics do need to be careful here, because they are running in the middle of a circuit. There are karts coming around, and they do need to be careful about what part of the track they are situated on. But they're aware. They've got a head on their shoulders, and I'm sure they know how to use it, and they will push them, put themselves back into a safe spot as the field goes by. Right, everyone's left the grid. I think it was 1 lap to get them sorted out, so I think they are going to be going racing this time, because I can see the drivers nice and slow at the front of the field heading in towards turn number 13. So this looks like we will get a restart on our board straight away. No, it's not. They are going to go round again. I think we've still got mechanics on the circuit. We've still got drivers who have not caught up to the back of the field just yet. So I think the right call to make there. So now we have gone on to lap number 8. This is lap 8 of the, or lap 9 actually of the race. So this is lap 9 of the race that we're on now. So effectively, it is going to be 1 lap for these drivers to go racing, and it's a last lap. So this is going to be, I think, through lack of a better word, pretty feisty, I think, for the drivers. And for Julia Anglard, she's got a field now of 28 drivers behind her who all want a chance to move forward over the course of this one last final lap of the race. This is going to be an almighty fight here. The first race of the day will end up being probably the most dramatic of the weekend. And let's see what happens then. It's Anglard, Simmons and Clancy. 1, 2, 3. Will they end the race in that same order as we go green and racing? Once again, it's a solid start for the front 3 as they've already broken away. But surely there's got to be an immediate attack. And there is immediate attack. But it's not going to be on Julia Anglard. She has held on to that lead. Simmons holds on from Clancy as they push through the rest of the lap on this one. But as they dive down in towards the tight and twisted of turn 4 and exit, Julia Anglard has got an immense lead already. She has nailed that restart and is under no drama whatsoever. Nathan Kappen is dealing with Leonidas Peruzzi who is right on his rear tail, but he cannot find his way through right now because it is such a tight little circuit, and because they're so compact, I don't think we're going to see much change for them. Julia Angelard will make it around the final corner, and she will make it to that checkered flag. First race of the day is done and dusted, and Julia Angelard will see the checkered flag after waiting a long old time to get it. She stayed cool, calm and collected. And that is the first race of the day done and dusted for Julia Angelard. Angelina Simmons holds on to second place. Connor Clancy third from Neue Staciones. Casper Reipold, Manny Nuvolini, Nathan Cappin, Leonidas Peruzzi, Veer Chopra, Aaron Mason rounds out the top 10. And now they can make their way into Parc Ferme. It does feel like a little bit of a, well, was there any point to that? It was only a one lap after 2 laps under full course yellow. Well, the rules are the rules, and the regulations do state that 75% rule has to be applied. And that is unfortunately how the cookie crumbles on that one. Julia Angelard, Angelina Simmons, and Connor Clancy are your top 3. The top 10 we have gone over. Vanessa Shilkaneta finishing in 11th place ahead of Benjamin Westwood. Nicolas Karianis ahead of Jan Mikaleshko. Amani Kinua finishing in 15th place. A disaster after that nose cone penalty. Victoria Farfus from Samuel Del Gaudio. Axel Nocom finishes in P18 on that one. A 4th-place gain. That's a good charge through the field. Julia Montlair just behind, who had a 14th-place gain in that race to finish inside the top 20. And also ahead of Jason Cosmopoulos, who rounded out the top 20 with a P12 gain. Albert Tam from Kaukea. Then it is Xavier Perez-Naya from Nefeli Cosmopoulou. Sujana Dandu from Jivanmohan Karthik. Sanjana Dandu was able to race, finishes 27th place ahead of Savane Dukoski in the number 40 machine, who rounds out the top 28 drivers that finished that race. Retirements, Neil Nukmush, Mitach Jain, who were involved in that red flag. They were out of the race on that stage. Clelia Sodu out of the race. Didier Krief, Savane Guy also out of the race. This is a look at the highlights from it. And, well, initially, good start for the front runners. There you can see the drama right at the beginning of that race. I think that was, Neue Staciones having the moments there in that early stage, dropping down the order and right to the back of the grid. Would recover, though, in that later stage. Yes, can confirm it was Benjamin Westwood, actually, that went backwards in the order. So a very tough race for him throughout that one. But the field continued all the way on to lap number 7. That's where the drama's really started to unfold. We saw a great start of the race for Amani Kinua of South Africa, a driver well known within the karting community. He's a well-known pilot in European racing, but he has shot himself through the field on this one, only then to get on that red flag, the 5-second time penalty, I think, for a dropped nose, and that unfortunately dropped him back into the order. And on that restart, just, I think, got swallowed by the pack a little bit because he didn't gain anything from that one. He did go backwards and unfortunately finished that race in P15. Not the starts he would have wanted. Lap number 5, this is where we saw that clean overtakes again down the inside, going in towards turn number 2-7 as well. So big changes throughout that field. Let's go down to Parc Ferme, though. Guillaume Alvarez is down there with our race winner, which will be Julia Angelard.
Yes, indeed, Anthony. Welcome back, guys, to the Parc Ferme with Julia Angelard. Julia, let's take a bit of a moment to breathe here, because what a race, or shall we call it more like a shootout in the last lap, but you held on to the lead, and that's victory for you.
Yeah. At the start, the only thing I had to focus on was to get away from the pack quickly and to hold on to the lead, and I could do it.
You could do it despite the pressure coming from behind. There was a lot of other drivers trying to get past you, but you held on. That kind of situation, certainly not easy for you guys to try to get back into the focus after what happened on track.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I only saw the red flag after the crash, so I didn't really care about it that much.
Yeah, certainly that's a way for you guys to stay focused on what you have to do. Yesterday, good result for you already. The pace has been here for you in Jesolo, so you're starting on the right foot. The confidence is boosting right now?
Yeah.
Fantastic. One more race to go and the final. Good luck for that. Julia Angola, your first winner of the day in the junior category, Anthony, after what has been an eventful first race and one last shootout. But Julia held on, and that's really a boost of confidence for her.
Thank you very much, Guillaume Alvarez down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, it certainly is indeed. And she'll be going into that next race later on today with, I think, a nice smile on her face. Right, we will turn our attention now to Mini 60 for qualifying Heat 1. They're about to head out onto the circuit. Now, this race was due to start at 11:40. We are at 12 o'clock right now, so there is quite a lengthy delay, but that does mean that it will eat into that middle gap break just a bit. So that means that, yes, so it might be a quick turnover into the second round of heats for the drivers, but thankfully they've got a bit of time to wait for that one. There on your screen, championship leader. Today is a better day for the Italian. Pole position for Nicolo Perico after he put it on the second row of the grid yesterday in time qualifying. He will be starting this one alongside Mathis Brageot. Again, two drivers who have been familiar names at the front of this field. The same can be said for Lorenzo Zacchetto. He's had a really strong weekend so far. Daniel Häkkinen finding himself on the second row of the grid. A brilliant turn of events for the young driver who will be starting this one in P4. Alongside Lorenzo Zacchetto. He has got the outside line. He will need to work hard to get that card on the inside line going in towards turn 1, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Row number 3, we'll see an All-American row 3. Zane Burgess, yesterday's pole sitter, will be starting on the third row alongside Wyn Godschalk, who is now here at the circuit after he missed the first day of racing yesterday. Here's your grid. Nicolo Perico, Mathis Brageot on row number 1. Lorenzo Zacchetto and Daniel Häkkinen on row 2. Wyn Godschalk and Zane Burgess will round out the top 3. They will go from row number 6. Ridhan Preetham back out on track after an accident yesterday, which saw him in the ambulance, but he is okay. He's back out on circuit and he'll be starting on row 4 alongside Ari Kallenberg. Achilles Peruzzi and Ava Lawrence go from row 5. They'll have Giulio Mazzoni and Guido Ebergheni, who found himself on the podium in the Mini Under-10s yesterday. Aaron Qureshi and Giovanni Venturino go from row number 7. Vincente Capella and Atika Mir go from row 8. They'll have Matteo Pellin and Tia Palfrain on row number 9. Row 10, we'll see Jan Gazielik and Benjamin Krajkovic. Giovanni Desani Jr. and Samar Chopra go from row 11 as Manuel Kalendi doesn't have the greatest qualifying this time around. Finds himself on row number 12 alongside Alba Cueva. Bruno Baranda and Stanislav Zarko go from row 13. They'll have Alessandro Sales and Ronald Vettner on row 14. Isco Alonso will round out the 29 kart field. That is slowly making their way to post number 6, which is entering the final sector and towards the red line. When they pass that red line, no overtaking is permitted. They should be in 2x2 rolling start formation, which, as you can see, they are already very perfectly positioned into, as we will hopefully be going racing first time of asking. Guillaume Alvarez joins me back in the box from Parc Ferme. We are ready to go racing. The revs rise. Mini 60. Race 1 is go. Green lights are on, and we are racing down towards turn number 1. It's a solid start for Perico, but it's all gone wrong in the background and into the gravel trap. There has been a rollover for one of the drivers, and I can see the others are assisting, and we will try and figure out who they are. But have we had a moment once again? And we have. I can see the red flags are back out. This is lap number 1 with this red flag, which means it is a full race restart for the drivers. Now, the 3 drivers who are off at turn 1 are Giovanni Desani Jr. You've got Manuel Kalendi is there as well, and also Bruno Miranda. Those are the 3 drivers involved there. One has got going already. The one driver who's gone off, I can see, is the 819 machine that has got going. So that is good. That is Giovanni Desani Jr. He's got going. But Manuel Calendi and Bruno Miranda, the drivers from El Salvador and from Chile, they are off the circuit right now and are being seen to by the officials and medical crews. So once again, another red flag. This is going to be a full race restart here, Guillaume. This is lap 1. This does mean that if any carts have been badly damaged, they can be repaired. That means there's a 15-minute repair window. It means we've got a long old wait until we go racing again.
Yeah, indeed. Another bit of a drama here live from Jesolo. Unfortunately for the minis, we'll see. We'll have the starting procedure slightly delayed. As for now, you can see that the ambulance is making its way onto the track to give assistance to the two drivers that are still into the gravel trap on the outside of turn number 1, but the officials have, as always, been quick to intervene on to the site of the incident. As we're waiting now for the procedure to get going again, the time for the drivers to be properly assisted and the track to be made clear again. But another ton of event, unfortunately, here at the start of a race in Jesolo, this time for the mini class, but as you mentioned, we're not on lap 7, we are on lap number 1, the start of the opening lap, even though, which means that we're going to have the starting order as it was before being put in place for start number 2. So the procedure will be done again exactly as it was before. But in the meantime, we just need the medical team to intervene and to take the time that they need to evacuate the driver and make the outside of turn number 1 practical again for the racing. As you can see now, the youngsters out of the machines, waiting on the sideline as well, with the care of the RGMMC officials as well, telling them what to do. In the meantime, Martin Bean is on the side as well to control that things are done in order. And this is certainly the sort of situation that we hate to see in everyday motorsport and in the sport of karting as well. It has happened a few times already so far this weekend. There's even though all the safety measures have been taken coming to this weekend, and there's a great deal of concern for every single event about the safety of the place we are racing at. This sort of situation is unfortunately unpredictable, and sometimes this can happen, and taking a switch that you cannot truly plan in advance. But let's make sure at every time this is the case that all the officials, marshals are all the time absolutely 100%, 110% prepared for that sort of situation to be able to intervene quite quickly.
Indeed. Right. Well, as the officials sort out the incident at turn number 1, this will be a full restart with a repair window as well. We will take a short break. We'll be back in a few moments' time, hopefully with Mini 60 qualifying Heat 1 back underway. Don't go anywhere.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts, for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues, from the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovation, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the Teamwear line, for maximum creative freedom, uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Champions of the Future Academy program here live from the Pista Azzurra circuit in Jesolo, Italy. We are under a red flag procedure at the moment, but hopefully the race will get restarted very, very soon in Mini 60 in their qualifying Heat 1. Now, there was a repair window open, of course, which is what we've been waiting for. Any carts that were damaged were able to have a repair time, a 15-minute window that is allocated for the mechanics to fix the carts, get them back up and running, and put them back onto the grid. Because effectively what has happened now is a full race restart. It's like that first lap never even happened. Obviously, there was a red flag that did happen. But unfortunately, yes, a full restart for the drivers now who are getting that briefing ahead of this race. So effectively, full restart back to where it would be, which is an 8-lap race, which is hopefully going to be starting in the next few minutes' time. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Guillaume Alvarez still in the box. It's very warm in the box, and it's a very still day today. There is a bit of a breeze, not as strong as it was yesterday in the afternoon, which I've got to say I was so thankful for, because it is so incredibly hot in this commentary box.
It is indeed 27 degrees Celsius outside. A little bit of wind, as you said, picking up slowly, but hopefully we might have a little bit of a breeze coming to the afternoon. The rain radar, as you can see, with a little bit of a rainy cloud coming our way. So it was slightly expected, but last information we had was much later in the day.
I think it was around 3 o'clock. This is the future of what you are seeing here. There right now is now. And it's slowly creeping its way up towards us. And when it's just about to hit, it'll be around about 3, 4, 5 o'clock, those sort of times.
We might expect a little bit of rain. Let's see if it will start falling while we are busy with the finals. As you can see now, the call has been given to the drivers and the mechanic to get back to the machines as we're about to get going in a little bit of time. 5 minutes, as you can see, that we have to wait before the next start of the qualifying heat. Qualifying heat number 2 out of 6 today. But that little bit of waiting time also gives the chance to our media representative and photographers to get some good shots and close photograph of the drivers on track, as you could see them chatting with the race director, Mr. Martin Bean. As the proceedings go, once a serious incident as we had occur on track, it's down to the director to gather all the drivers and to have one more chat about how things are going to go next, and asking them to, as much as they can, go through the starting procedure the safest way possible. Those information have been given to the drivers in the briefing coming to the race as it took place on Friday. But a little bit of reminder after those events is always a good thing. As always, the pole sitter, in that case being Nicolo Perico, as he took pole position earlier in qualifying. He will be the one having to pace down everybody on the way to turn number 1. As the procedure goes, once you pass the red line onto the track between the cones just before the last 2 turns, this is the part where everybody has to group themselves together with the pace being dictated by the pole sitter. You cannot overtake. Only once you've passed the yellow line on the middle of the start-finish line, just in the middle of the grid. And once the light go out, as always, away we go for racing. But that's the procedure on paper. And when it comes down to the practical way of things, well, there might be a difference. And it's always easier said than done from our perspective. We're like, oh, come on, let's give it a try on the first out of ask, on the first attempt. But at this age, it takes time, it takes practice to get that procedure really well done, especially as a pole sitter. You have the pressure of those coming behind. You have the pressure of trying to kick the throttle a little bit earlier than the others to try to get away well on the way to turn number 1. But try to, while avoiding, to get your wheels outside of the corridor and get a penalty while doing so. So there's a lot of different factors that you have to really try to get in your head and try to manage in just the space of a few seconds. So I wouldn't like to be in their place, because that goes so fast with so much pressure on your shoulders to do well and then get the race on the way. But the first few corners, it has to be said, are quite tricky to handle. Here, the right turn in the first corner, very tight. Not a lot of run of area, as we said. This is an old-fashioned layout here in Jesolo. Don't forget, is that even though this is a short track, there's a lot of space, but there might be less runoff areas around the corners as we used to have in those days for the past 10 or 20 years. And because this is the way it used to be done back in the day. You can see that the tire walls are quite close. There's not a lot of runoff. There's gravel traps all over. And doesn't give much room to the drivers for any mistake. And once you're out, well, you might have big chances to stay out, actually.
Indeed. So for the drivers now, the last few checks just to be made before the driver is heading out. I can see standing in his car, Zane Burgess, yesterday's final winner. He's now taken a seat in his wagon ahead of this one. As there you can see, just a little further down in the order, there is Isco Alonso in his 842 machine. And he is primed and ready to go at the back of the field. Only, I believe, the one kart missing from the grid. That will be the likes of Bruno Miranda, who was involved in that incident at turn number 1. We do send our thoughts to him, and hopefully he is okay, and we hope to see him out later on today. Obviously, with now this being the second stoppage of today, this is putting us quite behind at the moment. So local time right now is 12:30. The race is due to start at 12:30 as well. So we will see that one going in a few moments' time. Now we're still waiting to see the seniors go out. Then their race is due to start at 12 o'clock. Of course, this race effectively has not even started yet. So we've still got to do this race, plus that next one, which then takes us through that middle break. Then we go back with another rotation. Juniors who will start at 1 o'clock. Now, we don't think we'll have time for that one. We've still got to do 2 races, and we've only got half an hour to do it. There is a look at some of the hard-working marshals out on the circuit. We couldn't go racing without the fabulous team here at the Pista Azzurra circuit in Jesolo, and they've been working tirelessly hard over the weekend to keep our drivers nice and safe. Thankfully for them, a bit of cloud cover for them to keep them cool, and like we've seen previously from that rain radar, maybe a little bit of precipitation to cool them down a little bit more later on. But they've got the brolly at the ready, and they've been working so incredibly hard over the course of this weekend, so we can't thank them enough. But like we're saying, I think we're moments away from getting this one started. Last checks are just being made behind the scenes already for the drivers. You can see that they are all seated, ready to rock and roll. Mechanics getting into position now, as I think we are not far away from getting a start here, Guillaume.
Yeah, the last few moments as the last check is being given by Mr. Martin Binder is directly in the middle of the picture as he makes his way back to his position nearby the start-finish straight. A lot of people around here on this Jesolo Pista Azzurra track. The grandstand is filled with passion, with dedication, and you might be able to hear sometimes some of the cheers from the crowd in our microphones as well. It's not that often, my dear Anthony, that we get to be that close from the grandstand and from the fans cheering on the drivers on track, and that's a nice change of habits, that's for sure, as it gives us the ambience, it gives us this, the atmosphere as well, right from the fans on the sideline, as the green flag is about to be waved, and this will be the signal for the drivers to go around one more time for the warm-up lap, and then this will be a rolling procedure as always. Nicolo Perico, Mathis Brajo, Lorenzo Zucchetto, Daniel Hakkinen, Wayne Goldchuk, Zane Burgess. These are your protagonists at the lead of this grid. Wayne Goldchuk, the young American that wasn't here yesterday, he was busy doing some other racing not far from here in other series as well, but he's joining us for round 2 of this weekend of racing in Jesolo. And Wayne Goldchuk has had a good run of performances in the early part of the championship. Before coming here, he was classified in second place in the overall standing behind Nicolo Perico. This class, it's fair to say, has been very much dominated by the young Italian Nicolo Perico, taking pole position for the qualifying heats, certainly eager to make it all the way to the top step of the podium in the final. But Nicolo Perico, having won already 2 finals so far this season in Portimao and collecting the points that comes with it in the other races, is the dominant leader of the class. Can he win on home soil this weekend in Italy? There's a lot to play with, certainly, and Zane Burgess, the winner of yesterday, is here to give him a hard time.
Always fabulous to hear your country's national anthem blurting out on a podium at your home circuit. But let's see what happens then as they make their way in towards turn number 13. The pace is slow and steady, but Mini 60 qualifying heat 1 is once again about to get underway as well. They're not really in the tram lines there. Are we going racing? I think we are. Yes, indeed. Lights are out. We are racing down and towards turn number 1. This time around, the whole field gets through cleanly. And crucially, right at the front of it, Nicolo Perico holds on to the lead. The Italian still in a fine position right now, but Lorenzo Zucchetto is piling on the pressure. They run about 3-4 wide in the background, but they all keep it just within inside the track limits, albeit one or two going a little bit wide. One of those being Guido Ebegeni, I think, in the number 840, did stand on the podium in the Mini Under 10 category yesterday. He's finding himself getting shuffled to the back of the grid. But crucially at the front here, it's all guns a-blazing, and it's all a good, strong start for your top 4. But crucially, it is Nicolo Perico who still leads the way, heading in towards turn number 13.
Yeah, good getaway for everybody here. About to complete lap number 1 out of 8. Nicolo Perico, he said earlier in the interview you can find on Instagram that he cannot see himself losing on Onsol. So the spirit is there, the attacking spirit certainly for Nicolo Perico, trying to build himself a bit of a gap from the rest of the field, with Zucchetto in great battle now with Mathis Brajo, Wayne Goldchuk, Zane Burgess, the two Americans close by, following in 4th and 5th. As a run inside the 820 of Zane Burgess, trying to hold on to his position. There's going to be no easy trick, certainly, as the 832 of Wayne Goldchuk as well is trying to give him a hard time. Burgess, Goldchuk battling along with Zucchetto, dropping to position in P5. It's about using the time more appropriately to get the racing line, to get the places and the points that come with it, because there's only 2 qualifying races to try to get as high as possible on that starting grid, coming to the final later. This is one more lap completed. Nicolo Perico, let's have a look at the gap. It just went up to half of a second almost with the fastest lap for the leader. Mathis Brajo being harassed further back by the two Americans, Burgess and Goldchuk, just behind. On the inside goes Goldchuk on Burgess. Beautifully done by the young American. And we have trouble as well. Just outside of your screen, just happened in turn number 2. Couple of drivers involved.
Yeah, 3 drivers unfortunately grinding to a halt at turn number 2. And that's a big shame for Mattia Pellin, Atika Mir as well. And I think Benjamin Karajkovic also involved in that incident. They have got going. But I think Giovanni Venturino as well was also caught out in that incident. He's tumbled to the back of the grid as well. And those drivers, I believe, are out of this race. And yes, they are out. They will not continue. That is a big shame for them. Race continuing, though, and still some changes happening. Goldchuk now is up into 3rd place ahead of Lorenzo Zucchetto. There is Zane Burgess going wheel to wheel with Daniel Hakkinen, who is still trying to get involved. It's an almighty fight for 3rd place right now here, Guillaume, as drivers are all scrambling to keep their cart on the track. Pritam's there as well. Ari Kallenberg, Achilles Paluzzi still there as well, as Ava Lawrence has stepped up through the field. There are the 2 drivers who unfortunately have only just retired from the race, and they're unfortunately not going to go any further. But crucially, the fight at the front is clean between Perico and Brajo. Goldchuk in 3rd place, though, has got an almighty fight on his hands here.
As the 2 leaders are well away from the rest of the field, 2.5 seconds between Nicolo Perico and Mathis Brajo, as we're about to conclude right now lap number 4, halfway through that qualifying heat. Here's the chasing train with Goldchuk down in 3rd, Zane Burgess putting the pressure on his fellow countrymen, Zucchetto, Hakkinen, Kallenberg, Lawrence, Braham and Pelfrene. Oh, and a little bit of a moment there outside of the turn. Unfortunately, it goes 820. Zane Burgess, contact after contact, and Zane Burgess in trouble by the look of it, dropping places after places. I didn't get to see if he was slightly pushed or he had to go wide on the outside of that turn number 3. But certainly a lot of positions lost as a result of that incident for Zane Burgess. Let's see where he is at the moment. All the way down to P8. Zane Burgess, last race, yesterday's race winner, as We might need to see that again, but the battle is taking another turn, and the heat is very much on.
Yeah, it certainly is. Harry Kallenberg had a disaster in that as well and has tumbled out of the contention in this race. But across the line they go. Still Perico leads from Brajot. Gottschalk holding on to third place from Preetham. Lawrence, Pelfrey, Hakkinen, Burgess is now there, like you mentioned, in P8. And I think this is that moment again. So keep an eye. So Burgess on the outside here gets squeezed onto the dusty part. He rejoins onto the circuit into the path of the oncoming carts. And there you can see he's made contact with the 829 of Harry Kallenberg. And that is how Kallenberg went down the order. And here is it again from another angle. So you can see he's on the dusty stuff, comes back onto the circuit right in front of Kallenberg. Oh, that's heavy damage to that front NASA panel as well. That'll have to be a technical flag and a retirement for Kallenberg. But crucially for Burgess, he's still in this race. But like you say, yesterday's final winner has tumbled down the order.
And he's not the only one. Lorenzo Zucchetto is the driver he got tangled with on the outside of that turn. And Lorenzo just gained a position, but it's all the way down to P11. So double disappointment for both Lorenzo Zucchetto and Zane Burgess, respectively 8 and 11 at the moment. As we keep following the battle with the 822 of Pelfrey. One of the drivers who is joining us today wasn't here competing yesterday with Daniel Hakkinen, the 810 just behind this battle for P6. Pelfrey climbing 12 places up to P6 at the moment, as the 809 seems to be in trouble.
Yeah, it's that Dickamere. Yep, she was the driver who was caught out in the incident at turn number 2, and unfortunately for her, she has got going again, but she has tumbled down the order. Zane Burgess here is under immense amount of pressure. Vincente Capella is right on his rear bumper and is trying to get a move done here as they head through the likes of turn 13. Fight still very much on as the field are heading on to the last lap of this race. Perico still leads, but Burgess is going to go defensive here in the background as down the inside. Achilles Paluzzi has made the move on one, and now Burgess goes for the move on the other. Burgess down the inside, gets through past Daniel Hakkinen and steps up in the order. Daniel Hakkinen now goes to the back of this group as they all concertina up. There, though, seemingly unaware of all the drama that's happening behind him, the Italian Nicolo Perico is heading to the line and is looking absolutely sublime right now as he makes his way through the last couple of corners. It was a tough day in the office yesterday for the Italian, but it's redemption today. Viva Italia, says Nicolo Perico as he heads across the line. And he wins his first qualifying heat of the day ahead of Mathis Brajot. Win Gottschalk in his first appearance this weekend. Steps across the line in P3 ahead of Preetham. Lawrence in P5 ahead of Zane Burgess. Teo Palfrey from Vincente Capella. Daniel Hakkinen from Achilles Paluzzi rounds out the top 10. A deserved drive for the field, but exactly what Nicolo Perico wanted. He had to wait a little bit of time to find that P1, but he did get it. There is your top 3. Nicolo Perico, Mathis Brajot, Win Gottschalk, 1, 2, 3, out on track. Incredible stuff for Gottschalk. Of course, he is fighting in that championship. He missed yesterday. He was racing elsewhere in Italy. He then won that event in Italy, and now he's come here and he's vying for a win in another part of the country only a day later. But it's a third place for the American ahead of Ridvan Preetham, who finishes in P4. It's great to see Ridvan Preetham fighting so strong after the drama he had yesterday. Ava Lawrence ahead of Zane Burgess, Teo Palfrey and Vincente Capella. Daniel Hakkinen from Achilles Paluzzi, Lorenzo Zucchetto and Jan Gardzielik. Guido Ebegeni from Dilio Mazzoni. Then it is Alba Cueva from Manuel Calendi, who after was involved in that incident at turn number 1, did have a relatively decent race there, gaining 7 positions to finish in P16. Alessandro Salas with a 10-place gain finishes in P17 ahead of Arshen Qureshi. Then it is Stanislav Zarko, Samar Chopra, Ronald Ventnor, Mateo Pellin and Atika Mir. Ezko Alonso rounds up 24 finishes in that race. Here's a look at the highlights from it. Obviously, the first race, dramatic start at turn number 1. This would be the restart for the field. A much cleaner start for the front row, and for Nicolo Perico, able to hold on to that lead as he would go for a lights to flag in this race. So a very strong performance from him over the course of this one. The fight was on, though, in the background. Some drivers seemingly going a little bit wide there. I think that may have been the likes of Vincente Capello, who's had a really good start to his weekend here, but 7th place gain for him in the early stages of that race. Zane Burgess trying to push his way through. Certainly a driver not afraid to get his elbows out, and there you can see him squeezing his way through, making the move complete there on lap number 2 of the race. And again, well, anything you can do, I can do better, says the drivers behind, as he was fighting fearlessly with the entire field around him. Then you can see this moment down the inside, Win Gottschalk sending it down the inside. The two Americans going absolutely wheel to wheel with each other. Then you saw the likes there as well of Lorenzo Zacchetto pushing his way through. Dramas in that latter stage of the race, unfortunately, where Giovanni Desani Jr., I think Benjamin Krajkovic and Giovanni Venturino all had a moment. This was a tense moment here for Zane Burgess. Over the front, NASA panel there of Ari Kallenberg after getting squeezed wide on the exit of turn number 3. We'll leave you with these highlights as we'll head down, though, to Parc Ferme as Guillaume Alvarez is ready.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Here in the Parc Ferme, Nicolo Perico. Well, from pole position, the win, but yet it didn't seem that easy on track. Do you confirm?
Yeah, now we'll see for the next hit. Now, yeah.
Well, we'll see for the next heat. That's one hit down, one victory in the bag. The confidence is there. You had the pressure from Mathis Brageau all throughout the race. Was it easy to keep him behind, or was it like a very hard drive?
Yeah, the first 2-3 laps I was really pushing, and after I just go slowly and slowly. Yeah, I was continuing to do purple, but I wasn't pushing like before.
All right, a little bit of push left for the next race. Thank you very much, Nicolo. Grazie mille. As we're going to have live Mathis Brageau. Mathis, bravo. Well done to you. Second place of that first qualifying heat of the day. Missing a couple of tenths on Nicolo at the checkered flag. What was missing for you for maybe to get closer and maybe to try and overtake?
Maybe the start when I close in the first lap. But yeah, I mean, if I have 3 more laps, I mean, I can go to catch Nicolo.
3 more laps would have been nice indeed, but your pace has been strong since yesterday on this track. The confidence is there. One more race and then the final, so I'm sure you're going to try again to beat Nicolo.
Yeah, I want to go overtake Nicolo and go for a win in the final.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you. Mathis Brageau, second of that race. Merci beaucoup, Mathis. As we'll see them back on track a bit later on. We have one more race to go for the seniors in the first round of qualifying heats. Back to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume Alvarez down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, it's been a shaky start, but we have got the seniors heading out next onto the circuit. As there you can see those clouds looming ever closer in the background as we are expecting and due some rain later on in the day. But it is OKN Senior out for qualifying Heat 1. Now, this race was due to start at 12 o'clock. There has obviously been a little bit of a delay with a couple of the red flags that we have had, which means these drivers have been waiting some extra 45 minutes for their race to start, which is a bit of a shame for them. The juniors, who were only off the circuit some half an hour ago, they've made their way back. But they have already just been called back to come to the pre-grid because their race is due to start at 1 o'clock. There, though, starting on your screen and on pole position, Wojciech Woda. Once again, it was a pole position yesterday. He poled it in the final, and in that final as well, he came away with a win, clear by 3 full tenths of a second. So he's going to be the driver to beat this weekend. And he might have that company once again from some familiar faces. There, starting alongside him, Jacob Mikolev, who yesterday finished those 4 tenths of a second behind him after gaining 3 places in the final. He's going to be the one this time around who would say, you know what, I don't want to deal with that. Let's switch it over. But again, that front row is not alone because the second rows behind sees the likes of Chiara Batik. You can see her cut there, the 228. Primed and ready to go, has got the close company of Guido Badoli, who'll be starting on row number 2 as well. The 2:05 machine has been absolutely superb in time qualifying this morning, and I'm curious to see how he's going to get on in this one. So the 2:05 yesterday, Guido Badoli in the final, had a good race, gained 7 places, but did finish outside of the top 10. He finished in a P11 in that race yesterday. There, though, is Chiara Batig. She is ready to go. Really strong performances. I've got to say, Chiara Batig has excelled in her karting career over the course of 2025. She has really impressed, not only in the academy program, but of course in international karting levels as well for her. She has been pushing very, very hard over the course of this season, and she is certainly going to be one to watch for the rest of the 2025 season. 1 minute board going up in the sky there. Chief Pre-Grid Officer Ross Upton showcasing that board. There is your rain radar. There is the, imminent rain that is on its way, and that will be heading to us in the next few hours or so. That is going to be an interesting one for the drivers to have to deal with. They have not had any wet running this weekend around this circuit, but because it's so hot, because it's so humid, if it only trickles down, we might be fine. But let's see what happens. Wojciech Woda and Jacob Mikulev on row number 1. Chiara Batig and Guido Badoli will round out row number 2. Klarica Wolczyk and Salamat Soy, they've also had a fabulous qualifying, and they start this on row number 3. Ella Häkkinen, who was fighting for a podium yesterday, finds herself on row number 4 today alongside Oscar Gallin, Gianna Pascal and Radek Vavra. Marcus Juncher and Xavier Suarez will be put on row number 6. Gabi Teixeira, pole sitter from Portugal, will be starting on row 17 with Ryan Qureshi alongside. Marcus Shilkunas, championship leader, once again is not having a good day today. He'll start alongside Neil Russell a little further back in the field. Marlon Bayer and Oscar Camille go from row number 9. They'll have Dylan Patel and Sebastian NG going from row number 10. Senior Ornball and Alessandro Giorantano go from row 11. They'll have Rafael Bullard and Carolina Redondo on row number 12. Benjamin Borgiromia and Magana Lucia go from row 13. They'll have Emmanuel Corona and Pietro Camalengo on row 14. Anastasia Genesis and Omar Jorge will round out the 30 kart field out on circuit. With the drivers now primed and ready, hopefully we get a lights to flag finish for these drivers. They stay cool, calm, collected as they exit out of the final corner into the tram lines. Lights going out. It's Wojciech Woda and Jacob Mikulev on the front row of the grid. Lights are out. We're racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the inside row. And immediately, Chiara Batig has got herself up into second place. But 2 drivers, unfortunately, have been caught out at turn number 1. And they will get the 1 attempt to get restarted. But I don't think they're even going to attempt it. So that's a big shame for them. We'll find out who they are in a few moments' time as my screens update. It is drivers who are a little further down in the order. Yeah, it is. Dylan Patel is one of them. And I think Emmanuel Corona is the other one of those 2 drivers. So they're both out of this race. Crucial at the start of this one, though. Woda leads the way, but Chiara Batig is there in second place, and she is trying to get involved. There's a driver who's not got started in this one either. That is Rafael Bullard on the 208 machine, who I think failed to get started on the first attempt. He's got started now. He is in this race, but all the way back and down by a lap as well.
Yeah, it's a good getaway in this opening lap for everybody except for 2 drivers, unfortunately for them. As Patrick there you go, switch for second place with Clark Kowalczyk getting ahead of Chiara Batig. Up into second place between the 2 lady drivers. Oh, a little bit of contact with 249 of Mikulev on Chiara Batig, the 228. Well, the door was open and Jacob Mikulev was trying to... Oh, and a big coming together. Another one into turn number 7. As,
that's Gianna Pascal is there.
3 drivers in.
Yeah, the 207 also out of the race. That is Oscar Gallin and the 244 machine of Neil Russell all out of the race. And that's some heavy damage to them as well. Marshals will be quickly on the scene. However, there's no runoff there. They've got to pull them across the circuit. Yellow flags are out at post number 5. but the field will be heading there very, very soon. So hopefully those marshals can work quickly. But the field will be there momentarily. Guido Badoli has just set the fastest lap of the race. He is there in third place, pushing through on that 2:05 machine. Drivers enter into yellow flags now. No overtaking is permitted until they see a green flag, which is later at post number 6. So there is no overtaking effectively all the way through that sector. You may not be battling, but I can see some side-by-side action as the marshals once again try to clear the circuit as quickly as they possibly can. Back over the start-finish straight they go. Here is your top 3. Voda, Kowalczyk, Badoli, line astern. There is 4th place onwards. Hakkinen, Mikalev, Batig and Matsui, who are still right there as well. They're all fighting for position. But crucially, I'm going to keep an eye on Guido Badoli here. Down the inside, Klara Kowalczyk goes for a surprise move for the lead. She's got past Wojciech Voda and now leads the way. The driver from Poland is looking mighty strong, but it's a Poland 1-2 now with Kowalczyk leading from Voda. But something tells me that fight's not over just yet, as Guido Badoli is still right there to play.
Yeah, fantastic move from Klara Kowalczyk. She made it to P5 in yesterday's final, and now she's eager to do even better than that against Wojciech Voda, yesterday's dominator of the senior final. But the heat might be another story this time around. Wojciech Voda still very much on tail of Klara Kowalczyk as Badoli, the driver, coming back from P4 on the inside. There we go, the 205. As I was saying that, he just took another place, but he's losing it already to Wojciech Voda, and a couple of drivers involved into another tussle. One of them going cross-country into the grass, just in the hairpins of the first part of the track. Wojciech Voda in the meantime going back up into P2, and we had the Vavra indeed tumbling down the order, dropping places after going off the track. Unfortunately for the driver that finds himself now in P14.
So Guido Badoli now pushing himself through that field. Eyes on this one though as they exit out of turn 13 once again. Klara Kowalczyk in control of this race, and Wojciech Voda there. Jacob Mikalev fighting for position in third place. Guido Badoli has got Ella Hakkinen for company just behind. Hakkinen, who was fighting to get on that podium yesterday. She started on the front row for that final. Today she's going to have to work a little bit harder to get to that position, as now Batig sets the fastest lap of the race, is closing once again in on her fellow Discover Your Drive Initiative driver, who has stepped up into P5 now. But Sana Matsuri is there also, the driver from Japan, also delivering a very strong start, as this is how it happened. Oh, unfortunately, that's 3 karts into 1. Don't go. And unfortunately, that is a big shame for those 3 drivers. That is Gianna Pascal, Oscar Gallen and Neil Russell all out of the race. And there is the moment where there you're in yellow flag conditions, and they're drivers who are side by side going for overtakes.
They're not supposed to do that, unfortunately, in this particular zone. And unfortunately for Gianna Pascola, as you could see, the 212 trying to get a move on the inside, and that's how it's all started between those 3. Into the wall of turn number 7. This is the same spot where Marka Silkunas actually had a retirement in yesterday's qualifying heats. Talking about the championship leader, is all the way down to P15 and not quite able to get through the field, shall I say. Hopefully he didn't go through the grass this time around, but still stuck behind Sebastian Ng in P14 and 15 respectively. So Marka Silkunas, not the best start of his day, as he would have expected certainly, as we're back here with the leaders. Klara Kowalczyk, 0.2 of a second for Wojciech Voda, who just put out the fastest lap in the race, trying to catch up as well with the Polish driver in the lead. Jacob Mikalev down in third, and we have Badoli, Hakkinen, Batig, Matsui, Jancha, Xavier and Koreishi for your top 10. A couple of heavy climbers into this field, with Garatano, for instance, climbing 11th place up to P11. But now, as we are about less than 5 laps before the checkered flag, Kowalczyk is still holding on to that lead. One of the 9 young drivers as part of the Discover Your Drive program by the F1 Academy, the main partner of the Champions of the Future Academy program since last year. We also have some of the representative of the Iron Dames on this field of drivers. Close to 100 competitors this weekend here in Jesolo. Wojciech Voda is waiting certainly for the right timing, the best opportunity that he might be able to get at some point. But while he's waiting, well, Jacob Mikalev is trying to get as close as possibly So try to open that door at some point. Look at how Chloe is. The 228 is a little bit further back. Clara Batig and Leila Akinen battling for P5. With the pressure of Matsui a little bit further back into the last sector, the most flowing part of the Jesolo track. And still those clouds, they're not going anywhere anytime soon. I heard you say that the rain might be coming our way much earlier than expected.
Around 3, 4,
still?
5 o'clock.
Okay,
yeah, still around that area. Yeah, so we're not expecting it until that moment. So these drivers got a long time to wait for that one. But as you see there, Klara Kowalczyk still pushing away now with the fastest lap of the race. But we'll keep our eyes focused on this one, the Batig-Hakkinen battle that is still ensuing in between turns 5, 6 and 7 at the moment. They are fighting for P5 here. But let's see how this will unfold. Still the field behind trying to close in these early stages. Some big movers as well in the background looking very strong. But the top 3 are in a state of, at readiness, I think is a good way of describing it. Kowalczyk, Voda and Mikolev are holding a very steady gap between themselves right now. But no big lunges just yet. It's the same that can be said for the entirety of the top 7 right now. Make that the top 8, or actually make that the top 10. They're all at a bit of an opening at the moment. No one's really close enough to get a lunge down the inside, apart from nearer the back of the field, where we're seeing, I think, Magana Lucia trying to get the moves done in the background. The driver from Kenya trying to push his way forward, and at this moment not finding the moves just yet. Out again into the final sector of the lap. Speeds open up here for the drivers as we head over onto lap number 12 of this race. The race is coming to a conclusion, but I think at this moment Klara Kowalczyk is pretty comfortable. However, Guillaume, that gap has come down now to 0.2 of a second. Wojciech Voda might be leaving something right to the very end here.
Yeah, they have been both consistent in terms of lap time, pretty much in the same 10th of a second every lap. So slight improvement here for Kowalczyk in the first sector of the track, up to 0.3 of a second. But yeah, she's not been able to this point to really extend the gap as much as she would have liked. Voda is very much on the tail within the same rhythm, and the same can be said of Jakub Mikolev down in third, who had a bit of a trouble yesterday, but back at full force. Jakub Mikolev, after picking up 2 penalties in his first qualifying heat of yesterday, that didn't prevent him from doing great in coming to the final with a second place behind Wojciech Voda and in front of Markas Kunas. But that was for yesterday, as we take everything down to 0. We're the same competitors, the same actors, for a slightly different show. But Klara Kowalczyk, she was within the top 10 of the championship coming to this event, classifying at this point 7th in the standings. The standings have been slightly changed since yesterday, but certainly one of the best performances, her best performances at this point of the weekend, as she head down to the checkered flag, and that should be win number 1 of the weekend for Klara Kowalczyk.
It certainly will do. Out of the final corner to the checkered flag, Klara Kowalczyk takes her first win of the weekend in fine fashion. That's a deserved win. She checks over the shoulder. She nods her head. She says, yes, that is how it's done. And now we might see Klara Kowalczyk take that all the way to the final. But we'll have to wait and see. But for right now, she can celebrate, knowing she has the pace here at the Pista Azzurra in Jesolo. The field make their way back then to Parc Ferme. It is Klara Kowalczyk from Wojciech Voda and Jakub Mikolev. 1, 2, 3 on circuit. But let's see how the rest of the weekend will progress. Guido Badoli, great run for him. Not gaining, not losing any places, but still finishes in P4 ahead of Chiara Batig and Ella Hakkinen with a 1-place gain to finish in P6. Sada Matsui finishes in P7 ahead of Marcus Juncha. Then it is Ryan Qureshi with a 5-place gain in P9 ahead of Marlon Bayer. 7 places gain to finish in P10. Suarez Muniz finishing in P11. We'll have Alessandro Giratano, who just gained 10 places there. Biggest mover in the race. And finishing in P12 ahead of Radek Vavra. Sebastian NG with a 6th-place gain there, finishes in P14 out on track. Marcus Shilkunis in 15th place from Gabi Teixeira in 16th place. Senior on ball from Benjamin Borgiramia. And then it is Petro Camelengo from Oscar Schmil. Carolina Redondo from Magana Lucia. Anastasia Gerasis and Omar Jorge, who ran out the 24 finishers ahead of Rafael Ballard in 25th place. Here's a look at the highlights from that race. Well, pretty interesting start for the front runners. Plenty of action to be had as Wojciech Woda held on to the lead for the first moments of that one. But Klara Kowalczyk and Chiara Batig were certainly the two drivers who we needed to keep an eye on. Chiara Batig looking like she was going to go for those moves early on in the race to try and get past Wojciech Woda. Not able to find the move done in the early stages. We had the drama at turn number 1, unfortunately, where we lost the likes of Dylan Patel and Emmanuel Corona. They would go no further in this in the race. We had the drama right at the start for the 208 of Rafael Boulard, who did manage to get restarted in that race. But like you say, finished a lap down and in 25th place. Drama still continued. Big moment there for Chiara Batig, getting squeezed out wide after a move down the inside there by the likes of Jacob Mikalev, just squeezing his cut to the inside. Then you had the drama for the three drivers, Gianna Pascal, Oscar Gallin and Neil Russell, all colliding with each other in towards turn number 7 and 8, where local yellow flags were out. And unfortunately, we did see one or two drivers go for some moves in that yellow flag area. Early stages of it, down the inside, big moves from Guido Badoli, who was pushing as hard as he can over the course of that race. But it wasn't going to be enough because Klara Kowalczyk would take that checkered flag and she will see her first win of the weekend ahead of the rest of the field. Let's head down though to Parc Ferme because Guillaume Alvarez is down there.
Yes, indeed, Anthony, here with Klara Kowalczyk. Klara, well done to you. What a race. I mean, that move first, and then you held on to the lead with the pressure of Wojciech behind you. How was it out there?
Yeah, I think it was quite challenging, especially at some point. I saw that I was going a bit slower than before. Also with my hands, I have got a lot of blisters. This track is very challenging physically, I think. Yeah, the moves were good. I think on the first lap of Chiara, the overtake was quite good. Then I managed to gain some lead position and the position on track, and then the move on Woda. And then I just decided to just push and see if he's faster, he overtakes me. If he's not, then.
Do you think he went for the long game, deciding not to go for the move, waiting a little bit maybe for the next race or the final to give the extra push, or you feel like you gave him a hard time at every turn?
I mean, I was just doing my best. I think like in every race, we will see how's the next race. But the tires don't feel bad, so I think it will be okay.
And talking about the track, can we see maybe your hands? Look at that, how difficult and how physical that Jesolo track is. Those drivers are giving really the 100% on this particular circuit. Conditions are not easy, we know, with the grip and the hotness and everything. We might expect rain. If you were to choose between the dry and the rain on this track, what would it be?
I think dry, because I think no one really drove here in wet. Also, this track is very grippy, so on wet it will be quite challenging.
All right, best of luck to you. Whatever the conditions, fingers crossed. One more qualifying heat to go, and then the final. Thank you very much, Klara. Congratulations on that first win. That was for the seniors. This concludes, Anthony, the first round of qualifying heats. We have 3 more after that, and then we'll make our way to the final.
Right, thank you very much there, Guillaume. Right, there's been some words happening out there on the circuit in the airwaves. Right, the juniors are lined up, ready to go. Their race due to start at 1 o'clock. And of course, right now it is 1:05. That one, I believe, is coming out straight away. However, I think there will be a break after this race to allow the minis that were only on track some 20-odd minutes ago to get themselves turned around and ready back for their second race. Of course, because of those delays that we have had, it has put the timetable a bit askew. So right now, I think they're just giving those drivers a little bit more breathing time to get the carts, like you say, turned around, back on the grid, and ready to go for this one. So we'll have to wait and see and wait for a full confirmation of that one. But right now, it is the juniors that will be heading out onto the circuit next. They have had a good turnaround time. And, of course, their race is only starting around 5 or so minutes delayed from what it was originally due to start. Obviously, we had a bit of a shaky start at the beginning of the day, where we had the red flag for the juniors on lap number 7. Unfortunately, we didn't quite make it to the 75% rule, which means there was a race restart for a one-lap shootout, which did see Julia Anglard taking the win in that one. A fabulous turn of events for her in her first race of the day today. She had a very strong day yesterday, where in the juniors she did finish just off the podium. She had a very tough final, actually, yesterday, did Julia Anglard, who went all the way down the order just that little bit, but still had a very strong start to the day as she ended her final in P12. That was yesterday, though. Today is a brand new day. There'll be another final later on today. It might be a wet final with some rain forecast, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not that will be the case. Right, here we go then. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. We will take you through that full starting lineup then as OKN Junior head out for qualifying heat number 2. It is Julia Anglard and Benjamin Westwood on row number 1, Angelina Simmons and Connor Clancy on row 2. They'll have Noe Stasionis and Didier Kreeft on row 3. Manny Nuvolini and Leonidas Peruzzi go from row 4. They'll have Casper Reipold and Nathan Cappin on row 5. Amani Kinua and Samuel Del Gaudio go from row 6. They'll have Vanessa Shilkaneta and Sevilla Perez-Naya on row number 7. Aaron Mason and hopefully we might see Mitash Jain. He was involved in the red flag earlier on. We do hope he is okay, and hopefully we do see him out later on. Veer Chopra and Victoria Farfus, they go from row number 9. They'll have Sujana Dandia and Zavina Drakowski on row 10. Jan Mikaleshko and Axel Nocom go from row 11. They'll have Albert Tam and Kaya Kera on row 12. Claire Liasodu and Sanjana Dandu go from row 13. Nicholas Karayanis from Shivan Karthak. Then it is Savale Kagai and Neil Nekmush on row 15 from Kesmopoulos from Monlair, and Zhu Haofei, who I don't believe will be out on the track for this one. Right then, drivers entering into the final corner. It is a quick old lap there for the drivers to get formed up, ready to go, but I think they have done that. Are we going racing? First time of asking. Lights have not gone out. It is a false start. They will go round again, which is good news because Guillaume Alvarez is back in the commentary box and it gives him a time to get a word in before the race starts. Guillaume, how is it feeling out there? You've been out there a couple of times now. Rain is forecasted, clouds are looming, but what's it like out on circuit?
Well, windy by the look of it, looking at some of the parachute users that we have around.
It's my lift back to the hotel later.
There you go. Much faster than a taxi, actually, I assume. Actually, the weather is still hot, I can tell you for sure. Still 37 degrees in the air, but you can feel the cloud above our heads. Still humid as well, as we're close to the sea as well. But, yeah, you can feel that potential thunderstorm is in the air, even though still a few hours away. But we can hardly complain, you know. The conditions have been perfect for the drivers so far. I have to confess, I did ask the drivers here to give me an extra lap to have the time to take a breather once coming back to the box. So that's why we have an extra formation lap, so we can have a bit of a time to speak before and not be out of breath after my run back from the back family.
Run or cycle?
Cycle, thank God.
There you go. Yeah, be fair. You didn't run. I've never seen you run, Guillaume. Right then, here we go. Out of the final corner into the tram lines. This looks better. Lights are out. We're racing. Down towards turn number 1. Julia Anglard once again holds on to the lead of this one. But keep an eye on the rest of them as they all go through. One driver, unfortunately, into the gravel trap at turn number 1. But the entire field is still strong at the front of it. Anglard holds on to the lead right now. Angelina Simmons once again has slotted into second place and is on the charge here to try and close into Anglard. They had a good race earlier on that was intervened somewhat by the likes of Connor Clancy, who found himself fighting in and around that top sector. But let's see how this one unfolds as they exit out of sector number 2 and into sector 3 for the first time. It's still Anglard that leads the way.
Yes, indeed, a good getaway after a good start from the pole sitter, Julian Anglard. As lap 1 is completed and the first part of the track as well, with everybody on board still. We kind of hold our breath as they go through turn number 2, 3 and 4. Those happens that have seen so many victims over the course of the weekend. Here's the qualifying standings as it is for now, the qualifying heat classification. And if it stays like it is, with Giulia Angola potentially taking another win, that would make her with 100 points in front of Simons, Stasionis, Clancy, Nivolini and Rachpold at the moment. But we're going to have to wait the conclusion of that 10-lap race, lap number 2, as Simons Torres, one of the young driver backed by the Iron Dames squad, competing here this weekend in second place, trying to hold on to Mani Nivolini, keeping the young Frenchman behind as much as possible. Benjamin Westwood dropped 2 places down to P4 from Conor Clancy as well, all the way down to P5. Here they come again in front of opposition. Here's the gap, almost 3 tenths between Angular and Simons. Nivolini down, run inside goes at the 35. Conor Clancy getting ahead of Benjamin Westwood for P4. Beautifully done in turn number 2 for Conor Clancy, who stepped on the second step of the podium yesterday after being one of the chasers in this class. Couldn't quite keep up with the winner yesterday, being Didier Kreeft, but Conor Clancy this time around just went for the move and is going to try certainly to climb all the way up to P1 this time, as Didier Kreeft has not quite managed to do so.
I'm going to keep my eyes on Nathan Kappen in this race. The driver of the number 22 machine is looking mighty quick out there. He's on a 3-place gain and he is pushing his way through the field nicely here. But we'll keep a close eye on his progression as he heads back over the start-finish line. He has got a group of drivers in front of him, including yesterday's pole sitter Didier Kreeft, who is lining for a move. But there is a move from Conor Clancy. He has stepped up into second place. This will push the field backwards now. So Simons gone down to third. But the drivers right now are looking mighty, mighty strong, as Mani Nuvolini is still on the charge through this race, as it's all going a bit feisty there in the top 5 area, as they're all tripping over each other. Westwood, Kreeft, Kappen are all fighting for position. Noya Stasionis there as well with Reipold, but we'll keep a close eye on this one. As they head through the field now, Westwood's on the charge through the field as well, trying to recover back to the front row of this grid. Over the start-finish line they go. It's Anglard from Clancy, Simons, Nuvolini. Kappen now is up inside the top 5. Nathan Kappen's on a 5-place gain. He's the biggest mover with inside the top 10.
Yeah, watch out from Conor Clancy. He's getting close outside of turn number 4, within the left of turn number 5. The middle sector with the fastest lap in the back for now for Conor Clancy. 2 tenths down, just a few meters from Giulia Angola. He's going to have to really pick all the tricks from the book to try to hold on to her lead. Let's see what happened to Didier Kreeft. A contact for the Flying Dutchman of yesterday, winner of the first final of the weekend. And that's why he's nowhere to be seen close to the battle for the top 3 or even the win, all the way down to P6. And still getting close to Nathan Kappen, but a little bit of a trouble as he had with a retirement in his opening heat, Didier Kreeft. So certainly the first part of the day not going according to plan for the Dutchman. But there's one more race to go after this one, the most important, the final. As you can see, warning flag for Kartik Nohan for causing a collision, and it comes with a 5-second penalty. He's currently all the way down. All the way down and last, unfortunately for him. Yeah, indeed. I want to keep an eye on the battle for P5, 4 and 6 right now. Mani Nuvolini, Nathan Kappen and Didier Kreeft. Now, Mani Nuvolini is in P4. He's comfortably in P4 as well, trying to hunt down the likes of Simons, Clancy and Anglard. But Kappen is being closed in once again by Didier Kreeft, who is on the charge back through the field after having that disaster earlier on. But across the line they go. There's still some big fights happening here. So, Kappen and Kreeft, 5th and 6th places down the inside. Conor Clancy takes the lead away from Giulia Anglard. That's a superb move there from Clancy, who holds a defensive line from the rest of the field. The battles are still happening in the background. Didier Kreeft has just lost out to Casper Reipold, who sent it down the inside. So Reipold's managed to find his way through. But keep a close eye on all of these battles and raging throughout the field, because there's a long train from about 10th place all the way down to 32nd on the grid. The timing can't make it out, but the top runners are where we will stay our focus. Clancy now leads with a couple of laps to go. Anglard there in second. Angelina Simons third. Mani Nuvolini from Nathan Kappen. Reipold from Kreeft. But it's that fight that we need to see out there, because Kappen is on the charge with that 5-place gain. He's looking absolutely mighty right now, holding into the top 5. And with that result, as you can see, Clancy will climb to the second place in the qualifying heat order, just behind Julia Angular, but on a close call. But that means still that if she stays where she is, Julia Angular will be our pole sitter coming to the final later on. So all she needs to do is to stay where she is, away from Angelina Simons-Torres, down in third place.
Dear me. There's been a moment out on track on lap number 8. Kart has rolled over, and that's Aaron Mason. Vanessa Schilkenator, I think, have had a moment out there. So I think, Benjamin Westwood's tumbled to the back of the grid. Oh, there's multiple things. Red flag has come out. That's why this is changing. And that will call the race there. Unfortunately, that is the 75% rule. That race will not be restarted. That will be the order, unfortunately, because it did change a lot on my screen. I may have mentioned some names there. Please ignore that initially, because the red flag had come out. Names were going up and down everywhere. So I will try and figure out who the drivers are involved in that incident. But yes, it is a big shame for them. And again, some of the drivers are just being seen to. And I can see 1 or 2 kart numbers out there, unfortunately, that have had the shaky run. And I think possibly could be Vanessa Schilkenator, yes, I believe, is the one that may have rolled the kart. And I think Aaron Mason may have been involved in that one as well. So Mason and Vanessa Schilkenator, I think, have had the drama. And yes, as the timing is sorted out, they are tumbling down my timing screen. So they are going to stop the field on the start-finish straight. However, we were on lap number 8 there, and bar what we was talking about earlier on, the 75% rule, again, I think we were over that. So I think these drivers here, I think the grid is settled, and I think that is going to be it for them. But again, we'll have to wait and see until that moment what happens. The drivers are stopped. They are getting out of the kart. I think there might be something thinking they're going to be doing a very similar thing of what happened earlier on. But I think that's the 75% rule here, Guillaume. And I think they're going to be going round back to Parc Fermé in a few moments' time.
Yeah, that's certainly the option that one of the couple of options that the race director Martin Bean will choose. We're going to have to wait for confirmation about how the procedure will go from here. But as you can see now, and confirmation.
There is Vanessa. Oh, bless her. That's a scary moment she's had out there, and she'll be making her way to the ambulances out on the circuit under her own steam, which is good to see. But as you can imagine, a little bit shaken there for all these drivers. It's never a nice thing to roll the kart. It is one thing that it does happen on the regular. Unfortunately, they are open wheel. They're not protected in any way. And when a tyre makes contact with another tyre, they can just get catapulted into the air and roll over, which is a big shame. But it is one of those things that have been worked on in the past. I mean, you look at corporate karts and you see they've got the wraparound on them, but it's one thing that you don't want to introduce into that one, because what's one thing that these drivers are learning to race in? Formula cars. Okay, they want to get there. There's no wraparound bumper on a Formula car, so why would you put it on a kart? And that is one of the dangers that these drivers have to deal with. Motorsport is dangerous. It is one of those. So, these drivers then will take a pause. We will take a pause as well. We will find out what is going to be happening. Are we below the 75% or are we over it? I think we're over it, but we'll see an ad break and we'll try and get some information to you when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts, for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues, from the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovations such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Academy program, live here from the Pista Azzurra circuit in Jesolo. If you are just joining us, unfortunately, we are under another red flag procedure here in the OKN Junior category in qualifying Heat 2. Can confirm drivers involved in that one, Vanessa Shilkaneta and Aaron Mason. I have seen both drivers walking on their feet, and the incident has been cleared. But the question is remaining of what is happening at this point. There is talk happening in the background of is this going to be a 75% rule or not? And yeah, there is a talk about that. So I don't know what is going to be happening right now. You can see there, you've got Martin Bean, you've got James Guidel, you've got our man Ross Upton out there. All having a quick chat, and I think just having a look at the solutions of what they can do here, because, again, on my timing screens, we'd completed 7 laps and we were on lap 8. However, I think the flag came out too late for the drivers to be stopped on the start-finish line, and the flag came out actually on lap number 7, and they crossed the line to go on to lap number 8 under the red flags procedure. So this is why I think there is some confusion, because, of course, when it's a 75% rule, if we're on lap 8, we're all good. The timing's saying we're on lap 8. However, the flag came out on lap 7, which means we're below that. So, again, they're working out what to actually do at this point. So, yeah, a little bit of finessing work behind the scenes. But, yeah, a bit of a tense moment for them and for the drivers as well, because they've got no idea if they're going to be done, if that was their race over, or if they're going for, well, effectively what happened essentially earlier on as well, which is a 1 minute or 1 lap shootout. However, I think there's another 15-minute repair window that's just opened up, because, yeah, there are some drivers getting fixed in the repair area, and I think the 15-minute window has just been opened up. So we are going to be racing very, very soon. And they're going to get briefed at the moment, and then it's going to be a restart. So we will take a break. We will come back in around 10 or so minutes, hopefully with the start of the OKN Junior qualifying Heat 2. Don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Champions of the Future Academy Programme. Repair window of 15 minutes has now, well, nearly come to a conclusion. I think all the repairs are done, however. So that timer will come to 0. But the racing should start at that point onwards. They can see drivers are getting themselves suited and booted, ready to go then for the restart. And I can confirm it will be a restart. It's not been completed. Now, the question behind that, you may be thinking it would be like, but Anthony, we're on lap 8. You said earlier on that it has to be rounded out to lap number 8, and you are 100% correct in saying that. However, the red flag came out on lap number 7. While half the grid were just about to cross the line, they went on to lap number 8. But the red flag came out before that, which means the 75% rule is not at play, which means it is a restart for the drivers. Rain radar still there on your screen. It's a very zoomed out shot there. There is still a lot of precipitation around in the local area. I know there was a lot of rain and wind at a certain kart track not far outside of Milan yesterday, which caused some drama for the paddock. But we've been absolutely fine here so far this weekend. So far, I shall knock on wood here, Guillaume. But yes, for the drivers right now, they will be, well, I think a little bit primed and ready to see what will happen over these next couple of laps. We don't know if we're going to go green or not, or if it's going to be a full course yellow start and finish. We don't know yet, so it's still, there are some unknowns here for us.
Yeah, it's still being discussed down to the track. You can see with Martin Bean, our race director, and the rest of the mechanic and officials as the restart should be very, very soon here, live from the Pista Azzurra of Jesolo. As this has been a rather shaky start to the day, to say the least. As after this one, we have 2 more qualifying heats to go through to get the grids officially completed for the final. Those finals are supposed to start from 3 o'clock local time, with the same order as for the heats, with the juniors first, then the mini and the seniors. But now we cannot confirm to you at this point in time in the day that this will be the case. We might have a delay in the proceedings. We might stick to the plan. We don't know yet, so we'll keep you updated as soon as we have the information. But first, we need to get through that second round of qualifying heat races. And the genius here still stuck onto the grid, but not for long. As before the stoppage, Conor Clancy had built his way up to the lead in front of Julia Angola after that very nice move of his with Angelina Simmons, the Iron Dame, still down in third. The number 38 on your picture, this is a little bit further down the classification. This is Jan Michalesco, the Polish driver, down in P20, as he has just behind him Amani Kinyua, the number 27. My apologies, this is Nefali Cosmopoulou, a little bit further down the order, as the order on our screen yet, as this will slightly change as they come across after the warm-up lap. The green flag is waving here in Jesolo. We're back and running again. Warm-up lap and then rolling start to complete this second qualifying heat for the junior class. After this one, there will be no more chances for the drivers to try to improve on the previous performance. They will have to make do with what they have and see in what place they will be starting the final.
Indeed, they can see drivers still at the back of the field waiting to get their chance to push start. There is Nefili Cosmopoulou just behind the 38 machine there of Jan Michalesco that gets fired up now as they make their way off to the circuit. The mechanics will once again try and clear the track. However, we've got one not firing into live.
46.
That was the number 46 machine. Unfortunately, that is Savile Kagai, who had drama earlier on today. He is trying to get started off. That's 2 attempts. I think the mechanics tried to do what he can. He's going to try and give it another go on this one. No, he's just pushing it off the circuit. He's pushing it off the circuit. So the slow boards then are going to remain out as that kart is cleared off the circuit. Oh, that's such a shame for him. There's still mechanics on the circuit as well, so there's no way they could go green flag racing on this one, which means they're going to go round again. So don't think we're going to be starting this time around. So slowboards will remain out. Yes, they do. And that means then we now go on to lap number 9, which is once again meaning a one-lap shootout for the drivers. But this time, it's Conor Clancy who's going to have to deal with Julia Angelard instead of it the other way round.
Yeah, we'll see how this will go, as we might actually have, because you're not seeing this on the screen, but the 46, actually, Savile Kogai, is having another go and is back on track. If we'll be able to keep going, carrying with his wagon, but it doesn't seem to be working at all, unfortunately. So we'll see if Kogai will be able to be with us for the conclusion of that race. And I do wonder now, seeing the yellow flag and the way and the rhythm they're going, Anthony, if we're not going to conclude this race on a full course yellow procedure, because the drivers, unless the driver will be slowing down, coming to the last part of the track. Yes, I think they will do.
An interesting thing. So, let's see. Last lap board is coming out and at the ready, and I'm still seeing a slow procedure flag out. Something tells me we are not getting a restart here.
Indeed not.
They are finishing the race under a full course yellow procedure. They are indeed no one-lap shootout. So it will be Conor Clancy then taking the win ahead of Julia Angelard, Angelina Simmons from Manu Nuvolini, Nathan Cappin from Casper Reipol, Didier Krief from No Estaciones, Benjamin Westwood from Leonidas Peruzzi, who rounds out the top 10. But Guillaume, for these drivers, not the way they wanted to end their race, but unfortunately with the dramas that have happened out there, that has been the case.
Yes, indeed, it has been the case, as we discussed briefly before, from one race to the other, depending at what time the stoppage took place. In this case, it wasn't just yet the 75% of a distance, as the incident and the stoppage occurred at the start of the lap number 8, but not all the drivers were in that lap. They were still on lap number 7, which means that there's still a choice of procedures that can follow, and instead of relaunching the race for a restart as we had before, a decision was made to conclude that one under the full course yellow procedure, as Conor Clancy will be picking up another qualifying heat to win. This will be his first of the day, but his second of the weekend. He had picked up one yesterday to get his racing going, as it will be heat win number 2 for Conor Clancy. But Julia Angelard finishing in second place as the checkered flag is waving. With that second place, headed to a victory previously, Julia Angelard is confirmed as your pole sitter for the OKN Junior Final coming later this afternoon. But Conor Clancy is taking the win on track. Angelard in second. Angelina Simmons on the podium in the final yesterday in P3. From Manu Nuvolini, Nathan Cappen, Casper Rappold in P6. From Didier Krief, P7. Noro Stasionis, Benjamin Westwood and Leonidas Peruzzi rounding up the top 10 in this race. Again, a stoppage, unfortunately, due to unexpected events. But Conor Clancy, Julia Angelard and Angelina Simmons-Torres are your top 3 in this second and last qualifying heat of the junior class. We're going to have the minis and the seniors back on track in no time after this one. But here's your classification in full. The top 10, and just outside of it, Vero Chopra in 11 from Aaron Mason, Albert Tam, Sofia Provesneia, as well as Axel Locom in P15 from Nikolaos Karagiannis, Sujana Dandu. We have Samuel Del Glodio, followed by Sanjana Dandu, Jason Cosmopoulos P20, P21, Victoria Tahus from Caio Serra, Amani Kinua, Julia Montlower, Mohan Karik, as well as Ioan Michalescu, Nefeli Cosmopoulou, Claudia Soru, Neni Nekmush, Kwaseri Dowski, and is the last one who saw the checkered flag, as we had, fortunately, the coming together of Vanessa Silconete. Savile Kogai had to retire as well, and we had 2 drivers missing, Mitash Yen and Chei Yufei has been missing since yesterday, not taking part into the event. Let's have a look at the replays of how things unfolded into the qualifying heat, as it was a good getaway from our pole sitter Julia Angelard in front of the likes of Benjamin Westwood, Clancy and Angelina Simmons-Torres. All drivers coming through the first hairpins of the opening lap. the track being so narrow with so many drivers at once. Sometimes some of them had to go a little bit on the grass, putting the wheels out of the sideline of the track, trying to get the best racing line, trying to gain positions into that hectic battle mid-pack. But some of them were really working very hard, trying to make their way up through the field. As in the lead, there was that move on the inside from the number 35, Conor Clancy. He was starting from P4 onto that grid, patiently working his way through that field. Another one on the number 17, Angelina Simon-Torres. That was for second place. Conor Clancy, really the man on the charge, as at some point he would attack Julia Angular for the lead of the race. We had a bit of a moment later on, as still that driver was able to keep on going, and then came on lap number 6 the move for the lead. That would be the win for Conor Clancy. Let's get down to Parc Fermé and let's hear from the drivers with you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, indeed. Quite an interesting end to that race, but we still have a winner nonetheless. Conor Clancy, probably not the way you would want to end that race either. Tell us, what are your thoughts on that restart?
Yeah, no, it would have been nice to win it, like, actually on the green flag and racing, but the crash, it was a horrible crash. So I hope the drivers are okay that are in it, but yeah.
Still a tough one, but of course, final coming up later on today. You've already had a shaky start to today. Are we hoping for a clean final later on?
Yeah, honestly, the track, it's crazy, like, how many crashes have been happening. I'm just hoping that there's a nice clean race for the final.
Well, fingers crossed, and so far it seems to be going your way, and best of luck for that final race later on.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. I want to quickly go over and see if we can chat to one or two drivers. Manny Nuvolini is just there. Want to chat to, well, Jules Anglar's walking away. That's quite understandable. Right, let's jump in with Manny Nuvolini. Manny, again, interesting little race. What did you think of that one? Is it still the result you were after?
For me, it was okay. Before, it's okay. In the first heat, I do P6, I think, and now I make P4, so I think I go starting P4 for the final.
Yeah. Well, it's still a good day for you. Are you looking forward to that final?
Yeah, I hope win for the final.
Excellent. Well done, Manny Nuvolini there. Right, plenty of action has happened. Obviously, lots of ups and downs, but the Minis are now lined up ready to go just behind me. They will be the next race. They are hopefully going to get a good getaway at the start of this race, but we'll have to wait and see. Guillaume, let's head back over to the commentary box and over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, and I can confirm to you that Manny Nuvolini will indeed be starting from 4th on the grid, coming to the final after picking up a 4th place in this race. Had it to P5 just before, so a job well done for the young Frenchman Manny Nuvolini. Now, as you said, the Mini 60 category is up next, as they are already aligned on the pre-grid for the second and last qualifying heat. With the mini category so far, Nicolo Perico was the first one to get himself on top of that classification after the pole position. He was able to transform that into the win in his first qualifying heat. Will he be able to make it 2 in a row? That remains to be seen, of course, but he's certainly on charge. The young man is on a mission here on home soil in front of his peers. Nicolo Perico won for just 0.7 of a second in front of Mathis Barrajo, another young Frenchman, along with the likes of Manny Nuvolini to keep an eye on, with Wayne Goldchalk taking P3 into that first qualifying heat. Now, the whistle has been blown, the green flag is waving. Here's a look at the grid. Nicolo Perico will be starting on pole position with Mathis Barrajo by his side, Lorenzo Zucchetto and Daniel Hakkinen on row number 2, row number 3, Wayne Goldchalk and Zane Burgess, an all United States of America, row number 3. Then we have in 4th row Rivan Priham and Ari Kallenberg, row number 5 Achilles Peruzzi and Hava Lawrence, Giulio Manzoni and Guido Eberghei on row number 6. Row number 7 Aran Qureshi and Giovanni Ventorino, row number 8 Vicente Capella and Attica Mir, row number 9 Mattia Pellin and Theo Pelfrene, row number 10 Jan Garzelik and Benjamin Karajovic. We have also Giovanni Dezzani and Samar Chopra, row 11. Row number 12, Manuel Calendi, as well as Alba Cueva Garcia. Row number 13, down in the grid, we have Bruno Miranda Pacheco, as well as Stanislas Ziarko, Alessandro Sarlas, Ronald Vente, or row number 14, and Isco Alonso, running up the classification on that pre-grid. Two drivers missing, though, onto the grid into the under 10 category. Benjamin Karakiovic, as well as Bruno Miranda Pacheco, are nowhere to be seen on our screens, not onto the track, as drivers are now aligning themselves into that warm-up lap for the 8-lap race. Same distance here on the Pista Azzurra for the drivers of the mini category. And Nicolo Perico has been the man in this year's championship. The one to beat today on home soil. 1 win in the bag. Can he make it 2 in a row? Remains to be seen. It's all to play for. The lights go out and we are racing here. Green, green, green. On to turn number 1. Let's get into it unscathed. And as I say that, 3 drivers getting together, unfortunately, into the gravel trap. A little bit of an incident. All of them on their feet. That's good to see. A 4th driver into turn number 2 getting into an incident. We're going to come back onto the numbers, but the rest of the field goes through the first series of hairpin in one piece by the look of it. But let's try to identify who got tangled there. We have Ari Kallenberg, Ava Lawrence, and Giulio Manzoni getting into trouble into the first corner, as well as Alessandro Sarlas by the look of it. The 4th driver who got involved maybe in that second incident. We might need to see that again. But 2 of them were able to get back onto the track, and the one being stuck. Try to see who that is, but from a distance, I'm not quite able to identify the number just yet. We're going to see that in a moment. But quite unfortunate turn of event as the peloton is completing. Lap number 1, Nicolo Perico was able to hold on to his advantage from pole position. Zucchetto up into 2nd place, taking with him Wayne Goldschuk up into 3rd. Baptiste Brageau down in 4th. And there's a switch there with Goldschuk up into 2nd place. The young American, he wasn't there yesterday. He's here very much not to make the numbers. Gonna give a hard time to Nicolo Perico. And alongside Zane Burgess, who didn't have the race he had expected into heat number 1. He will be one to watch, as he's one of the players for this year's title.
Indeed. We'll keep a close eye on his progression through this race, but he's looking mighty strong right now with only a few laps under his belt this weekend. So let's see them exit out in towards that final sector. But it is still unfolding for these drivers right now. It's cool, calm and collected for Nicolo Perico at the front of that field, but he's under immense amount of pressure from Wayne Goldschuk, who surely is going to go for a move. No, he isn't, but Matis Brageau will. He gets that move done on Lorenzo Zucchetto, as now he tries to go for it as they go off the circuit, and Wayne Goldschuk attempt for the lead ends in disaster. The American lies broken at the side of the circuit, and there's more drama further back. As, oh dear, there's well, funnily enough, there was a rear bumper lodged in the front end there of the Mini, who's starting at the back of the field on this one. Now that is Esco Alonso, who seemingly just dragged his a rear bumper out from underneath the front of his car. That happened off camera. There he is on your screen. Crucially though, whose was the front bumper? The rear bumper, I should say, because that is now missing, and there will be a technical flag going out.
Yeah, definitely so, as Nicolo Perico in the meantime still holding on to that lead. But what a strange incident that was. Were you able to identify the number?
Yes, Alba Cueva's rear bumper, unfortunately, is missing from her car. The driver of the 812, who's currently circulating around a 23rd place, will not have a rear bumper fixed. And yes, I can see that missing as she heads through turn number 2 now. That is, of course, off camera. So we'll head back now to the racing that you, the viewers at home, can see, which at this moment is Nicolo Perico leading from Matis Brageau. Zane Burgess now has got himself up into 3rd place ahead of Lorenzo Zucchetto. Now, if those two can work together, they might be able to close in on the 2 ahead of them in form of Perico and Brageau. But that is easier said than done, as we're at the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is the first time that we get to see a driver jumping out of his wagon just to kick another driver's compound just out of his rear bumper. But, we've seen pretty much everything here in the sport of karting. But as you can see now, here, this is where the missing rear bumper just came from. Unfortunately for her, that will mean the premature end of a race, as the technical flag will be out, and she has within the next 3 laps to dive back into the pits, unfortunately, as the absence of a rear bumper give a little bit of an old-fashioned kind of look to those young wagons, but not part of the rule book, unfortunately. as she will get back to the pit in any moment now. Back with the leaders, 0.3 of a second between Nicolo Perico and Mathis Brajo. Now up in the lead. Zane Burgess just made his way past, up into third place from Lorenzo Zucchetto, Vincenzo Capella, Achille Asperuzzi into turn number 1, onto lap number 6, and nothing is done yet into that last race. As for now, Nicolo Perico, if he holds on to that lead, will be secured for pole position. But Mathis Brajo is having other ideas in mind.
He certainly is, but of course with Mathis Brajo not out-qualifying Perico, even if he gets the job done, he will not be on pole position, as there's more drama off at turn number 1. And who has gone off the track there? Oh, I just can't see it's the 815 potentially that's off the circuit. Is that Alessandro Sales? He had drama earlier on, and I think he's got more drama now. Thankfully, he is up and out of the kart. But yes, it is the 815. Alessandro Sales going no further in this race. That is a huge shame for him. Yellow flag still out at turn number 1. There's been more drama as well. There's more yellow flags out in the back half of the circuit. I think that might be the likes of Guido Mazzoni. Maybe, not too sure on that one, who's had drama. But crucially at the front here, still Perico and Brajo. Brajo with the fastest lap of the race is trying to get involved. I've got to say, what has happened overnight here, Guillaume, from yesterday's brilliant racing we saw in the classes? We're seeing some absolute drama unfold today.
Yeah, I do wonder if the drivers, having learned the track a little bit more, since this is the third day here on location, have decided overnight to take a little bit more risk into the maneuvers, going for different moves in different places, not assessing the risk maybe as they should, because it's fair to say that the amount of incidents and drama since the start of the day has been unusually high. As into the last lap of the race already, Nicolo Perico, 0.4 of a second now is the gap between the young Italian and the Frenchman Mathis Brajo just behind. Will this be enough? The pressure is still very much on the shoulders, but we keep an eye as well on the battle further back with the 826 of Zucchetto on Capella. Beautifully made, but watch out from the 84. Achille Asperuzzi trying to get involved into the battle as well. 4 drivers within the same picture as the 814 as well of Pritam down in P7, trying to get himself a little bit of that cake. But this is a great battle. How will this end onto the checkered flag? The first one who will cross it is Nicolo Perico. Another win in the back for the young Italian. On home soul in front of his peers on the Pista Azzurra. Despite the pressure of Mathis Brajo, well, this is a lightning drive from pole to checkered flag for Nicolo Perico. The pole, the 2 wins in the heats, and the pole position secured for the final is definitely the one to beat in this year's edition of the Academy program in the Mini 60 class. After picking up 2 wins in Portimao, leading the way with an impressive margin before coming to Jesolo. And at this rate, well, is on course to be the top favorite coming to the final for this class. The biggest mover with 11 places gain was Stanislas Ziarko, finishing down in P15, but a good race certainly an eventful and enjoyable piece of racing for him, even though certainly not resulting with the position he had been expecting. But Nicolo Perico, Mathis Brajo and Zane Burgess taking the third step of the qualifying heat sort of podium, as Zane Burgess improving on his result of the first qualifying heat that we had in the categories. Zane Burgess, who had finished a little bit down the classification in his previous race. So a top 3 finish will do him good, certainly, for the young American. Talking about American, Zane Burgess, that was, I got the information now, that got disqualified for a bad maneuver in his first race. So that's new information to me and to us, certainly, as the classification in full in this qualifying heat. Nicolo Perico, Mathis Brajo, Zane Burgess, Achille Asperuzzi down in P4 from Vincenzo Capella, Lorenzo Zucchetto, Ariane Koreishi. Then we have Rivan Pritam, Giovanni Ventorino, Daniel Hakkinen. Your top 10 from in 11th place, Jan Garzielek, Giovanni De Zani, Theo Pelfrene, Manuel Calendi Cardonna, Stanislas Ziarko, P15 from Guido Eberghegni, Ronald Venter, Attica Mir, Win Goldchok running, finishing all the way down to P19 after that incident on track. From Mattia Pelin, Samar Chopra, Ava Lawrence, Isco Alonso, Giulio Manzoni, 24th and last. And the drivers that didn't make the cut, unfortunately, after that eventful race were Harry Kallenberg, Alberto Ragazza and Alessandro Sarlas. An eventful race. Let's take a look back at how things unfolded. As Perico from pole position took a good start and get away into the first turn. Incident occurring already at turn number 1. We had 2 incidents, turn number 1 and turn number 2, involving 4 drivers. 3 of them were able then to continue into the racing. But certainly another difficult moment into the first corner of the Pista Azzurra that has been pretty much unforgettable since the start of the weekend. But in the lead, battles are plenty already behind Nicolo Perico, Mathis Brajot, Zane Burgess, Wayne Goldchuk as well, fighting their way through on the inside on the lap number 3, 8:32, making his way fast. That was Wayne Goldchuk trying to give the chase to Nicolo Perico at this point before things turn into a drama, unfortunately, for the young American. The 8:13 as well, fighting his way through Mathis Brajot on the 8:26, Lorenzo Zucchet.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, indeed, down here with our race winner, well, Nicolo Perico. That's how we do it. Nicely done. That race finished, I think, sooner than what you were expecting with, of course, the delays we've had so far this weekend. But tell us, how are you feeling after that race?
Yeah, feeling good. Now we see for the final. Yeah, really good hit, good fight. We was pushing me and Brasher all the laps. And yeah.
Anything that you're wanting to change at all before that final? Is the kart feeling good? Track's feeling good? You're happy just to go straight into it?
Yeah, really happy. Yeah, we'll see for the final. And yeah, I just don't want more red flag because really much red flag for this moment.
Yeah, fingers crossed as well. Thank you very much, Nicolo Perico. Let's jump over quickly to Mathis Brajot. Mathis, good race for you on that one. You happy with the P2?
Yes, I would like P1, but yeah, I start P2 for the final, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Obviously, we're seeing how competitive Nicolo is out on circuit. For you, is there a little bit of frustration that's kicking in as to why you can't get that last little tenth?
Yeah, but the final is really important. But the hits, it's important, but the most important is final. So, yeah.
Are you going to change anything before that final?
I just push.
Okay, fair enough. I'll try and get a setup something out of someone. Right, well done. Congratulations. We'll see you out there in that final.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well, there we have it from our minis, which is good to see. Let's head back over, though, because the seniors are lined up ready to go. Back over to you, Guillaume.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Push. You heard it. Is the strategy for the final. That's going to give us one heck piece of racing to expect later on to round things up for today's racing at Jesolo. Next race, the last one into those qualifying heats round is for the OK Senior qualifying heat number 2, the last one before the finals. As we are suffering, as we've said before, as you've noticed, a little bit of a delay in proceedings. It's 2:05 local time. The finals are due to start at 3 o'clock. We'll keep you up to date about any potential upcoming change. But as for now, one last race to go through in the qualifying heat races for the OK Senior. We had the win earlier from Klara Kowalczyk, and what a win after a brilliant move on Wojciech Woda. Can she make it 2 wins out of 2? She will be starting from a little bit further back onto that grid in 5th place, Klara Kowalczyk, as Wojciech Woda will be the one, again, starting on pole position on the left side of your picture, 204. Jacob Mikalev by his side, Karabatig, as well as Bruno Bidoli further back. Sarah Matsui alongside Klara Kowalczyk on row number 3. We'll go through those names in a moment. The tension is on. This is the last race of the day before the final for the seniors. Kowalczyk won the first win of the weekend. Wojciech Woda, who dominated yesterday's racing into the final, finished second for just a tiny margin of less than 0.2 of a second from Jacob Mikalev in third, with Guido Bruno Bidoli in 4th and Karabatig in P5. The whistle has been blown as the green flag is waving as well, really freeing the drivers to make their way onto the track to get into formation for the grid. Hopefully everybody will get going. The 208, as you can see, is having a little bit of a trouble to get himself out of that grid. Raphael Bourlard, and I do think that he had some trouble, unfortunately, Raphael Bourlard earlier as well into this first qualifying heat. Now let's go through the grid in full. Wojciech Woda and Jakob Mikalev on the front row of the grid. Karabatic and Guido Bruno Bidoli on the second. Kara Kowalczyk and Sarah Matsui, row number 3. Row number 4, Ella Hakkinen and Oscar Galland. And we have Jana Pascal and Radek Vavra on row number 5. Row number 6, Marcus Juncker and Suarez Munoz Xavier. Then we have row number 7, Gavi Santos Teixeira and Ryan Koreishi. Row number 8, Marcus Silkunas, who had a penalty in his first race. Alongside him, Neil Russell. Row number 9, Marlon Bayer and Oscar Humiel. Row number 10, Dylan Patel as well as Sebastian NJ. And we have Signe Onbal and Alessandro Garetano, row number 11. Row number 12, if he can make it to the rest of the field, Rafael Bourlard with Carolina Redondo de Blas by his side. Benjamin Borghi-Rimia and Magnana Lusa on row number 13. Row 14, we have Emmanuel Corona and Pietro Camerlengo. And at the back end of the grid, Anastasia Gerasis and Omar Giorgi. Let's see if we do have everybody in. As a couple of drivers, the green flag is waving already. We're racing already for the race number 2 here in Jesolo. Good getaway from the pole sitter. Watch out, Jakob Mikalev. Everybody through the hairpins in one piece. No trouble whatsoever in the senior class. As Rafael Bourlard, the 2.8, is very much with us. So the grid and the field is complete at the start of this race into the middle sector as well. And a good getaway from Wojciech, as we said, already pulling just a little bit of a gap from the rest of the field. I do think that Klara Kowalczyk had a cracking start once again. What a good first few corners from Klara Kowalczyk. There she is in second place already, trying to give the chase with Chiara Batik by the look of it. Yes, indeed, Chiara Batik and Klara Kowalczyk already second and third, giving the chase to Wojciech as they complete lap number 1. Here they come with Jakob Mikalev losing 2 positions down to P4. Into turn number 2. Oh, a little bit of door open by the leader. That could have been an opportunity. Klara Kowalczyk had been chasing for the opening lap. A little bit of pressure on the shoulders of Wojciech. He was so dominant yesterday into that class. Got beaten in the first heat. Klara Kowalczyk overnight certainly has been working hard to refine the setup of a wagon. Really fine-tuning everything that she needed. And she was already on pace yesterday, but the pace improved even further by the look of things since this morning. 1 win in the bag and already giving the chase to the leader with Karabatic behind Mikalev, Bidoli, Eda Hakkinen picking up 1 place up to P6 from Sarah Matsui, Pascal, Oscar Galland and Marcus Jentje, your top 10.
Well, race going on to lap number 3 now, and I think Gavi Teixeira has had a moment out there as it's all kicking off. Karabatic down the inside has taken away second place, and now Jakob Mikalev trying to go the long way round the outside there to try and get the move done on Klara Kowalczyk, and has been successful in doing so. And Kowalczyk has gone down now into P4. Guido Bidoli will be the next driver to potentially have a go here to try and climb up the order, but now Chiara Batik's lost out on second place. Through has gone Jakob Mikalev. So in the blink of an eye, he's gained 2 places and can now chase after Wojciech Woda, who is in the lead by about 0.6 of a second out of turn 13 and back onto the start-finish straight. There's the lead that Woda's got from the rest of the field behind, but it is still a close fight here right now as down the inside, Kowalczyk just squeezes away through. And now Guido Bidoli on the outside will try and capitalise on this as well, but he goes wide onto the grass and now makes contact with Jana Pascal, who had a drama earlier on as well when she was eliminated from the race after a moment, but she's still in this race. And now Ella Hakkinen is right up there as well, and Guido Bidoli is tumbling down the order.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Italian driver Guido Bidoli, unfortunately tumbling down the order, unfortunately for him. As let's see where he finishes.
Well, he's in P6.
Yeah, P6 at the moment, so not so much of a drama at this point, but the momentum has been a little bit killed for the moment. Let's see if he will be able to recover into that race. Entering lap number 5 out of 13. Run inside. There's a change for the lead with Jakob Mikalev taking it from Wojciech Woda. Beautifully made into that turn number 2. The first hairpin, look at the pressure rising, and Klara Kowalczyk, as we have a drama and a driver off outside of turn number 2. You cannot see just yet. The battle is raging for the lead. Klara Kowalczyk, after getting ahead of Chiara Batik, is now pressuring Wojciech Woda, as we have seen in race number 1. Can she make the move with the support of Batik and Ella Hakkinen? Bidoli further down, still in P6 in front of Matsui, Galan and Pascal, as well as Xavier. We're going to try to identify. There is the driver who got tangled there.
It's Ryan Qureshi, who is unfortunately out of the race and will go no further in it, which is a big shame. Got caught out with another driver, Marcus Juncher, who unfortunately was trying to get involved in that fight. Eyes on this one though, and Wojciech Woda is under immense amount of pressure from both Kowalczyk and Batik just behind. Batik's Kowalczyk's going to look down the inside, they make contact. Batik is going to get a 2-for-1 here, but no. Joining back on the circuit is Wojciech Woda, and through goes, is that Ella Hakkinen? Yes, Ella Hakkinen gets through as well. So it's now, I think, Kowalczyk leading. Batik is going absolutely wheel to wheel with Wojciech Woda, absolutely furious at each other. And I can understand it in some aspect of it, but I can understand it from both points of view. Wojciech Woda will be unhappy. He got squeezed off the track. Kira Batik will be unhappy because he then came back onto the circuit in an almightily difficult place to do so. And the two made contact constantly over and over the course of that last lap. But my goodness me, has that allowed Jacob Mikulev in front to break away? He's clear by 1.9 seconds.
Yeah, that's certainly something that will be worth seeing again. Let's have a look at how things unfolded, because run inside, Klara Kowalczyk trying to go for the move on Wojciech Woda. Slight contact between the wheels and Hela Hakkinen, as well as the 2-for-2-5 fighting his way through indeed. Hela Hakkinen on the right side, and Wojciech Woda being pushed a little bit onto the grass and coming back, bang, on the 2-2-8 of Kira Batik. Certainly something she won't be happy about, as Woda not only was a little bit aggressive on coming back, but lost momentum as well and dropped position all the way down to P5 still. Oh, another contact! They just touch each other once again. Kira Batik and Wojciech Woda. He was trying to go for the move, and contact being put into the air very slightly. I thought for a moment that we're going to have another roll, but Wojciech Woda was back on his wheel. That was very briefly caught on camera. We might need to see that again. But another contact as Hela Hakkinen as well in the moment.
She lost out massively in that.
In the moment as well, dropping all the way down to P13. But we might need to see that moment again, as Bidoli just took advantage of that moment to slim past into P4.
Well, there was Batik going wide, then Wojciech Woda down the inside, and that's a big moment. I mean, you've got to understand, well, actually, from that angle, it looked like it came from nowhere down the inside. I mean, the speed would have been a lot lower from Kira Batik, so again, he's seen the gap, the speed difference is massive, so you can understand why he's gone for it. But yeah, he's tumbled down the order now to P5. But Batik is still amazingly holding on to third place.
That was with Hela Hakkinen, I think.
Oh, was that with Hela Hakkinen?
Yeah, I thought for a moment it was Batik, but Batik is still very much in P3. But that's the result of Hela Hakkinen dropping all those places as Wojciech Woda was going on the inside, but contact was made.
Yeah, now in fact, Hela Hakkinen has retired from the race. Her cart has come to a stop on the apex of turn number 7, and she will go no further in this race, and that is a huge shame. For her, after starting on the front row yesterday for the final. She'll be a little further down in the order this time around. Over the line they go then, on to lap number 10 of this race. 3 laps to go, and still Jacob Mikulev's lead extends now to 2.1 seconds from Kowalczyk Batik, who are still only half a second between themselves. Bidoli is still holding on to P4 right now from Wojciech Woda. And that is the fight that we are seeing here unfold. But that's Oscar Gallen, I think, just behind on the 207 machine that is trying to find his way through. It is indeed Oscar Gallen who's trying to get up inside that top 5. Markus Schilkunis, we've not mentioned him much this weekend, apart from the fact that he gained 10 places and finished on the podium yesterday in 3rd place. But today, again, he had a similar story in qualifying. Down in P15, but he's gained 7 places. He's gained 8 places, sorry. He's up into P7, and he is pushing through nicely in the field. And he's actually right behind this battle here on your screen.
And he picked up a 5-second penalty in his first race of the day, unfortunately, Markus Schilkunis, as a result of a front-fairing misplay, certainly. As we'll get back to that, but certainly not the day that Markus Schilkunis had been expecting after his podium of yesterday. But he's a big mover into this field. The pace is strong with Markus Schilkunis as a championship leader, so let's see what can happen in the final.
No, indeed. Not long left to go in this race then. Only a couple of laps left in it, but for Jacob Mikulev, It is cool, calm and collected right now as he is looking to get to the end of this race. Clear by a fair few seconds now. It extends to 2.3 from this fight on your screen as again Batig pushing as hard as she can there to close in on Klara Kowalczyk and close in. I think she's done. She's rolling that rear bumper. Kowalczyk now is taking a defensive line and Chiara Batig might have a chance here to get up into second place, but let's wait and see. Is she going to look to the inside of turn 7? No, thinks against it. Slots back in just behind. Time is very quickly running out. Last lap board will be out this time to the field. And will we see a change of second place here, Guillaume?
Yeah, that's important for Klara Kowalczyk to keep up its second place as long as she can, because if she stays where she is, that would mean she will get to start on pole position for the final later on. So she absolutely need to stay in second place, not letting Chiara Batig get away with that P2 finish just in case anything happens with classification. But that's certainly the second best result that she needs in order to secure that pole position. Jakub Michallev, the winner, is just down in the third place, in second place in the overall classification as we are into the final lap. The last battle that we're going to keep an eye on as well into this race between Klara Kowalczyk and Chiara Batig, the two drivers as part of the Discover Your Drive program from the F1 Academy. But in the meantime, Jakub Michallev has been pushing a lot into this second race, picking up his first win of the qualifying heat of the day. Win for Jakub Michallev. That puts him on the front row of the grid coming to the final. And Klara Kowalczyk was able to hold on to that second place onto the checkered flag. Second place for Klara in front of Chiara Batig. And as a result, if nothing moves, if the classification stays as it is, as always provisional before being confirmed, well, Klara Kowalczyk will be the pole sitter for the final, as Pietro Camerlengo climbed 10 places into this race from 28 on the grid to 18. 10 places gained, the biggest mover out in the field. But what a battle. This has been a lot of drama once again into this last senior qualifying heat, and we've had our fair share of drama all throughout the course of those qualifying races. Jakub Michallev, your winner in front of Klara Kowalczyk and Chiara Batig within the top three, split by just 0.2 of a second on the line. Here's the classification in full with Guido Bidoli taking fourth place from Wojciech Woda, the pole sitter and winner of the first race down in P5 from Oscar Galan. Marcas Silcunas climbing 8 places up to P7 from Nate Russell. And we have Suarez Xavier from Sara Matsui, Sebastian Ng P11 with 9 places gained for the return to karting. Then we have Gianna Pascal in P12 from Dylan Patel, Marlon Bayer, Alessandro Giarretano, Carolina de Redondo de Blas, Benjamin Borg, as well as Pietro Camerlengo and Radek Vavra, as well as Signe on ball P20. P20 first is Oscar Chimiel from Gabi Santos Teixeira. Then we have Rafael Bourlard, Marcus Jöncher, Emmanuel Corona, as well as Omar Giorgi and Anastasia Gerazis, one of the last ones with Mañana Lusa to see the checkered flag, as we lost in this race not only Ella Akinen as a result of that contact you've seen on track with Wojciech Woda, but also Ryan Qureshi. Your winner outside of the scale, the 249 of Jakub Michallev, who finished the first qualifying heat. Jakub Michallev in third place, and with that win that will make him start on the front row of the final. It was a good start at the lights out of that race for Wojciech Woda in front of Michallev, Batig, and as well as Guido Bidoli. Drivers trying to find a little bit of a space into those series of hairpins into the first part of the track. Always easier said than done, as wheels keep on banging into this particular part of the track. But this time around, everybody went through and injured in one piece. Then the pressure was mounting already very soon on the shoulders of the leader. Wojciech Woda on lap number 3, sliding a little bit while Klara Kowalczyk and Chiara Batig were battling just behind, trying to give him the chase. And then there was the opportunity that Jakub Michallev went for, or going around the outside to pick up another place up into second. And move after move, he found himself in the seat of the chaser, just behind Wojciech Woda into the lead. Then Batig and Klara Kowalczyk were kept on battling further back. We keep an eye on the replays as well, but let's hear from down in the Parc Fermé with you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, indeed, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner from that one. And that was a much calmer way to end a qualifying heat. I think you'd agree with me on that one, Jacob. But tell us, how are you feeling ahead of your final? You're looking quick out there. It was a tough day yesterday, very close in that final as well. But do you reckon you could come away with that win today?
Yeah, now was a very strong heat, and I want to pay for the price of yesterday, and I believe that I can win the final and do a good result.
Yeah. It has been a tough weekend, though. There is that slight risk of some rain later on. Have you been looking at the weather radar? Are you thinking what might happen?
Yeah, I looked at the rain, but for me it doesn't make a difference, the rain. I like both, so yeah.
You're all right with that. Have you ever done a lap around here in the wet?
No.
So it's going into the unknown. We love that. Right, well, congratulations. Well done, Jacob. We will see you out there for that final, but it's a good job for you in this morning phase. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, the qualifying heats have finally come to a conclusion, a little bit behind schedule than we'd usually like, but those finals will be coming up very, very soon. But, Guillaume, you might be able to tell us a little bit more. When can we expect those finals?
Yes, indeed, Anthony, as we are finishing here, taking a look at the replays and the win in the end for the 249 at the end of this qualifying heat. Well, the final schedule on local time at 3 o'clock for the first of the three finals with the juniors, then the minis and the seniors. 17 laps for the first, 13 laps for the minis and 20 laps for the senior final from 3 o'clock local time, as it is 23 past 2 here in Jesolo. Any change to the schedule will be given to you on the screen if there are, but for the moment this is what we have. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back to crown today's winner in the Champions of the Future Academy program, round number 3.
Welcome to Italy, not to the high banks of Monza, not to the hills of Imola, but to the sparkling Adriatic jewel that's just a stone's throw from the floating city herself. We're in Jesolo, the pit stop to Venezia, as this weekend we're trading gondolas for go-karts at the legendary Pista Azzurra circuit. Since 1960, this circuit has been serving up more Italian spice than Nona's Sunday lunch. A twisting, turning 1.05 kilometer ballet where throttle control is everything and track limits are more flexible than the Venetian parking rule, as this weekend it plays host to round 3 of the Champions of the Future Academy program. Year of opening, as we mentioned, 1960. This track's been around now for 65 years. But the event record has been set today. Event for Wojciech Woda, a 45.833. No one has been able to get anywhere near that time over the course of the qualifying heats, and I don't think anyone will, because everyone's on used tyres now. The track itself, it's 1,045 metres, 71 metres down the back straight in towards the likes of turn 13, 193 metres down the start-finish straight. It's around 8 metres wide, with 1 metre of elevation. It's around a flat circuit out there. It is still demanding on a driver, though, because there are many corners for these drivers to negotiate around. 14 in total. We see those 8 to the right, 6 to the left, and the 4 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those corners provides its own unique challenges, but the main thing you'll see is the overtaking zones. We see those down towards turns 2, 3, 4, 6, and 10, as well as many other places as well out on the circuit, meaning that drivers do struggle to find a way to break away from the rest of the field. Top speed, though, drivers will be reaching that down into the braking zone at turn number 1 at around 118 kilometers an hour in the senior category. They'll average around 80 around the lap, meaning it is a fast, demanding, but challenging circuit for our drivers to race on. The clouds loom over the circuit. Rain is around the area, but at the moment it's not hitting the circuit. It is the OKN Junior Final that is coming up next. It is the one that we're ready to see as they walk to the grid. It's coming up. It's OKN Junior. It's next on your screen. Over the course of this weekend, the junior drivers have faced some monumental challenges as they will be heading out onto the circuit very, very soon. They've had to deal with, dramas in terms of yesterday's pile-ups in the races. We saw drama at turn 1 in one race. We saw drama at turn 4 in another race. And today has been, unfortunately, no different for the junior category as they prime themselves ready to go for this one. A look at the class itself. Drivers aged between 12 to 14 years of age, 34 entries into the weekend from 15 different nationalities, but it will only be the 33 that we have running in this one, because I can confirm one driver, unfortunately, will not be participating in this race. The class itself, though, the Kart Republic KR2 chassis outputting, with the Iami Rizda engine, 125cc, 27 brake horsepower, revving up to 15,000 RPM. It's around 140 kilos is the minimum weight. If there are any gram underneath that, then they've got a problem. If they are 141 kilos, it's absolutely fine, but they don't want to be aiming for that one. They want to be bang on the money. The tyres that they've used over the course of today, the Vega XH4 tyres used this weekend. No need for the Vega W6s over the course of the weekend, and it has been the one dry set allocated per day. meaning that today, of course, these tyres will have done qualifying, the 2 qualifying heats, and now they're about to do a final. But the grid is set. The drivers are there on the grid, ready to rock and roll. And let's take you through that full grid as well, because like we were mentioning, some drivers not participating. Julia Angelard and Connor Clancy will go from row number 1. What can they do from there? Angelina Simmons, who was on the podium yesterday, can she do the same today with Manny Nuvolini starting alongside? Casper Reipold and Noya Stasionis will lock out row number 3. That will be one we need to keep a close eye on. Nathan Cappin as well had a great race earlier on, gained a 5-place gain and put himself in that top 5, and Avir Chopra for company alongside. Benjamin Westwood and Aaron Mason go from row 5. They will have the likes of Nicholas Karianis of Greece and Axel Nocom from the Philippines starting on row number 6. Albert Tam and yesterday's pole sitter and final winner Didier Krief starts this on the 7th row of the grid. He'll have Samuel Del Gaudio and Severe Pavaznaya on row number 8. Row number 9 of the first half of the field will see Victoria Farfus and Jan Michalescu.
And we're going to move to row number 10 with Jason Kosmopoulos and Suyana Dandu, as well as row number 11. She had a bit of a scare during her last qualifying heat, Vanessa Silconete, but she's with us for the final. Keio Serra by her side. There they are. Row number 12, Sanyana Dandu and Leonidas Peruzzi as well, competing here along the Singaporean drive on row number 12. Row number 13, we have Julia Montlore and Nefeli Kosmopoulou from Greece. Julia Montlore representing France. On row number 14, we have Kwazeri Dudowski as well as Mohan Karik coming all the way from India to compete for round 3. Row number 15, Kshelia Sodu and Amani Kunia, as well as row number 16, Mitansh Jain and Sadi Kogai. And at the back end of the grid, we have Neil Nekmush, and we were supposed to have Chai Yufei, but is not competing this weekend. So we have a grid of 33 drivers in total, lining themselves up, ready to go for the first of the 3 finals that we have on schedule this Sunday afternoon. And here's a look at our pole sitter for this final, with 1 win and a 2nd place to her name in the qualifying heats, Julia Angelar. That will be starting from pole position for this final for the first time this season in the junior class. There's been different pole sitters, different winners as well in this junior category since the start of this year's championship that was led before coming to Jesolo by Manny Nivolini in front of Leonidas Peruzzi and Connor Clancy. But things are about to change as there's up to 51 points up for grab for the driver that will be stepping up on top of that podium. 50 for the win and 1 extra point for the fastest lap. Can this be this young man? Connor Clancy, representing the EIA, will be starting from a little bit further back onto that grid, just by the side of Julia Angelar on the front row. The number 35 on the right side of your picture. It's going to be starting on the outside, coming to turn number 1. And that first turn, Anthony, has been quite unforgiven, certainly, for many drivers throughout the course of that weekend.
It has been a challenge for them, but they have dealt with it quite well, I think, over the course of the weekend. There is Angelina Simmons, who finished yesterday 3rd on the podium. Can she better that today is the question. Well, she starts this race in 3rd. You would think she would be able to gain a few places in this one, and she's right behind Julia Angelard going in towards turn 1. And what we've seen so far with starting on the inside going into turn 1 is you usually end up a place or 2 ahead from the drivers behind. There we saw very briefly Manny Nuvolini starting this one on the outside of row number 2. He's priming himself ready to go. The driver who now sits 2nd in the championship standings right behind Connor Clancy, who will start directly in front of him with 259 points to his name. Nuvolini with 241 points to his name. It's very, very close still in the juniors, as so far we've had 5 different final winners out of 5 finals over the season. And my goodness, it's hard to pinpoint who could be the 6th, or are we going to see our first double? It could be this man to get his first double. Casper Reipold, he's taken a win so far this season. Can he do it again here? at the Jesolo circuit as he starts from the third row of the grid alongside No Estaciones. But again, that question, very difficult to answer here, Guillaume, because again, so many new faces, drivers up in that sharp end.
Definitely a lot of protagonists that can make a difference into this race that will be long of 17 laps, 13 laps for the minis and 20 for the seniors. No Estaciones, the number 19, will be starting from a little bit further back on 6 on to that grid from the outside. Coming to turn number 1, the visor is down. You can feel the concentration. Those young drivers trying to get into their own bubble, trying to let the external world just outside of their head get into that focus mode in order to achieve the best that they can into the proceedings of that race. As you mentioned, indeed, Rappold that we've seen is among the winners of this season. Can Nathan Kappen get into the circle of winners so far, including Tam Peruzzi, Clancy and Didi Kreeft yesterday? That gives you a strong perspective about how open the OK and Junior class has been in this second edition of the Academy Program of Champions of the Future. It will be starting from 7th on the grid, Nathan Kappen from the UAE. And let's see what it will be able to do after some strong results into the first 2 qualifying heats leading to this race. Now, these are the first few moments. 3 minutes left, as you can hear the whistle before we'll be able to go. The green flag will be waving in under 3 minutes now. 1 lap to go through to warm those tires, or what's left of those tires. Keep in mind that they only have 1 single set from starting from qualifying all through the heats and into the final. The conditions have been hot. The track of Jesolo is grippy, it's technical, it's hard. And those tires have been through a lot already. So that's one factor to keep in mind. And Benjamin Westwood, the number 24, will be starting from 9th on the grid, representing Malta. Will certainly keep that in mind on the way to turn number 1 and throughout the course of that final as well.
Indeed. He's got some work to do, though, here from the 5th row of the grid. He will be joined by Aaron Mason alongside Aaron, who was involved in that one of the red flags earlier on today, which unfortunately will not see the likes of Vanessa Schildkaneta on the grid. The driver who will be starting in 21st place, unfortunately not there. There on your screen is Aaron Mason. He is primed and ready to go for this one. Focused on the job in hand, which it is, push forward as much as he can in this final. He's gained good positions in previous races. Knows how to pedal a kart around a circuit, so just keep a close eye on what he could do from that 5th row of the grid. And like you say, for the drivers behind, their job also not over just yet, because you've also got Greece's hopes and dreams in this one with Nicholas Kanayanis, who starts this one on the 6th row of the grid as well. There he is on your screen. He is primed and ready to go in this one. But like I say, it's going to be a tough job for him over the course of this one. And you can actually see there in the background yesterday's final winner, Didier Kreeft, who's priming himself ready as he gives a cheeky wave to the camera as well. But again, some big names who have been really strong in this season, starting to see themselves a little further back in the order than I think they would like here, Guillaume. This is going to be an almighty little tussle, I think, to the checker flag.
We can expect a lot of battles on track, that's for sure. And looking at what we had in the qualifying heats, if you were not with us, we had a bit of a drama throughout the course of those qualifying races this morning, to say the least, with some stoppage of racing taking place here on the Pista Azzurra. Let's cross those fingers and hope for a strong, close, but fair racing between all the competitors this time around. And it goes as well for the minis and the seniors. That will come later on. The podium ceremony, let me remind you, will take place after all 3 finals are completed. And this session, as always, the ceremony will be broadcasted live on the YouTube channel of the championship. The green flag is waving. The drivers are now making their way onto the track for the warm-up lap.
Certainly are, as the field now is moments away from starting their final. We'll take a reminder of who has won a final over the course of this season, with, of course, 5 different final winners so far this season. In the first final, it was Casper Reipold who took the win. The second final in Portimao would go to Albert Tam. The third of those finals was in Valencia. That went to Leonidas Peruzzi. And then you had the likes of Conor Clancy, who won and that second final in Valencia. And then yesterday here at the Jesolo circuit, it was the fabulous drive from Didier Kreeft, who made it 5 different final winners. For Conor Clancy, he could win another here. For everyone else who is around him, well, this could be a first final win. For Manny Nuvolini, he has not yet won a final, yet he is second in the points, showcasing his consistency has been key. There, the rain radar. Well, my goodness, we might be in for something in a few, in an hour or so. That might take us into the last race of the day, which is around 5 o'clock. That's where it did say that's where we're going to get the bulk of it. But there was a threat that it could come at around 3 o'clock. Well, 3 o'clock is been and gone. It's 15:15 the hour right now. There are clouds looming around the circuit, but I don't think we're going to expect anything until potentially maybe around the last race of the day, or maybe just as the checker flag goes out, the heavens could open. That shot there gives a good indication of what those clouds look like. But enough about the weather. Let's talk about the racing, because it's about to get underway. The back of the grid is not formed up, but the front is. Are we going to be going racing? The answer is no. They are going to send them round again.
Yeah, we had a bit of a doubt with the different angle into the last sector in turn number 13 and 14. Some of those drivers were a little bit slow to catch up with the rest, but it has to be said that it's partially down to the leader, in that case, Julien Angelard, as the pole sitter. You got to pace yourself down in order for the entire group to regroup and to get together in time in the last sector. So always a tricky exercise. As you can see, Conor Clancy is your new leader in the provisional classification of the championship. 259 points for Conor Clancy. Manny Nuvolini up to second place from Rashpold, Stasionis, Peruzzi and Didier Kreeft. Still close gaps, as there's a total of 71 points twice, so make it 142 that the drivers can grab in the course of one weekend. And after this one, we'll have 3 more rounds as part of the academy program of this season. Still plenty of action, plenty of races, plenty of points up for grabs. So we're halfway through this season, the second one of the championship created by RGMMC. So still nothing is done in concrete. Let's see for the second time of asking.
Into the tram lines we go then. Are the lights going out? Yes, they are indeed. It is lights out, fights on in the junior category as they all make it round turn number 1 cleanly this time around in towards turn 2. Remember in the final yesterday we had to wait until turn number 4. This time it's turn 3, because out into the barriers on the outside line there, one driver will go no further in this race, and that is a huge shame there.
Albert Tam.
But who is that? It is, it is Albert Tam, unfortunately, who has tumbled out of the race. He will go no further, and that's a huge shame. But the race continues, and at the front of the field, it's still a strong start for the drivers, but it is still Julien Angelard who leads the way.
Great start and great section of corners there from the pole sitter, who was able to hold on to that lead, completing lap number 1. Watch out for the second place. There might be a switch between Simmons and Conor Clancy around the inside of turn number 2. Conor Clancy, your championship leader, number 35, getting ahead of Angelina Simmons, the Iron Dame, down into third place. A little bit of a gap on Manny Nuvolini. Certainly not the first lap he had been expected, considering he's going to have to double push. That's the strategy. You heard him earlier at the interview. He's going to push to try to make the difference into this race. Rappold down in P6 from Westwood, Stasionis, Chopra and Karagiannis, a couple of climbers into this opening lap. As confirmation that we do have one driver who didn't take part. This is Vanessa Cinconete. She had an incident, unfortunately, in a second qualifying heat. I thought for a moment that she would have been cleared to race. That wasn't the case, or maybe that was a decision as well. But Vanessa, unfortunately we don't have the pleasure to have her on track with us. And in the meantime, the switch for the lead. Conor Clancy, it just took him 1.5 laps to get into the lead of that race. Julia Angola down to P2. Clancy has very much found the pace here, and drama as well. No, my apologies, it was the wagon of Albert Tam there on the sideline that I saw from the corner of my eye, but still all good. But drama indeed for Julia Montlower by the look of it. She's tumbling down the order after a moment on track.
Yeah, she went wide at turn number 1. I think was slightly assisted as they'd all tried to go for the same part of the track. That wasn't going to happen for them. But eyes on this now. Conor Clancy in the lead, is doing Clancy things and has broken away now by 0.3 of a second from the rest of the field. Julia Anglard is there in second place, is not that far behind. But the battle is from about 5th place onwards, as unfortunately one driver has gone off the circuit in the background and is going to tumble down the order. I think it might be...
That's Michalescu.
Yeah, it is. Jan Michalescu who's gone backwards. He is tumbling down on my timing screen, and that's a big shame for him. But eyes on this. The battle I want to watch is for, I think, P5 or P6 onwards, which will be Manny Nuvolini at the sharp end of it. And at the moment, I think he's just lost out to Benjamin Westwood. He has indeed. Westwood now in front as they go through in towards the start-finish line they go. It is a long fight, but it's Westwood that leads. That long train of cars just behind us down the inside. A slight move there from Karayanis trying to get past Stasionis, but that was not going to happen as the two now go wheel to wheel. As Stasionis looks to the inside of Manny Nuvolini, but not close enough this time around. And now it's all going to concertina up here beautifully, because that's a long, long train of carts behind him, Guillaume.
And that's a long race, the longest of the day. 17 laps to go through, so there's still plenty of time and potential opportunities for those guys. But they're going to have to double the attention, try not to lose any momentum. We almost came close to a slight touch there with the number 39. That was a close call with Nicolas Karigianis as well as Nogu Stasionis. The battle for P8 is raging as the leaders come across in final position. 0.7 of a second is now the gap between Conor Clancy and Julia Angular. Clancy has been extending his lead with the fastest lap in the race. Simmons down in third, and battle for 4th place with Rashpold taking over from Kappen. So Rashpold up into P4. Conor Clancy confirmation is the fastest on track, and you can see it translate into a bigger gap this time around. So if Julia Angular is not able to respond in the next couple of laps, I'm afraid that she's going to lose a little bit of contact. Let's see what happened there in the last corner before the stopping straight. And one driver you can see on the right side going off and putting a lot of grass and dust onto the racing line just before the last game. We didn't get to see who it was, unfortunately, but suddenly a couple of positions lost into that moment.
Yeah, indeed. So, slippery surface or change of surface flag is out at turn number 2. Now, what is that doing there? Is that for debris on the circuit? Because there's one driver who's just gone wide there. As we'll keep a close eye on that one. But I still focused on the drivers at the sharp end here. Still a lot happening at the beginning of this one, because we're still watching the Nathan Kappen and Kasper Reipold battle. They are still trying to close in on the likes of Simmons in front. This is the Nuvolini Karayanis Nocon Chopra battle on your screen as well. That's still raging on at the moment. But everyone seemingly holding position. Nocon did get past Nicolas Karayanis on that last lap. The same as Amani Kanua as well. He managed to get through, as unfortunately Sujana Dandu has picked up a technical flag and will unfortunately be retiring from this race.
Yeah, she's on a different pace and diving through the pit. You don't get to see her, but that's race done and dusted, unfortunately, on lap number 8 out of 17. As we're back with the leaders here in the midsection of the track, Conor Clancy just extended his lead up to almost a full second on Julia Angular, the number 12. Rashpold on Angelina Simmons, the Iron Dame. She stepped on the podium yesterday, certainly willing to do it 2 in a row. But the pressure and threat is coming from behind. As let's see what happened for
I think
Jana.
It's the nose cone.
Yes,
it's very fallen, and I think it's going to drag underneath. And there is a risk, actually, in that of it going underneath the cart, and that can actually shove it up in the air. Down the inside, Nice little change. That's right pole down the inside of Angelina Simmons and up into third place.
Yeah, well done indeed into that turn number 2. Now Angelina has to respond quickly because further back there's number 22 of Nathan Capen. He's certainly interested in emulating the move that he just saw. Always easier said than done, but she's in between now. Ashpal and Capen with Benjamin Westwood a little bit further down, 1 full second from P6 that he has behind Capen, so he's not part of that fight just yet. Let's see about how much time those three might lose if they don't push forward a little bit more. As Stasionis Nivolini lost another place, unfortunately, all the way down to P8 at some point. Mani Nivolini dropping a full second behind Stasionis as well. And we have Verschopra and Axel Nocom still within the top 10. This is the mid part of the race where the gaps seem to be relatively steady. Oh, and a bit of a moment there for the number 42 outside of that turn number 4. This is Victoria Farfus, who just lost a place to Kinuya, in 12th place. And look at the recovery from Kinuya, 18 positions gained up to almost the top 10.
Yeah, this is good stuff, but we're watching Didier Kreeft here get his hands busy here. He is dealing with Jason Cosmopoulos. He's got Leonidas Paluzzi just behind as well. He's in an almighty fight. Down there is the winner of the final yesterday, all the way down in 15th place. Not where he wants to be at all. And I can see he's throwing his hands up in protest out of the commentary box window as he looks to the inside there at turn number 2 and does squeeze his way past and gets up now into 14th place, albeit he's going to have to fight a little harder for that one as he seemingly just does not have the pace today as he had yesterday, and that is a huge shame for him because he is battling here furiously in that mid-pack.
Yeah, battle in the mid-pack as well, and that's certainly
not...
Dear. Oh, the 28 into the wall outside of turn number 7. Another of those turns that has been quite difficult to challenge.
Sanjana Dandu, Sanjana Dandu out of the race already. Her sister has retired for technical problems. That's another retirement, this time at the exit of turn number 7. She gets out of the cart, walks away, as she will go no further in this final.
That's really one of those turns that has been clearly unforgiving for some drivers, including the senior leader of the championship, Marcus Silkunas. You might remember yesterday. Oh, and 2 drivers coming together. That's happened just in front of opposition into turn number 3. The number 45 and the 38 got together.
Jan Michalesco, that and Samuel Del Gaudio, unfortunately involved in that incident, and that is unfortunate. Well, they're having a chat with each other. Hopefully they keep it civil. That is not the way they wanted to end their race, and unfortunately for Jan Michalesco, that's another problem for him in this race. He had the drama earlier on when he went off the track, and now he's had this drama here. Is this the moment? Well, that is the 2 of them, Linus Stern. Well, off the track one goes. Well, that is how Sanjana Dandu ended up in the wall. That was with the battle between those drivers, Del Gaudio and Jan Michalesco. And then later at turn number 3, just down the inside, no real space for the move, and that is so unfortunate. And for both of them, they're out of the race. Well, Jan's making his feelings very well known there to Samuel Del Gaudio, but it tells me that that'll have to be looked at by the officials. But feisty one between those drivers, but at least they're all settled down now. Clancy leading the way is clear by 2 full seconds from Julia Anglard, and for the first time in 2025 this season, I think we can comfortably say that at this moment we're looking at our first double final winner of the season in the junior OKN category, because right now Clancy looks absolutely untouchable from the rest of the field, which are still fighting for position.
Yeah, an impressive pace, 2.1 seconds between Clancy and Julia Angular. And she will certainly be disappointed now to have the chance to really fight for the lead, as she's busy trying to keep that second position alive from Kasper Rappold. Another race winner this season, Rappold down in 3rd place. But he sees the objective inside that second position with a little bit of extra points in the championship halfway through the season. That's important as well to keep in mind. Julia Angular, if she stays where she is in 2nd place, that will be her best result so far this season for Giulia up into second place. She's been absolutely on top form here on the Pista Azzurra all weekend. Can she try to get that onto that second step of the podium, try to really reward all the efforts throughout the weekend? That's going to be certainly not an easy job. Look at the pressure that Kasper Aschwald is putting on his shoulders. Just 2/10, just 2 meters behind, taking a bit of a tow. She's going to have to go defensive on the way to turn number 2. The series of hairpins, providing one opportunity, maybe a second, keeping a good momentum just outside of the first. There's no way to go for Aschwald just yet, as this is the penultimate lap, ladies and gentlemen. The checkered flag is getting near. After that, there will be just one turn, just one going around of the track, and not so many chances for Aschwald to try to switch those positions around, as there was an investigation going on as well for another driver. I didn't get to pick the name there, but we'll get back to that as we keep a close watch of the battle for second.
We certainly do. With time quickly running out, the last lap board comes out to Conor Clancy, who is clear by 2.9 seconds from the 2 drivers behind, who are still fighting for position. Anglard has got control of this, though. The gap is still big enough to keep Reipold at bay. If Kasper Reipold wants second place, he is going to have to bring out the big guns here and go for a full send. But I don't think we're going to see that from him this time around. I think he'll be happy to get himself on a podium today, Will Reipold, after he finished a little further down in the order yesterday. But here in 2025, with only a couple of corners to go, we had 5 different race winners over the course of the season in 5 finals. We now get our first double winner of the season. Conor Clancy wins in fine form, and across the line in second place, Julia Angelard goes away with her best result of the season so far. Kasper Reipold takes third. He does get another podium, but it's not on the top step for Reipold, ahead of Angelina Simmons and Nathan Capin. No Eustaciones finishing in P6 ahead of Benjamin Westwood. Mani Nuvolini finishing in 8th place ahead of Veer Chopra. Axel Nocom rounds out the top 10 with a 2-place gain. But for Conor Clancy, he breaks the streak of different winners, and he becomes the first driver in the OKN junior class to claim a second final win of the season. And for Clancy, he extends his championship lead now with 310 points to his name. Mani Nuvolini with 259, heading to the Slovakia ring in late September. The next round for that one, so quite some way away. There's a look at your full results. The top 10 we've gone over. Nicholas Karianis finishing in 11th place ahead of Amani Kanua finishing in 12th place. Then it is Victoria Farfus and Didier Krief, Leonidas Peruzzi from Jason Cosmopoulos, Sevir Paznaya finishing just behind that one, with Savane Dukovsky rounding out the top 18. Amani Kanua, 18 places gained in that race. We did mention him a couple of times, but 12th place in that race. Brilliant race. Neil McMush as well, a 14-place gain to finish in P19 ahead of Clelia Sodu. Aaron Mason, Julia Monlair, Koyokera finishing in 23rd place from Mintaj Jain. Then it is Shrivan Mohan finishing in 25th place ahead of Nefeli Cosmopoulou. And Savale Kogai finishing in 27th place. Well, let's have a look at the highlights from this one. And, well, for Julia Angelard, a solid start to the race, holding firm in P1 from the word go. The rest of the field just pushing their way through. Unfortunately, the drama would ensue at turn number 3 on the opening lap. The exit of this one here, keep an eye on Albert Tam in the 14 machine on the outside. You can just see it there on the right-hand side of your screen. The dust kicks up out of the race and into the barriers, unfortunately. 3 into 1. Do not go, and unfortunately for him, on the outside of that, he had nowhere to go but into the barriers. His race over on lap 1, but the race continuing for the rest of the field as big moves down the inside in the early section of the race. Nathan Capin having another fabulous little run in that one. He had a great race earlier on, getting 5 positions to get up into P5. He gained 2 positions in this one to finish in P5 again. There was the change of the lead Connor Clancy down the inside at turn number 2, got the move done on Julia Angelard and was able to break away at the end of that one, clear by just under 3 seconds from the rest of the field. But the battle behind still raged on. We saw the dramatic moments for all of the drivers in this one. There we saw the likes of Noe Stasionis getting the moves done in the early stages. Of course, we had Didier Kreeft, who was getting involved in some pretty feisty battles out on circuit as well. We then also saw the dramas for the Dandu sisters, unfortunately. Sanjana Dandu having drama out on track. Sujana Dandu, unfortunately, getting a technical flag and coming into Parc Fermé. There is that technical flag for Sujana Dandu. Unfortunately, the nose cone just dragging too much underneath the front of the kart, and the officials deeming that one unsafe to continue. There were the changes just behind. Casper Reipold on the charge through the field. He was able to get that move done on Angelina Simmons. They would stay like that. And that's what ensued the Kreeft battle. He had the drama there where he kicked up some dust on the outside, kept his foot in it though, and keeping that move down the inside. But you could just see how everyone was trying to get a move done on him. There, Sofia Perez-Naya involved in that fight. There is how Sanjana Dandu ended up out of the race. Wheel to wheel with Jan Michalescu on the exit of that one. They later tangled again. Jan Michalescu this time with Samuel Del Gaudio at turn number 3, which unfortunately saw them both out of the race. But not the way they would want to end their last race of the weekend. It's some time before we see these drivers race again. But there across the line, Connor Clancy, he would claim his second final win of the season and become the first driver this season in the OKN junior category to claim 2 final wins out of the 6 races we have had so far. There is your championship standings. Clancy leads it, 310 points to his name, ahead of Manny Nuvolini's 259. Reipold now in third with the 231 from Noe Stasionis at 211. Peruzzi in 184 from Didier Kreeft in 180. Angelina Simmons steps up to 7th with 165. Vanessa Schilkereta not taking part in that one, drops to 8th in the points with 144 out of Victoria Farfus. And Xu Haofei, who rounds out the top 10. We're ready down in Parc Fermé, though. We'll head over to Guillaume Alvarez.
Perfect. Don't move. Welcome back, guys, into the Parc Fermé. We're here with the first winner of the weekend, Connor Clancy. Wow, congratulations are in order. We can see that the effort has been put in, and in the end, that was the reward. This is your second win of the season. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm absolutely knackered. As soon as I got into the lead, I just put my head down, just pushed as hard as I could.
It looked from the outside quite easy since the gap that you've been able to build. But was it that easy behind the wheel, or the conditions were still that hard?
It was not easy at all, especially there was some crashes happening. Like one lap, there was a crash just in front of the mechanic stand. There was grass on the track. I literally drove straight over and missed the corner. So that was quite nerve-wracking, but it was not easy at all.
Yeah, it has been certainly an exciting race, but now you are for the first time in this season in the class, a 2-time winner. And with that, you're now leading the championship with a gap of a full victory. So certainly the weekend that has been up to your expectations.
Yeah, it was an amazing weekend overall. P2 yesterday, P1 today. I mean, could have been a bit better if I won yesterday, but I'll take it.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And we'll see you next time, but congratulations for now.
Thank you.
Connor Clancy, ladies and gentlemen, your winner in the first of the 3 finals. Let's get down to the track, my dear Anthony, as we have the Mini coming up for the final.
One final down, 2 to go. Mini 60 now makes its way out onto the circuit, ready for their final 13 laps, their longest race of the weekend ahead of them. And this is going to be an almighty fight to the end for them. For Nicolo Perico, could we finally hear the Italian national anthem blaring out here at the Italian circuit, as yesterday he lost out to that top spot where Zane Burgess would take the honours for the USA ahead of Lorenzo Zucchetto and Matis Brageau, who rounded out the top three at the end of that final yesterday. But today, like you said, is a brand new day and nearly a brand new top three. It's Nicolo Perico, Matis Brageau and Ridan Pritham, the drivers who will be starting this one at the sharp end of the field. And one of those drivers has really impressed me. The driver from India, Ridan Pritham, who this weekend had dramas yesterday after he was involved in an incident and ended up in the back of an ambulance, but he's back racing right now. Here we go then. Mini 60. Drivers aged 8 to 12 years of age. 29 entries into the weekend from 14 different nationalities from around the world, all racing together here in Italy. The class itself, the power unit, well, it's the chassis is the Paralymp Opportunity chassis. That has got the TM Mini 3 engine, the 60cc engine outputting 12 brake horsepower, revving up to 14,000 RPM. Minimum weight for the Mini is slightly less, of course, 110 kilos. That is cart and driver included. Any gram underneath that, they will find themselves in a spot of bother. Tyres being used this weekend. The Vega M1 tyres. Again, no need for the Vega WM1s. No rain inside just yet. That seems to be holding off, but the same allocation. Still one full set of tyres per day for the drivers as they get themselves lined up. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then ahead of this final. As we said, the Italian Nicolo Perico is looking to add to his tally of wins. He starts this on the front row of the grid. He's got Matis Brageau for company alongside him. Ridan Pritham has had a great day today. Will be starting on side on this second row of the grid. And Vincente Capella for company alongside. Achilles Peruzzi and Lorenzo Zucchetto will round out row number 3. What can they do from there as they go from the top 6? As the American Wayne Gottschalk is back on the scene after racing elsewhere in Italy. He's back here at the circuit alongside Teo Palfrén on row number 4. Daniel Hakkinen and Arian Qureshi go from row number 5. They lock out the top 10. They'll have Jan Garzielek and Ava Lawrence on row number 6. What can they do from the 6th row of the grid? Guido Abageni, who did end up on the podium yesterday in the Mini Under 10s, will be joined by the final winner yesterday, Zane Burgess, who finds himself on the 7th row of the grid. Giovanni Venturino goes from row 8. He'll have Stanislav Zarko for company alongside. They'll have Ronald Ventnor and Manuel Calendi, who started much higher up yesterday in the final. Unfortunately, finding himself on the 9th row of the grid today, but still looking competitive. Giulio Mazzioni and Giovanni Desani Jr. round out the top 20, and they go from row number 10.
Row 11, Samar Chopra and Mattia Perin. Row number 12, we have Garcia Cueva and Alessandro Sarlas. Row number 13, Attica Mir and Isco Alonso. Row number 14, Ari Kallenberg and Benjamin Karajovic. And at the back end, we have Bruno Miranda Pacheco running up the top 29 drivers, if we do have everybody on board for this second of the 3 final, the Mini 60, the second final of the weekend, obviously, with Nicolo Perico, the man to beat, the man of the championship so far, and very much the strong leader coming to this race with a lead of 120 points, would you believe, in front of Zane Burgess in a championship. Who can beat Nicolo Perico on Ormsol? He is competing in front of his peers on the mighty Pista Azzurra, and as you might have heard in the interview, is more than willing to shine here on his home track. And shining on track, he's done that before on a couple of occasions throughout the season, as Nicolo Perico, as you can see, has been building with a great gap of 120 points so far on Zane Burgess. Matis Brageau down in third place at 200, when Goldchoke, who joined us for this Sunday of racing, on 196 from Vicente Capella, Lorenzo Zucchetto, Ava Lawrence, Achilles Peruzzi, Teo Palfrén, who joined us as well for today of racing, wasn't here yesterday, and the top 10. But in terms of wins, there's been 2 wins in Portimao, as you mentioned before, Anthony, for Nicolo Perico. Can he make it another win this Sunday? It remains to be seen, because this young man from France, Mathis Brajot, will be alongside him on the front row of the grid. And Mathis Brajot hasn't yet won a race this season in this edition of the championship, but today could be his day.
It certainly could be. And but yeah, like we're saying, it's going to be a tough one. Vincente Capella and Win Goschalk are the other 2 winners so far this season. But what can this man here do? Ridhan Pritham of India on the second row of the grid. He's had a great day today, really shining through the field. He had a really tough day yesterday. He didn't make the final, which is really unfortunate. We saw him have a bit of a moment, but he is back fighting fit. And clearly something has happened overnight, because he is primed and ready on that second row of the grid in this race. There you can see the grandstand filling up with everyone ready to watch along for this final. But it's going to be a tense one for the drivers along this race. There is a little look further back in the field. That's the 27th grid spot of Ari Kallenberg, who has had dramas this weekend. We saw have moments, of course, with the likes of Zane Burgess in through turn number 4 in those early stages. But those drivers now, that's in the past. They are focused on what is going to be happening in this final, which, at the moment, Guillaume, is not far away from starting. Tension rising, the air temp still very, very hot out there. The clouds are looming in the distance, but right now we're focused on what is going to be happening over these next 13 laps. As the whistle blows, the engines fire up, drivers very slowly make their way off the line.
And here we go, ladies and gents. Now the drivers onto the warm-up lap. Let's get around the 1,045 meters of length of the Pista Azzurra. 1 lap to get those tires at temperature, as all those drivers, just like for the senior and junior, only had 1 single set to go through this weekend. The rain radar, as you can see, there's a threat.
It's
of
all
clouds
around us, but not on us.
Pretty much. So far, we've been quite lucky, as we mentioned. There's been thunderstorms, rain, and difficult weather conditions not far in the northern part of the country. But now we've been relatively lucky so far. It's cloudy above our heads, but no rain so far. Let's keep it that way, shall we?
I can guarantee it. As soon as we're finished racing and I leave the commentary box and I go down to the podium, the heavens will open. I'm calling it now. I'm just going to say it. Right, there we go. Let's see how this one will unfold. Drivers heading around for their second and final formation lap before they start this race. But like you say, pressure's on for these drivers. Obviously, we've had now multiple different race winners in the category. Of course, Perico being one of them, Capella being another one, Win Goschalk being another, and then, of course, we had the likes of Zane Burgess yesterday. Could we get a 5th different final winner here in the form of either Mathis Brajot, who so far has not taken a win so far this season? He's been close. He's been on the podium a couple of times. He's had a 3rd and a 2nd. He's not had a win just yet. Can he change that in this one? But we'll have to wait and find out. Because, like I say, he starts this one on the front row of the grid. But we'll have to wait and see. Vincente Capella looking for potentially his 2nd. Nicolo Perico potentially looking for his 3rd. Or Ridhan Pritham could be looking for his first final win of the 2025 season. But let's find out then, as drivers head down to the final corner. They pass the red line here. No overtaking is permitted beyond this point. And now the revs will slowly build up. It is Mini 60. It's the final. It's lights out. Fights on in Mini 60. Down in towards turn number 1. And it's a good start for Nicolo Perico at the front. Everyone apart from 2 or 3 drivers have made it through. And they're into the gravel trap there, and that's a big shame. And I can see there that one of them, I think, is the likes of Esco Alonso, unfortunately, who has gone off the track. There is a couple more that are there as well. But that's a terrible start for them. But the race does continue at the front, so can confirm I think the other drivers, Ronald Ventnor is one, and I think Alessandro Sales is another, as well as Ezco Alonso, who is unfortunately out of the race. Yeah, indeed, lifts his visor up. He knows he's not going any further, and oh, that's a devastating shame for him after starting this one, well, effectively near enough the back of the grid. Eyes on the rest of the field then as they exit out of turn 13, back onto the start-finish straight. Clean breakaway for Nicolo Perico. Ridan Pritham is there in second place, but not much longer. Matis Brajot sends it down the inside and gets back up into P2.
Yeah, that's one way to do it for Matis Brajot up into second. And the pressure mounting as well on the inside. There goes the Capella on Pritham. There's a switch for third, and Pritham just went from second from fourth in the space of 2 corners, unfortunately for him. And I do think, unfortunately, that he keeps on just losing position after position. The momentum has been cut in half, and he's dropping not 1, not 2, but 3 positions at once. Once again, the 822 on the inside, trying to get his way through. Palfreni, Koreshi, Zucchetto. That's Peruzzi as well, dropping all the way down to P11 as... the tumbling down the order. There's a bit of a switch in order there into the conclusion of the track. Lap number 3, here we go, Perico. 9/10 of a second advantage on Matis Brajot, 1.3 seconds from Capella. On the inside goes the 822, still the battle raging with Palfreni, taking with him Koreshi, Gazeli, Predam as well, all the way down to P8. Win Goldcheck as well, down to 9. On the inside goes the 841. This is Koreshi on Palfreni still. Look at the battle involving up to 5 or 6 drivers into the first part of the track. Watch out not to do anything unwise in those situations. The banging of wheels is always easier said than done. A warning flag for Capella in third place. That's no good news at all, unfortunately, for the 105, as Vicente Capella will be awarded, so to speak, unfortunately for him, with a 5-second penalty. So he's already having a disadvantage. I do believe that he's not quite aware of it yet, unless his mechanic just told him by signs. But all he needs to do right now is to keep his head down, try to fight for those positions, knowing, unfortunately, that the podium might be lost.
No, indeed. So we'll have to keep an eye on how it progresses, as now Perico at the front, well, is just doing what he knows how to do best, and that is go fast, as he's just set the fastest lap of the race. He is extending his lead now to over a second, and he's looking mighty, mighty comfortable there, as still some action happening all the way throughout this field. The drivers just not giving each other any room for quarter right now, as we'll keep an eye on these battles, as Zucchetto, Burgess, Garzielek going upwards. Ava Lawrence there, who is in P11, is just outside of this fight and is, I think, wanting to get involved in it right now. So it's still Perico from Brajot, Capella, Tirpal-Frame. Then it's Zucchetto from Burgess, Garzielek from Goldshort, Koreshi. They have just changed places as the fight is still on in towards turn number 5, as they're still fighting for 4th place onwards here. This is still Palfrane, Zucchetto, Burgess, Garzielek fighting for position. But my goodness me, this is going to be a long 13 laps here, Guillaume, if they keep this pace up.
Yeah, definitely so, as they keep on neutralizing each other, so to speak, because the more they fight, the more time they lose, and the less opportunities that create for them to finish as high as they would expect into that final 1.1 second is the gap now built by Nicolo Perico, who is responding to the fastest lap of Matis Brajot by a purple second sector, and the best lap in the race for Nicolo. 1.1 second. Matis Brajot still trying to hold on to his second place with the pressure mounting behind. Vicente Capella under the threat of a 5-second penalty. He has received that from the officials. That's around the inside. There's a change there with the 832 making his way past. This is Win Goldchock getting a place on Palfreni, if I'm not mistaken, up to P7. Indeed, Palfreni now under the pressure from Koreshi in P9. Lawrence still in P10. Then a good climb from Kalendi, the 806, 7 places up to P11. 13 places gained for Karl Lemberg, the 829. Finding himself now in P14 has run inside the 841, beautifully made by Koreshi, and another place is lost, I'm afraid, for Palfreni, down to P9.
There's been some big movers here, some for the good, some for the bad. Ridan Proofen, of course, we were talking about him. He was in second place in the early stages. He has tumbled down now to 19th place out there. Daniel Hakkinen as well has had some drama. He's also tumbled down the order as this fight still continues to rage on. Zucchetto, Burgess, all so close to each other here. There, Garzialek is trying to get involved in the fight as well. Qureshi is in the background. You can see him with the white helmet. He's going to try and get involved in this fight. But Perico is in the lead. He is still comfortably in the lead and cleared by 1.3 seconds. The same can be said for Brageot, but from Capella downwards, it's all game on. Out of the race, unfortunately,
Turn number 2.
for one driver going no further in this race. That potentially, I think, might be Daniel Hakkinen, unfortunately. I don't think he's come through, and I think neither has Ronald Ventnor. So they've both had drama out there. But unfortunately, they will go no further in this race. Eyes on this one, though, because as soon as he gains them, he loses them. Zane Burgess drops backwards now in this train, and now he's going to try and get the up and under. He does get the up and under, heads back through and back past the likes of Jan Garzielek. Win Godschalk, though, has got ahead of him now. Zucchetto still there ahead. They are effectively fighting for the last spot on the podium, but they are losing time drastically. But Capella is starting to break away. This is how it unfolded.
Yeah.
Oh, big moment there for Zane Burgess. Amazing car control to keep that one on the track.
Well, certainly beautiful, piece of driving skill there from Zane Burgess, but unfortunately that opened the door for 3 other drivers of his rivals as he climbed the curb, tried to get back. He did so on Jan Garzielek for P6, but he was running just 2 places up into the classification, so mistake can happen. And for Zane Burgess, it's all about now trying to climb the field once again and trying to recover from the time that he lost, as Nicolo Perico in the meantime is pulling out another fastest lap in the race, extending his lead of 1.6 seconds now on Mathis Brageot. The Frenchman quite unable to keep up with the pace from the Italian leader on his way to what will be a victory. If it stays like that, victory number 3 and the first one on home soil this season for Perico. We're not there yet, still a couple of laps left until a checkered flag, but the gap has been extended quite significantly the last lap around. Vicente Capella still third in this race. Reminder that he's trying to extend the gap, and if you look at the gap that he has on Zucchetto, he might need a little bit extra more, 2 seconds more, which is quite significant still, to try to stay on that first step of the podium, considering his penalty. But we shall see how this will play out coming towards the checkered flag. As the 8:32 on your screen, Wayne Goldschacks trying to get the pressure on Zucchetto. Is coming clear and pretty much on his tail with the pressure on Zane Burgess. Those two working with each other kind of to try to get this gap down to 0 and try to maybe get the position, knowing that there's a podium at stake here.
Well, there is a podium at stake here because, I mean, Cabella's got a 5-second time penalty. He's only 1.4 seconds further up the road from these drivers. So, yes, they are fighting effectively for third place, which is why the fight there for P4 is so intense with Lorenzo Zucchetto leading that group. There on your screen is the 8:05 of Vicente Capella. He's all there clear and dry, but he is some 3.3 seconds further behind, and there you can see the next gap just behind them is another 3 seconds. So again, it's a really tough situation he's finding himself in right now. He's between a rock and a hard place. He can't go any faster than what he's currently doing, but he's got the drivers behind that are scrapping for position, and that's where they need to be careful with it. If they scrap too much, they could open that gap up to 5 seconds, and that would mean that Vicente Capella would be safe and would still finish on the podium. But right now, it is looking mighty, mighty bleak for him at this moment. There is Mathis Brageot. He is chasing Perico for first place, but again, I don't think he's got anything left in the tank for him. He's 1.9 seconds further down the road from Nicolo Perico, and Perico keeps doing Perico things, setting fastest lap after fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, that is an incredible demonstration once again from Nicolo Perico. He had come here with great ambitions, and even though he missed on the win yesterday, this Sunday of racing was his. Almost 2-second advantage. There was really no one able to catch him this time around. This Sunday has just been about him, not only non-qualifying practice and qualifying in the 2 heat, on his way to his 3rd victory of the season that will secure him even more so the lead in the championship. You can see him now 381 points to the 2:44 of Mathis Brageot. Doing what he can. We're halfway through the season. Nothing is done yet in concrete as we got into the final lap. Still 3 weekends to go until the end of the year. So Mathis Brageot is holding on to that second place on track and in the championship. But today, Nicolo Perico was really out of reach.
He certainly was. Nicolo Perico then, who dominated in Portimao in Portugal, comes to Italy at his home circuit in his home country to come away with a final win. And he is moments away from doing so. Round the final corner, the Italian is going to make it. 3 wins out of 3 across the line. Here he comes. There he is. Nicolo Perico takes the win. It's a beautiful drive for the Italian, and the Italian national anthem will bellow out here in Venezia. Absolutely sublime from Perico out of Mathis Brageot, who finishes in second place. Vicente Capella is not out of the woods yet on this one. Unfortunately, that warning flag will drop him down the order. So on our screens, Lorenzo Zucchetto should be promoted to 3rd place on paper after the race. That is a superb drive, though, for Nicolo Perico. He did not stand on the podium yesterday. He finished 4th overall, just off the podium. Redemption today. He can celebrate with a top spot. A superb, superb drive from the young Italian. Brageot then finishes in second place ahead of Vicente Capella, but that warning flag will drop him down the order, unfortunately. Lorenzo Zucchetto will be then P4 on the screen, but I think will be promoted to P3 on paper when it comes to that podium later on. Zane Burgess in P5 with a 9th place gain does win the under-10s group ahead of Giovanni Venturino and Guido Ebageni, who round out the field in the mini under-10s. Then Jan Garzielek finishing in P6 ahead of Manuel Calendi. Then it is Tia Palfrain from Achilles Peruzzi. Aaron Koreshi ahead of Giulio Mazzoni, finishing in 11th place. Ava Lawrence from Matteo Pellin. Atika Mir, great drive from Atika Mir. 11 places gained to finish in P14 ahead of Giovanni Venturino. Then it is Ari Kallenberg, who finishes in 16th place, also with an 11th place gain. Rivan Pritham, that is a big shame for the young man. A great run in the qualifying heats, unfortunately dropping 14 places and finishing down in 17th on track. Here's a look at the highlights. You can see straight away Rivan Pritham, who we was just talking about, there in second place, looking absolutely fine and clear. The drama at the start of that race, unfortunately, which saw 1 or 2 drivers not getting to the run. Esco Alonso, unfortunately, the one driver that did retire from that incident. Later, Daniel Hakkinen would retire. Stanislav Zarko also would return in the race in different incidents. But, yeah, big shame for them in this final. Unfortunately, not seeing that checkered flag. For Perico, well, he didn't have much drama in that race. He got to the front, broke away, and was clear for, well, the majority of it. Lights to flag finish for Nicolo Perico. Absolutely deserved win there for the young Italian. He's looking absolutely fighting fit heading into that 4th round in the Slovakia ring. Clear by quite some way now in the points from the rest of the field. That was, unfortunately, Rivan Pritham just getting a bit of a nerf there in towards one of the hairpins on the lap. And you can see how the field was just able to get past Brageot. Vicente Capella, I think that is why Vicente Capella did get that warning flag for causing a collision out on circuit. But the race going on. Later drop back in the order, so that penalty still doesn't benefit Pritham, unfortunately, after that disaster for him in the latter stages of this race. But for everyone else right now, the charge through the field was on. Big movers from Manuel Calendi, 11 places gained put him up there in the sharp end of the order, battling through the field in that early stages. Giulio Mazzoni as well, also a very strong performance in that final, stepping up 8 positions. The same for Mattia Pellin, also 9 places gained. Anna Tikamir as well as Ari Kallenberg, also all of them gaining multiple places in that race, with drivers seemingly scrabbling for places up at the sharp end, was keeping that bottom half of the pack all closed up and pretty feisty in those early stages. But let's head down to Parc Ferme, because I do believe Guillaume Alvarez is ready for us down there.
Yes, indeed, Anthony. I'm here with a delighted Nicolo Perico. Nicolo, what a race, what a day for you. You were on top in every single session, and you did it in the most important race of the weekend. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it was really good race all the week. Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, yesterday wasn't the best day, but today we was really much better, and first in all the race, and I need to say thank you really to my mechanic and to Riccardo and to my dad.
What gave you such a strength on the track? Is it the fact of competing in your home country, in Italy, in front of your friends, or did you come at night practice before the race and you didn't tell anybody?
No, it was yesterday. I said, okay, this is my race home, so I need to win because it's my race home. Yeah, this race I just gave from the first lap, from the first corner to the last corner, the max.
That was a max, and that was a beautiful reward for you as you're leading the championship on your way to potentially the title, but we're halfway through the season. So good luck for the next one, and thank you for the show for today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicolo Perico. Grazie mille. That's it for the race here, Anthony. Let's go to the seniors. We have one more final, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back onto the track.
One more race to go, and it's time for the seniors. Yesterday was a busy day, but it saw Wojciech Woda take the win on circuit. Jacob Mikolev and Markus Schilkunas rounded out that top 3 in yesterday's final. But like we have said, time in and time out, it is a brand new day today, and it's a brand new top 3 on the grid. Klara Kowalczyk starting this one on pole position. What can she do? She is looking for what could be a first final win of the season. It has been a tremendous run from Markus Schilkunas with his 4 wins. Yesterday's winner, of course, Wojciech Woda with the first win of the season. Now, could it be Klara Kowalczyk's turn? The category itself, though, drivers aged 14 to 18 years of age, 30 entries into the weekend from 19 different nationalities from around the world racing here at the Jesolo circuit for round 3 of the Champions of the Future Academy program. The car itself, the Kart Republic KR2 chassis, it has got the Miami Ridster 125cc, outputting 35 brake horsepower. Still revving the same as the Junior, just with that little bit more power for the drivers to deploy. Weight, though, is increased 150 kilos for the drivers. Any grab underneath that, there'll be in a spot of bother. Tyres, Vega XM4s, the medium compound being used for the seniors. They have got the one dry set throughout this weekend. No need to worry about having to tyre save, because now it's all down for this race. let's see what they can do. Who has looked after their boots the most over the course of this weekend? We are about to find out as the field lines themselves up ready to go. With Klara Kowalczyk starting this one on the front row of the grid. Her job is simple. She is looking for a lights to flag finish from the front of the row. And she is joined by Jakub Mikulev alongside Jakub, who finished not on the podium yesterday. Oh, he did, actually. Second place. Sorry, I should mention. Second row of the grid. Chiara Battigue is in for a good fight on this one. Can she beat Guido Badoli to that podium? Sara Matsui and Marcus Shilkunas go from row number 3. Marcus Shilkunas yesterday started this final on the 7th row of the grid and still made it onto the podium. I'm expecting good things from there. Marlon Bayer and Sebastian NG go from row 4. They will have Alessandro Direntano on row number 5. We'll have Wojciech Woda for company alongside yesterday's final winner on row number 5. Oscar Gallin and Suarez Munoz Sevilla go from row number 6. They'll have Marcus Juncha and Neil Russell on row 7. Ella Hakkinen will be starting this one on the 8th row of the grid. Ella Hakkinen, who finished pretty high up yesterday, just off the podium in P4. Will be starting a little further down than I think she'd like. Benjamin Borgiamina starting alongside. Sinja Ornball and Gianna Pascal round out row number 9. They'll have Gabi Teixeira and Pietro Camalengo on row 10. Ryan Qureshi and Oscar Shamil go from row 11. They'll have Dylan Patel and Anastasia Gerasis on row number 12. Rafael Velour and Omar Jorge go from row number 13. They'll have Carolina Redondo and Magana Lucia on row 14. Radek Vavra and Emmanuel Corona round out the 30-car field on row number 15. It is an almighty fight we've got on our hands here. We have seen 2 different final winners in 2025 in the form of the dominance from Marcus Shilkunas in the first 2 rounds. Then we saw Wojciech Woda take the win. Now we've got Klara Kowalczyk and Jakub Mikulev on the front row. Could we about to see our 3rd different final winner of the season?
Well, we've had the case certainly in the junior final as well to have new names popping up on top of the classification. Here's a look at the Drivers' Championship standings as they are now. 353 points for Marcus Shilkunas. Wojciech Woda up into second place at 279. Chiara Battigue down in third at 238 from Klara Kowalczyk at 188. Then we have Marlon Bayer, Ella Hakkinen, and then Gabi Santos Teixeira, Oscar Galan, and Sinja Ornball in 7th place as well. Down in the classification, Meneses at 139. So that's how it's stands for now. And an important information, there's been a position swap on the front row of the grid. Jakub Mikulev and Klara Kowalczyk have decided to switch those positions, and you can see that the 229 is no longer on the inside but on the outside, leading to turn number 1. That's an interesting late change, but the drivers have the right to ask the race director to do so. As the Klara Kowalczyk, the 229, the pole sitter, will be on the outside, coming to turn number 1. Jakub Mikulev on the inside, the 249. So certainly a change as a result of a good observation of the past few races about how the track has evolved, especially into that turn number 1, where it seems that Klara Kowalczyk came to the conclusion that the outside line could give her better chances to just stay where she is in the lead on the way to the hairpin number 2.
Well, I think one thing that we have seen over the course of this one is the fight between the Discover Drive Initiative drivers. Chiara Battigue there starting on the 2nd row of the grid would have been starting directly behind Klara Kowalczyk and would have got the advantage from Klara having that pole position and pushing forward. Now that she's switched sides, she does not have that advantage, and now it kind of splits those two up a little bit, who have been, over the course of this weekend, being involved in a little bit of some feisty racing out on circuit, and of course, they are very close to each other in the championship standings as well. However, it does benefit one other driver, Guido Badoli, who starts this on the 2nd row of the grid, and he so far this season has not stood on the podium, and I am looking forward to seeing if he can finally stand on it at the end of this race.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. There's plenty of opportunities to be taken into this final. And Sara Matsui, representing Japan, the 219, starting from the position number 5th on the grid, will be willing to take advantage of any opportunity coming our way.
I'm going to eat my words a little bit. He has finished on the podium. He finished on the podium in Portimao in the first final. He finished in 3rd place. So there we go. I'm going to eat my words on that one. But could he gain any more from that? Could he get a second or could he get a first?
Yeah, he's tasted the joy of spreading cider and champagne on the podium before, and he has a chance to maybe do that all over again here in Jesolo, as we are moments away, ladies and gentlemen, from the start of the 3rd final and the last, unfortunately, already of this weekend on the Pista Azzurra. The senior drivers aged between 14 and 18 years old, getting themselves ready for the battle at hand, as we've seen a lot of people gathering around as well in the grandstand that you can see. The grandstand that has been here ever since the track was built back in the early 1960s. The kind of grandstand that gives us a very cool, old-fashioned, vintage vibe to those type of racetracks here in Italy. As you can hear the whistle and the green flag is waving as drivers are now making their way onto the track for the last time in the warm-up formation. 1 lap around to get those tires at the temperature, and then the rolling start for the senior for the last time this Sunday of racing. And one driver at the back, the 208 by the look of it, Raphaël Bourlard. Again, the Frenchman having the Belgian driver, my apologies, having difficulties to get started. We've seen that on 2 occasions in his qualifying heat, and again, he's having a bit of a trouble to get his wagon going.
He certainly has. Mechanics, bracing the running here to get across the circuit before the field cut across them. But 1 or 2 of them just getting caught out there. We are moments away from starting this one, and it's going to be an almighty fight, I am sure. They will get the couple of laps to get everything up to temperatures. They cross the line now. They will start their formation lap this time, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. Like we say, in the championship, Marcus Schilkunas has won 4 finals out of 5. Wojciech Woda yesterday took that 5th final win away from Marcus Schilkunas, giving him a first win of the season. Could we see that next one in this? We are moments away from finding out. Could be any one of these drivers, but you have to remember that Marcus Schilkunas is on the 3rd row of the grid. He got on the podium yesterday from the 7th row of the grid. Now he's there. I mean, it looks like this could only go his way, but I mean, yesterday was a good final for him. He had a great race, but it might be a different story here. Right, field makes its way across the red line. It's still bunched up. We're a little fast at the front here. Something tells me we could be going around again, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yes,
we're going around
indeed.
again. Yeah, that's not the start we would have wanted. The pace too fast at the front.
Yeah, Clark Kovacic having to pace everybody down just a little bit much entering the last part of the track. Others were late as well to join the group. So we're going to have to try that again for the second attempt of a starting procedure here. And picking up on what you mentioned about Marcus Schilkunas, is won indeed 4 races since the start of the season. Only setting 1 pole position, so consistency in the qualifying heats and the racecraft has been certainly is the key factors allowing him to put out such good performances. But while maybe his strongest asset hasn't been on 1 lap, certainly on the course of an entire race distance, he's been there to make a difference. And let's see what he will be able to do indeed from 6th on the grid. More than eager to extend his already impressive gap into the championship. But Wojciech Woda has other ideas in mind. Let's see if Clark Kovacic will be able to get everybody formed and grouped as they come across the cones and the yellow line, the red line, and then the yellow light, and then the lights will go out hopefully for the second time of asking.
Let's hear what is going to happen then. Are lights out? Yes, it is. Lights out, fights on in seniors, and it's a good start for Kowalczyk as she sweeps around the outside. And crucially, that's not benefited Chiara Batik, who has gone down into 4th place. But crucially as well at the front, it has kept the likes of Jacob Mikulev in contention here as he slots into 2nd place. Some dust gets kicked up in the background, but all drivers still circulating in this early stage of the race as Marcus Silkunas banzais it down the inside to try and gain as many positions he can in this early stage.
Yeah, that's going to be the recovery to keep an eye on, that's for sure, into the first of 20 laps to go through. This is the longest race of the seniors of this weekend. They had it the same distance yesterday, but after the day, we do it over again. One lap completed already. And look at the gap built by our pole sitter, Klara Kowalczyk. Switching those positions on the outside of the line was really something worth doing. She just, she made it work quite beautifully into the opening lap as the battle is raging with the 212 behind. This is Marcus Silkunas, the 202, already building his way through the field. Mikalev up into second, Bidoli in third. Oh, and a big coming together. Two drivers, the 232 as well. Wojciech as well as Meyer. Wojciech involved with Marlon Bayer into that coming together. Big first drama into that senior final. Wojciech winner yesterday in the first of the two final races, is getting together with another driver, Marlon Bayer. Is Marlon Bayer still onto the track? Yes, he is. Wojciech was able to keep going, but lost a pile of position in the process, unfortunately.
Well, big drama there for yesterday's final winner. But like you mentioned, still in this race, but all the way down the back of the field now. Not where he wants to be. But now for the front runners here. It's a clean 3-car breakaway for Kowalczyk, Mikalev, and now the fastest driver out there, Guido Badoli, who is holding on to third place right now and is looking mighty competitive as he pushes his way forward at this moment. He has not found a way past just yet from Jacob Mikalev. We caught up with Jacob Mikalev earlier on. He was saying everything was good with the car. He was saying he was fighting with Wojciech Woda, but he's been unable to really attack him. But now, with him out of the picture, he can really focus on the likes of Klara Kowalczyk ahead.
Yeah, definitely so, as those two have been battling before together. The advantage of Klara Kowalczyk, in the opening heat, and then to the advantage of Jacob Mikalev. So those two have been, for the past two races, really putting the effort to try to beat the other. And Sara Matsui, the Japanese driver, is putting on the fastest lap in the race from P7. As for now, losing 2 places down. But Kowalczyk, Mikalev, that's the battle for the lead and the potential win. Let's take another look at what happened with Wojciech Woda, the 204, and then the 232. Oh, there was no way to go, unfortunately, for Wojciech Woda, just rolling over almost on the rear bumper on the 232. Marlon Bayer, certainly a bizarre turn of event. This is the result of another contact, unfortunately, for Marlon Bayer, who got involved in an early incident, and then he got spun over outside of turn number 4, and there was no way to go for Wojciech Moya, who just was forced onto the grass and down the classification. Is currently in P27 position. Oh, and just outside of your screen, 2 drivers coming together again into turn number 3, and as you have seen right now, the 209 and the 248 got into a big moment together. These are
Ryan Qureshi and Senior Ornball, unfortunately, and Benjamin Borgidomir has unfortunately lost his NASA panel when she saw that like a bonnet on a car flung up there in front of his face and unfortunately blocking his view. Is this a shot of it? Yes, I believe so. Oh, yeah, just 2 cuts into one, not going, riding over the front. So that's how the Naspano, and unfortunately for Senior Allball, I think was just an innocent party in that one who had nowhere to go. And there you can see the damage on the kart there for Benjamin Wood. And that's going to be an unfortunate one. And a technical flag as well to boot.
Yes, that's not the most practical solutions to have the NASA panel just flowing in the air just in front of you. But he's going to have to go back into the pits within the next 3 laps, unfortunately for him. A little bit of a drama happening here and there in those early stages of the final, as the battle, in the meantime, keeps on raging for the lead. As a 0.4 of a second split to Kowalczyk and Jacob Mikalev, as well as further back, different trains. Look at Bidoli, actually, is joining them in the battle for the potential victory here, as we have the second train of drivers with Batik, Silkunas, and the rest of it. Let's have another look. Run inside. Karabatic, the 228, making a bit on Marcus Silkunas. It was, as those two were seen fighting each other into the hairpins. Run inside goes Marcus, the 202 of Marcus Silkunas. This is with Sebastian Ng this time around. The 219 of Sara Matsui. Sebastian Ng just got past in P5. So Sara Matsui one of the fastest on track, now battling with Marka Silkunas.
Yeah, indeed, having a good little fight as well. I'm curious about this race for the lead, because while we've been watching the other fights, Jacob Mikulev has been closing in. This is the fight for the lead. Klara Kowalczyk, who has led so far now for 8 laps, is looking now to having to defend this position for the remainder of the race. But down the inside, Jacob Mikulev wastes no time whatsoever, finds the gap, sends it through. But for Kowalczyk, she's got to retaliate soon, because Jacob Mikulev, he's been showcasing his pace this weekend. He knows he can break away from the pack. But if she does that now, her chance of standing on the top step of the podium is gone. But let's see that again. Just down the inside, clean as you like. Door wide open there from Kowalczyk. I don't think she realised how close Mikulev was behind. And unfortunately, just invited that move down the inside there at turn number 5. So that's a big shame there. But I still focus on it. Can she retaliate? She looks to the inside there at turn 4. Sorry, is where that overtake was done. But no, not close enough this time around. Into sector number 2, onto lap number 9 of this race. And already she is fighting through as much as she possibly can. This was the moment earlier on. Yeah, this is Sada Matsui going through. That was the moment where Sebastian NG got the move done on Marcus Shilkunas. So that was the overtake we were talking about there earlier on. Guido Badoli is closing in as, oh dear, unfortunately, 2 drivers having a moment out there, and that is
Marcus
the 231 is Marcus Juncker. He's been joined by Oscar Camille out there as well. Here's how that transpired. Big boot in the backside. Oh dear, and that's an almighty run up in the air. And sore backside, I can imagine, is very much on the cards.
And strangely enough, again, another incident where one driver got caught up with no other choice, actually, as a result of an incident he wasn't involved in the first place. So that shows you how tight and how narrow the track is, not allowing any space for a mistake here in Jesolo. The yellow flag is still waving as there's still one wagon just outside of the track. Marshals have been busy onto the circuit, to say the least, so far this weekend, and especially today, as we're back with the leaders. Halfway through lap number 11 onto 12. Jacob Mikulev, 0.3 of a second from Klara Kowalczyk, with Guido Bidoli observing from afar, down in 3rd place, closing in, maybe watching what's happening in front, just judging the racing line of Klara Kowalczyk to see where potentially he could kick that door right open. As in the meantime, Sebastian Ng is putting the fastest lap in the race, 0.7 of a second down from Chiara Batig in 4th place. Could we see a return close to the podium for Sebastian Ng, making his return in European karting? We mentioned that before, after a 4-year break of competing on this side of the Atlantic Ocean. Sebastian Ng, who used to be part of RGMC series back in the day, a few years ago, before deciding to live in Argentina, where he's been busy doing sports car racing and Formula 4 as well. But good to have him back, and he's showing that the pace is still very much strong. Trying to close in on Karabating in the meantime, as 2-9 on picture right now. Klara Kowalczyk is still very much into the fight for the potential lead and the win at the end. But Guido Bidoli is on her tail, though, as the gap is relatively steady at the moment between the 2 leaders. I do wonder if, knowing that she has the pace maybe to counter-attack, Klara Kowalczyk might be tempted to wait for the last part of the race to go for the lap move.
Yeah, indeed. We'll have to wait and see. But as we were saying, Jacob Mikulev clear out in front for the time being. But we'll keep a close eye on this fight as it still progresses on here. But Klara Kowalczyk seemingly not able to find a way through. This, though, is the fight further behind. This is Marcus Shilkunas and Sada Matsui. Absolutely line astern right now. And Sada Matsui is looking to see if she can gain a place on Marcus Shilkunas, who so far this season has always been on the podium. This time around, he might not even stand on either step of that podium. But right now, she is piling on that pressure, as we've still got a multitude of laps to go in this race here, Guillaume. Sada Matsui has got plenty of time to try and suss out where the best place will be to get this overtake done, if she can get it done. But as we go into the hairpins, this is where the prime overtaking opportunities have been. Not into turn 4 this time.
Matsui very much on the tail of Marca Silcunas. Not the race he had foreseen in his head coming to Jesolo, that's for sure, for the championship leader, who's counting on collecting the points still available to him, but he's going to have to wait a couple of more weeks up to the 4th weekend of racing that will take us to Slovakia. That will be in the month of September, on the 3rd weekend of September, to try to go again for the potential win there. Oh, and the 210 having a bit of a moment there. Further back, this is Redondo in 21st position after a climb of 6th place, and was forced out or went out on his own. We'll get to see that. But it will be dropping even more so into the classification, unfortunately, as a couple of laps to the checkered flag. Let's see that again as
just a bit caught out on the outside, on her own. So that's very unfortunate for her, who has had a bit of a moment out on track. But very much so. We'll have to see if she can try and push herself back up through this order. But all the meanwhile, it's going to be a bit of a tough one for her. So, back over the start-finish line we go. There is still your top two, Mikolev and Kowalczyk. She's not dropped off the back two drastically. Still 0.3 of a second is the gap between the top two of them. Guido Badoli has dropped back. Chiara Batig could be coming away with what could be her first podium of the season right now. But let's see what happens in this moment of the race, because it's all about to kick off between the two of them, I am sure.
Now, a couple of laps to the checkered flag as the fastest lap goes to Ella Akinen, 46.4. She's running in 10th place at the moment, climbing 5 positions, as certainly not the final she had been expected. So far coming to this Sunday afternoon. And the gap now just went down to 0.4, a little bit around the 0.4 of a second. I thought for a moment that Clara would be able to respond to Jakub Mikolev, but she just put another fastest lap. Still very much on the pace, those two, as the checkered flag is getting near, but Mikolev in the lead. Can Klara Kowalczyk find a little bit of extra pace, of extra energy and extra grip into her tires to try to make the difference? The difference, she was able to make it into the qualifying heat, taking the pole position, the first of this season for the final. Ella Hakkinen, another fastest lap in the race. In the meantime, Guido Bidoli, we thought for a moment that it could have been a contender until the conclusion of that race, but now finds himself under the pressure from Chiara Batig. It's not over yet for Chiara Batig, the Swiss driver. Look at that as well further back, the 205. Under the pressure of the 228. This is a battle for last step of the podium. Can Chiara Batig as well try to switch those positions after yesterday's race that saw her finish a little bit further down in 7th place despite starting from P4. Now she has a chance to step on the podium on the Pista Azzurra. And Guido Bidoli dropping a little bit of momentum for the past few laps. That could be a chance. For the back as well, Sebastian NG is still in P5 in front of Matsui, Silcunas, Giarratano, Russell and Ella Akinen. Still a top 10, relatively steady at the moment. The wagons, the tires and the men and women have been put under intense pressure and heat all throughout the weekend, so it's about time to conclude for them. And we could understand that there's a little bit of a drop of a performance. Talking about gap being extended, Jakub Mikolev just put another fastest lap potentially. Yes, indeed, and as a result, the gap has been, again, extended on Klara Kowalczyk.
Certainly has. Penultimate lap of this race now, and Chiara Batig is all over the back of Guido Badoli, who is fighting for his life to be on the podium right now for the first time as she sends it down the inside.
Whoa.
And on the exit, Chiara Batig gets the move done and steps up onto the podium, but it's not over yet because Sebastian NG is there as well. He is back after 4 years of a break in karting. He is fighting now to see if he can get on the podium, but Jakub Mikolev at the front is still clear now by 0.6 of a second from Klara Kowalczyk. But the fight is on for 3rd place. It is still raging on in the background. Chiara Batig is clear, but Sebastian NG is looking to see if he can get P4, maybe even P3, as those two will go wheel to wheel in the background. The leaders go through with a shot. There is 3rd place, but where is the likes of Sebastian NG and Guido Badoli, who are still going wheel to wheel there. As down the inside, Sebastian NG, he's used to racing in Formula cars now, but he's back in the world of karting and really showcasing. He's not lost it at all. But out of the final corner, Jacob Mikolev will be the third different final winner ahead of Klara Kowalczyk. Chiara Batigue comes away with a podium in 2025 in the Champions of the Future. Oh my goodness, what a drive from two. In fact, for all of the drivers in this one, what a drive from the field. Jacob Mikolev, though, gets the win. Klara Kowalczyk and Chiara Batigue will make it 2 out of 3 of the Discover Your Drive Initiative drivers on the podium. Sebastian NG finishing in P5 ahead of Sara Matsui. Marcus Shilkunas dropping to 7th ahead of Neil Russell. Then you had the likes of Girantano with a really good race there as well. Ella Hakkinen does finish inside the top 10. That's a strong performance for her still after the tough day she had today after having such the race yesterday. Jacob Mikolev, Klara Kowalczyk and Chiara Batigue are your top 10, are your top 3. Dylan Patel does finish in P11 ahead of Oscar Gallen. Giada Pascal from Radek Vavra. Wojciech Woda, tough race for him. The final winner yesterday, finishing in P15 here ahead of Pietro Camalengo. And then Gavi Teixeira, Rafael Billard rounding out the top 18 ahead of Emmanuel Corona, who gained 11 places in that race ahead of Xavier. Then it's Lucia from Genesis, Jorge from Redondo, who round out the 24 finishers in that race. Everyone else is a retirement. Juncha from Shmil, then it's Borgiramia, Qureshi, Ornball and Bayer. Unfortunately, all not making it to the end of that race. Well, racing is done at round 3 here in Jesolo in Italy, but the podiums will be coming up a little bit later on. Make sure you don't miss out on those. There, though, Jacob Mikolev can come away in his first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy program in 2025. He comes away with a podium and becomes the third different final winner in the senior category this season. Here's a look at the highlights from that start. Klara Kowalczyk choosing to switch sides benefited herself and Guido Badoli, who was able to get up into third place at the start of that race. Chiara Batigue dropping to 4th and having a bit of a tough start to that race. Later would try and squeeze down the inside there at turn number 2. Unable to do so. And that put her back into the fray of the field behind. That was seemingly all trying not to trip over each other. Some dust getting kicked up in the background as the first of those retirements did happen on the third lap of the race. Marlon Bayer, unfortunately, and Senior Ornball having a moment. That was caused Benjamin Borgiramia to also have drama as well. He was the initial person who had the impact with the likes of Ryan Qureshi and Marlon Bayer, but unfortunately at the moment later on there was Marlon Bayer, unfortunately the first of those retirements, unfortunately for Wojciech Woda, seemingly going skywards there, and that is what put him out of contention for another final win in 2025. Then you had the moment, this moment here, Benjamin Borgiramia, and unfortunately for Senior Ornball, just an innocent victim there as Ryan Qureshi unfortunately getting caught out in that one. And there you can see the damage to the NASA panel, which unfortunately caused the technical flag to come out and Benjamin Borgiramia to retire from the race. Chiara Batigue getting the move done in that early stage, getting past the likes of Marcus Shilkunas, able to push through in that early stage of the race, was able later to close in on the likes of Guido Badoli and was able to get up into third place. Marcus Shilkunas as well, despite the fact that he started a lot higher than he did yesterday, comes away with his first non-podium finish of the season. That moment there, big moment for Oscar Schmil and Marcus Juncha. A big hit into the barriers, and I can imagine, yes, that was mighty painful for the young man there. There you can see the dramatic moments where unfortunately just running wide in those early stages of the race. Carolina Redondo just getting squeezed out in those early stages. This was the overtake for third place. Chiara Batigue down the inside. Then Sebastian NG trying to get his nose down the inside of Guido Badoli. But Badoli would hold firm in fourth place, but just off the podium. To the line, though, it was Jacob Mikolev for Malta across the line. He wins here in Jesolo at the Pista Azzurra circuit in Italy, and he can leave this weekend knowing that he's done enough here in his first appearance of the championship, as the field will head to Slovakia next as we head over to Parc Ferme and to the words of Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Back in the Parc Ferme for the last time with Jacob Mikolev. Jacob, just congratulations again are in order. Your first appearance in this year's Champions of the Future Academy program, and what a first it was for you all the way to the final weight on Sunday. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a very good race. I managed it very good. I just kept my position at the start and then just focused on my driving, and I've done the job.
You've done a job, but the pressure was still coming from behind. Great racing as well from Clara. You guys have been battling in the heats before, so have you studied the way she was driving to know maybe the strengths and weaknesses that you could be able to take advantage of that in the final?
Yes, of course. I reviewed the telemetry to see where I lose, and definitely paid off for the final.
And in the end, you were able to find that extra bit of pace, extra bit of energy in yourself to make the difference. How were those tires, by the way, towards the end of the race?
I just managed them well and kept the grip until the end, so it was okay.
Fantastic. Will we see you again for the rest of the championship in other rounds?
No.
That was a one-off.
Yeah.
Well, one heck of a one-off it was for you, Jacob. Congratulations. That was a beautiful piece of driving all throughout.
Thank you very much.
Jacob Mikolev, your winner of the senior final here on the Pista Azzurra of Jesolo. A one-off, you heard him, Anthony. That's a shame that we won't get to see him more in the rest of the championship, but I'm sure he will come back for more at some point in the future. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, a bit of a shame, but that is racing. Unfortunately, some drivers do like to pop in for a bit to see how they can get on, and it went super well for that young Jacob Mikolev. Well, racing is done and dusted here for the Champions of the Future Academy program, but don't go anywhere, because in around half an hour's time, roughly maybe at around 5:15, we should have the podium presentations, so make sure you stick around for that one. We'll have those for the mini under 10s, the mini 60s, the juniors and the seniors. And that'll take place very, very soon, roughly in around half an hour's time. So do not go anywhere. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Guillaume Alvarez, it's been a fabulous run. A big thanks to all the officials out on circuit, the marshals, the media crew as well, who've been working tirelessly hard, the camera crew and the production crew that have all put their hard efforts in to bring you this broadcast this weekend. We will say goodbye for now, but don't go anywhere, because those podiums will be coming up very, very soon. We'll see you then. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We are now ready to start the podium presentations. Of course, if there are any drivers who are not at the podium, please do make your way over to the podium if you are on it. So we will start firstly with Mini 60, and we will start, of course, with the Mini 60 under 10 category. For these drivers, they did an astonishing job at finishing a little further down in the order. And we will start with third place in the Mini under 10. Please welcome onto the podium, representing the United Arab Emirates in the 823, it's Samar Chopra. In second position for the Mini under 10s, finishing in 18th place for the USA in the 820, it's Zane Burgess. Hopefully Zane has finished watching the Formula One. Yes, Zane, you can come on over to the podium. You're on P2 in Mini under 10. Well done. You've forgotten your race suit. Big round of applause for Zane Burgess. You can still see the TV screen from here, Zane. It's all good. And finally, your race winner in Mini under 10 for Italy is Guido Abaghetti. Well, a fabulous end for Mini under 10 and for Guido Abaghetti standing on the top step of the podium. We would now like to welcome Gene Fogliato, the organisation here at the Pista Azzurra, to present the winners' medals. And firstly, heading to third position in Mini under 10, Samar Chopra. A superb effort for Samar, gaining 2 places in his race to finish P19 overall. The second place medal heading to the USA's Zane Burgess. Zane, of course, standing on the top step of the podium yesterday in both under 10s and the overall category. Today, just the P2. And finally, your race winner in Mini under 10 for Italy, it's Guido Abaghetti. Well, Guido will have to replace that cap that he's got on his head for the Paralympic one. Congratulations to him, the young Italian, dropping down 4 places in the race, but still finishing 17th overall. Well, a brilliant run on that one. Jean, if you'd like to join them for a photo as well. You stay there, Jean. You join them for a photo. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, you join them for a photo. There we go. Drivers, nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there at the end of a fabulous round here at the Jesolo circuit in Italy, as we, of course, head to the Slovakia ring for round 4 next. And finally, if we get everyone on the top step of the podium, all jump in nice and close. So, Zane, yep, you jump on the top step. Samar, you as well. Everyone join in nice and close. Don't go anywhere yet, Gene. No. One more photo. You stand up there as well. Yep, up. There we go. Johnny Nice, brilliant stuff. There we go. For all of the drivers, big thumbs up then for our Mini under 10s. And one big round of applause for your Mini 60 under 10 category. Fabulous. Well done. Thank you very much, drivers. You can now take a step down and we will turn our attention over to the full Mini 60 category. After a very tough race and gaining 3 positions overall, the driver from Switzerland who ended up finishing 7.9 seconds behind the race leader at the end, please welcome the 826, Lorenzo Zucchetto. In second position, after starting on the front row of the grid, but finishing 2.2 seconds behind the race leader for France in the 813, it's Mathis Brageau. And your race winner in the 802, clear by 2.2 seconds, his third final win of the season for Italy. It's Nicolo Perico. A fabulous end for Nicolo. And here in his home country, we will listen to the national anthem of Italy. Well, a big... I have no microphone. Check. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Clear sound issue. Well, we'll start with the trophy presentations for our mini-60 category. And please welcome Jean Fogliato once again onto the podium to present the third place trophy, heading to Lorenzo Zucchetto. A fabulous end for Lorenzo. Big race room there, 3 places gained. The second place trophy, heading to France's Mathis Brajot. There we go. I think I have a microphone again. Perfect. Right. And finally, your first place driver for Italy. It's Nicolo Perico. A fabulous end for Nicolo, his third final win of the season. Well, Jean, you join them once again up there for the trophies. Lift those trophies high up in the air for me, drivers. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there. A fabulous end as we head to round 4 at the Slovakia ring. And lastly, drivers, if you'd like to all jump up on the top step of the podium, all jump in nice and close. Jean, you join them as well. You get up there. Nice big smiles for all the photographers again. All trophies again up in the sky. A brilliant end to their racing here in the sunshine of Jesolo. The threat of rain was around, but it did hold off for our finals. A brilliant end for their weekend. One big more round of applause for your Mini 60 category. Well, we'd now like to present the drivers with their bottles of champagne. Jean, feel free to duck and cover at this point. You do not need to be here now for this moment. As Mathis saves his helmet, Lorenzo does the same thing. Are we ready? Are we steady? Go on, Nicolo, get that cap at the ready. 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there it is. Mini 60 is done and dusted for now as Nicolo Perico gets a lovely champagne shower there. And so does Mathis Brajot, I can imagine. That's lovely and cold right now for our top 3. Well, there it is. Mini 60, all done and dusted. We will see them again at the Slovakia ring. And could it be another new final winner in the season? We'll wait and find out. One big more round of applause for Mini 60. Over to the junior category. And again, another very frantic day of racing for the juniors. But we do have our top 3 in the final. And starting 3rd position, after finishing 2 places gained and up from where he originally started from P5 for Poland, the driver of the number 12 machine, it's Kasper Reipold. In 2nd position and standing on the podium also for Poland after putting it on pole position today, 2.9 seconds down. But in the number 21, it's Julia Engelhardt. And finally, your race winner, representing the United Arab Emirates and goes to Slovakia, your championship leader in the number 35, it's Connor Clancy. Well, a fabulous end to the OKN Junior Final, but we will now listen to the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. Big round of applause for your top three in the OKN Junior category. We'd now like to welcome James Geidel from RGRNC to present the winners' trophies. And firstly, heading to third position, Casper Reipold. The second place trophy, heading to Julia Angelard. And the winners' trophy, heading to Connor Clancy. Well, a fabulous end for the top three drivers. Lift those trophies nice and high up in the air. Above your head. Go on, Casper, above your head. I know it's been a long day. There it is. Brilliant stuff. Nice big smiles for all the photographers out there. And then, of course, if we get all of you on the top step of the podium, one big group photo as well. So all on the top step. Casper, yep, jump up as well. Fabulous end to their racing. Very close indeed as well. But drivers, hold fast on the podium because one more trophy is to be given out over this weekend. You may have noticed it in the tent. The Driver of the Event trophy. And for this weekend, I'm happy to announce the Driver of the Event is our race winner in Junior, Connor Clancy. Please welcome Francesco Calzavara, the track owner, to the podium to present that fabulous winner's trophy that, I'm not going to lie, is nearly the same size as Connor himself. An absolutely fabulous one. A big round of applause for your junior category in OKN. A fabulous end to their weekend here at the Jesolo circuit. Well, finally, now that's a trophy we can celebrate over. So I think we'd now like to present the bottles of champagne to our drivers at the end of what has been a very frantic racing in the junior category. So drivers, if you want to get everything at the ready, maybe get some helmets in a safe place, trophies in a safe place, and we will prepare yourselves for the champagne. Connor, don't do anything just yet. There we go. He's going to get his helmet into a safe place as well. Perfect stuff. Right, drivers, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there it is for the OKN Junior category. Another fabulous one. That's Casper Reipold with the bottle of champagne. A fabulous end to their race, which sees two drivers from Poland on that podium as well. But Connor Clancy not only taking the win, but also the Driver of the Event trophy. A fabulous achievement for himself, winning it by only 8 points. But if we could get Connor Clancy back onto the podium just for a moment. Connor, stop dousing everyone with champagne. Come on, back to the podium for a photo with our officials here. A brilliant end to your weekend. Of course, the fabulous end for him. 8 points he won this one by, just ahead of Jacob Mikulev, who all of them having great scores. These drivers, of course, will have been tallied up from their race results, of course, from any clean races that they've had. Points have all allocated and clear by 8 points. A total of, I believe, 140 points. Connor Clancy comes away with a trophy that certainly isn't going to fit above his seat on a Ryanair flight home. But he will certainly do his level best. Well, brilliant stuff. One more big round of applause for your OKN Junior category. We might need to clear the trophy away off the grid. Connor, don't forget that one. Can you pick it up? Have you got it? Good lad. There we go. That is nearly as tall as you. Perfect. Right. We will now turn our attention over to the senior category. And we will start with third position. Two of our drivers on the podium this weekend and over the weekend. Of course, we've had 3 of them. Now it's 2 more. And starting with third position in the number 228 for Switzerland, it's Chiara Batig. In second position, representing Poland and finishing just 0.6 of a second behind the race leader, it's Klara Kowalczyk. And your race winner at the end of his one and only round in the championship, representing Malta after 20 laps in the 2:49, it's Jacob Mikulev. A fabulous end to their final as we will now listen to the national anthem of Malta. Big round of applause for your top three in OKN Senior. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium Katie Denver from F1 Academy to present the winners' trophies. And firstly, heading to third position, Chiara Batig. A fabulous end for Chiara, qualifying third for the final and finishing in P3 after a solid drive just ahead of Guido Badoli in P4. The second place trophy heading to Klara Kowalczyk. Klara starting on pole position, just losing out near the end of the race to Jacob Mikolev. And finally, your winner's trophy for his first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy program, it's Jacob Mikolev. Well, Katie, you join the drivers on the podium there for the photo. Well, 1, 2, 3 drivers, lift the trophies up as high as you can. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there. A fabulous end to round 3 here in Italy for the Discover Your Drive initiative drivers, and of course for Jacob Mikolev, who stands on the top step of the podium. And finally, if we get you all on the top step of that podium as well, everyone jump in nice and close. Everyone on P1, there you go. Katie, you jump up there as well. Perfect stuff. One more big group photo for all of the photographers out there after a brilliant round, of course, as the field heads to the Slovakia ring for round 4. But quite a wait we've got for that one as the middle of September. We'll see that 4th round of the championship. Plenty more racing, though, to be had over the season. Right. Final time this weekend then. Katie, you probably want to duck and cover at this point as we will present the drivers with the bottles of champagne, as the helmets as well are going to get the VIP treatment and taken away to a safe spot. And there we go. That's always smart thinking. I don't think I ever saw the KZ drivers do this. It just shows some level of maturity from our seniors. Right. Are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1. Champagne! Well, there it is for the seniors. Their job is done. Chiara and Klara have driven away. There we go. Well, Kenny Rusens has had a face full of champagne as well. But for our top 3, it is all done and dusted for all 3 categories in mini, junior and senior at the halfway point of the season. 3 more rounds to go. We head to the Slovakia ring next, then to Al Ain in the UAE, and then to Al Fassan. But the season is far from over with those championship points. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Guillaume Alvarez, it is goodbye for now, and we will see you in the Slovakia ring.